Hello. Evening. I'm a VTuber now. You wish I have this glorious VTuber model that is to my side in order to do this. It is Perlica from Fortnite. I can interview Perlica now for a day. But honestly, she's only gonna be here for 5 seconds. And then she's gonna be out. She's got something to catch. She's gonna be at the live stream. She's gonna be part of the new program. So we use yeah. Wait Yeah, I should do this. I think let's have this today. Wait, no, wrong one. I need to remove all these images from my screen. What is this countdown timer? This is the countdown timer for me to review patch 1.4. If you all remember, we were mentioning that in the previous stream. That's me. What the hell? Shit's broken. Wait up. This will come back in 1 hour. It's not starting in 1 hour. This is my patch 1.4 review. Starting in 2 hours. Shit, need to restart. Let's start. Okay. Oh. My freestyle yapping session? Yep. Welcome to my freestyle yapping session. Should I chat for those of you who are in here? Wait maybe I should put a text box. Is it ugly color? Give me industrial yellow. Oh, that's horrible. Give me more green. That's also horrible. That looks like me. I think this needs to be in 2 words. Scuffed UI, but it works. In case I need to switch screen, let me take the two things. Where did my scene switcher go? Oh what? Oh, Pelika from Fortnite. Okay, this is in case I need to switch screen for whatever reason later on. Okay, chat. I want to ask something. When I do this review, right, I might have some caveats. Caveats as in explaining that I'm reviewing this in 84 minutes, and then also explaining that I'm probably not going to have any overlay. I cannot cut anything. Whatever I say will stay. And then just tell people to get some food, get some popcorn while they listen to me for 84 minutes. Is that okay? Like, wait, sorry. What I mean to ask is, does that add to the time? Okay, what am I doing right now? I'm reviewing the previous patch in 84 minutes, but I have some things that I need to say before I start reviewing. Does that count to the 84 minutes? Like, must the video end in 84 minutes? So, like, when I start recording and I end recording, should it be like 84 minutes? Or can I have the extra things that I want to say and then I start the 84-minute timer? What's the better way to do this? Do I want extra things in the video? No, I think it's just more like if I say some extra things in the front of the video, it counts the time. Count the time or don't count the time? Whichever communicates my thoughts better. No, I think it's more like when I post this review, do people want to see the YouTube timer be exactly 84 minutes? Is the question. Like when this is posted, are you going to be upset if the video is longer than 84 minutes? Because I said that it will be done in 84 minutes. The funny enough thing also is that because when I start recording, right, I can also ensure that it actually says 84. Nah. Unless the extra part is part of the review. No, the extra part is not part of the review. It's not in the review. Let me get my notes up. Let me make sure that I have everything that I want to say. Okay, my note is up. By the way, I got a little bit tempted. I want to watch Brexophone's review of Enfield after the live stream. I will also after the live stream has ended, I will read the level designer interview that Hyperglyph did, and then I'll also watch Brexophone's video. I will also do the live stream breakdown after the live stream is done. So that means like I think the live stream will be done in about 40 minutes. It's not even a live stream. I think it's a video upload as they've been doing. So I'll watch the video. I will do the sort of summary breakdown at the end, and then I will watch Rexophone's video, and I'll watch one of the new interview that Hyperglyph did at the end later. Okay? Ready for me to start recording? Time to review patch 1.4. Okay. Hello there! Welcome to a patch review of 1.4 that is going to be done in 84 minutes. I've got a timer right here. As soon as I say something relevant towards it, we'll start the clock. I must end in 84 minutes. So this means that it's gonna be unedited. It's just going to be an entire presentation playthrough, and if let's say I were to say anything wrong in the video, too bad. I'm gonna just keep it in and not be able to cut it. So to just take note, I won't have that much like supplementary images or gameplay stuff. So it's more like a podcast feel where it's just you and I'm talking to you. I don't get to hear you, unfortunately. But get some food, get some popcorn before you listen into this. If there's any sort of suggestions and improvements that I say within this video that is suitable for perhaps the later 1.45 version, because I'm actually filming this right before the 1.5 video drops. That means maybe I'm a predictor, I'm a good fortune teller. I actually tell things before it occurs. So just take note that whatever I say might end up happening in the later patches, but I wouldn't know until I see that live stream itself. So without further ado, shall we get started with patch 1.4? Okay, 3, 2, 1, boom, 84 minutes on the clock. I think the first thing that we probably have to mention about patch 1.4 is, in the scope of just Enfield itself, this is probably the best patch that they've done. Not to compare it with the state of any other games. I mean, in the first place, I also don't play a lot of the other gacha games, but just in Enfield's case alone, when you look at 1.0 all the way up to 1.4, it's the best patch that they have done. It's best in a lot of fronts, I would say. It's a little bit of a patch that has something for everyone, whether is it the main story being something that is finally enjoyable to read, emotional to read, the combat variety in terms of the number of game modes that they've actually released. We'll go more into detail later on. There is also a lot more on the AIC, finally, after patch 1.3 didn't even drop anything AIC related. This time 1.4 gave the factory lovers a bigger challenge, which is deleting everything, overhauling, so that you can cut it down into simpler formulas that works for your factory. And even so, I think a lot of you would have production that's overcapped if you optimize your factory at the moment. But I'm just going to focus fire first on the main story itself, because I think the main story is what got so many people talking during this patch. It's the longest experience of a storyline that we've ever got. It's to the point that this particular patch itself, if you were to just do a sit-down full playthrough, it could take you anywhere from at least 6 hours to play through the story. And if you take a little bit longer because you explore and all that sort of stuff, 9 hours, 10 hours? Like, I had to play through it for, I think, 8 within my own live stream. And it was just enjoyable. A lot of people will probably surface that the frontal part, being the first map you entered, England Pass, people did feel like that storyline was a little bit on the slow end. It feels like it was taking a while to get into something interesting. But that is also where you spend the most time interacting with Si, and also start seeing a lot of differences with the way that they manage the world. So I think this is the first time in a long time that I describe that we finally have a map that isn't linear, right? This map makes you kind of go within circles, but even when it's in a circle, it's like, there's a lot of things in the middle that makes you navigate from corner to corner. And there's a lot of new puzzles that you end up witnessing for the first time as well. So there is the spot the difference puzzle. There is also the bridges, the ink bridges that happen. Later on, you start to realize that there is the balloon puzzle. And there is also the new scanning puzzle, which isn't in the England Pass. But there's tons of these stuff. It's like, finally, we got a patch where it isn't the stale old, the robot game mode where you put the pieces, the Tetris blocks into the corner and then you fill it up. So it was an enjoyable experience to explore on this map, and like, you kind of feel a little bit lost in England Pass. After a while, you get used to it, but when you get into NWEZ, that's when you get that feeling of, oh my god, this map is even more massive. We'll get to that later in the bit. England Pass also introduced the gas mode. So you start to see gases that you can't really extract until you finish the entire story, but I think that helps people to be a little bit excited about what is to come, and it pushes you forward within the story itself. So I think at that point, you haven't really got so introduced to the new enemies of Blightshade just yet. It's only until the next, once you open the door and you enter the devastated place, that you start becoming even more surprised by the amount of new stuff that you get to see. I don't have too much comments about England Pass in terms of like it was amazing and whatnot. I just think that it was a good build-up. At least it helped to make your playthrough feel a lot fuller, and at the same time, it wasn't like in a bad way. It wasn't so much so that it feels like something that you didn't have to do per se, because the map after all is very pretty, and at least you get quite a bit more interactions with both Arkin and Si. So I will drag the next conversation in, being the NWEZ, because I think that's where a lot of the compliments that people will give comes into play. So this is where you start to see a lot more of the emotional storytelling that comes into play, because the first thing that you kind of see is the academy that both Arkin and Chen used to basically train in. And they brought up the whole idea that the exclusion zone is like a zone that a lot of people couldn't really enter for quite some time, simply because it's been devastated by the blight. And in order for them to really get into there, they need all the resources that they can in order to revitalize the entire place again and to remove all the bad stuff that plagues the place. So you kind of go on a little bit of like a rescue excavation mission. Before patch 1.5 happened, and I heard that sorry, not 1.5 but 1.4, before this patch happened and I saw what they were explaining that the storyline would be, I was really worried with the premise of the story, because of the fact that it felt like it was gonna be another one of those, oh, they are just trapped people in a certain place and they're trying to pull them out and bring them to the city type of mission. Quite like what happens a lot in Valley 4. But I was quite glad that it wasn't really that. There was basically the whole storyline revolved around the Blight Sheets. When they first mentioned the Blight Sheets, again also in the 1.4 livestream, my fear was that there was only one singular enemy in the game. But instead, however, it turns out that the Blight Sheet is like an entire enemy faction. So it's not like there was only a singular soldier. Instead, it was kind of a lot of the past enemies that you've seen. I think a lot of people would describe it as reskinned enemies. But instead, however, yes, they look different. They've got a bit of that ghostly look and the yellow accessories all around them. But they certainly were not the same enemies. Like every single enemy, whether it's the Quill Beasts in the Blight Sheet version, the soldiers, or even some of the new bigger guys that they release, every single one of them have new movesets. And I think many people who have actually interacted well with them would describe that these enemies are a lot more aggressive than you remember of any of the other patches. Like the last time that we have truly aggressive enemies would have been the 1.3, when you start seeing the monkeys and whatnot. But this time around, this entire class of enemies are really wanting to get you. They want to kill you. A single dodge won't cut it at times, because some of them have like triple slashes, 5 slashes in one go. Their movement is very fast. So it's quite nice to see that they brought in that sort of action element quite in play, which some people will then fear that, oh, will this take away the strategy and whatnot? But it's not like you can't really hold them or stop them, because after all, you can still freeze them, you can still pull them, you can still lock them in place with the likes of Arkin, for instance, or Gilberta. So there are counters towards these new enemies. And I'm just sort of glad that it wasn't just a singular enemy that happens in this patch. It kind of reminds me back into the original game of ARKNIGHTS, whereby every single new event or every single new version that we sort of have, we get introduced to a new flurry of enemies, right? It's, if let's say there's a new side story right now, you're not just going to see like 2 wolves and 1 soldier, that kind of thing. It's like a lot of new mechanics of people, and then finally it ends off with a boss. So I do believe there's about 6 to 8 new enemies to fight in this one patch alone, and that makes it just very fun on the combat front of discovering what new things you can do against the people that you fight in the game. So it kind of tests your squad quite a bit more. Now, apart from the enemy variety, the other big plus point is that I think this is the first time that the enemy faction feels heavy, or it feels like there is some substance towards the enemies. So we get immediately sort of told that these Blight Shades are kind of like the leftover fragments of the enemies. Sorry, not the enemies, but the leftover fragments of the people who were once part of this world. So it gets into a little bit of a confusing dynamic of whether or not do you want to see these black shades as souls that were left behind and wanting to be freed, or do you want to go with the idea that is echoed by quite a lot of the operators in the game, where they describe them as information fragments? So they're not really souls per se, they're kind of just more like people that are dead already, but then in order to turn them into a black shade, it takes in like their final information and they behave in that sort of manner. So Black Shades became such an interesting storyline because you first witness the very aggressive versions of just everything that wants to kill you, and then you also witness a bit of the softer side, where you see that in the form of the teacher of Arcane and Chen. I've actually forgotten his name. What is his name? Can someone tell me that? And you also witness that in the form of like little Arcane, like the little girl that you kind of see that navigates across the entire storyline. So that just puts into a sort of mystery very, very early on when you read the story of like, why are certain black shades nice to me? Why are certain black shades actually trying to get me? And as you read on, the story really helps to paint that idea of the difference there. The world of NWEZ became so fun to navigate. I mean, it was fun to go into this like mystical, purpley, greenish environment where everything is so fogged up. It feels like there's danger imminent everywhere. I do thoroughly enjoy the whole thing whereby you have to go from station to station in order to keep yourself fresher, in order to not die to the miasma, basically. It's interesting because this whole miasma mechanic of like keeping your like contamination level low is quite similar to Ash Space Salvage. And one could say that Ash Space Salvage could adopt a similar approach, but we'll talk about that at another point in time. But I think it was very fun. It was very engaging to have that little timer because that made the whole navigation process pretty cool. One of the final puzzles that I didn't bring up was the one where you had to avoid the enemies, so the enemies couldn't be killed in a sense. You just cannot get in their range. So it almost feels like you're playing a little bit of a Hitman type of game. You got a stealth mission, you gotta wind around all the enemies. I thought that was pretty fun in order to enjoy, while also still trying to hurriedly do all those scanning puzzles so that you can open the doors and otherwise you'll die. It was good to feel that sort of time pressure. So I'm so glad in terms of like the exploration experience that they gave to everybody as the story sort of navigates, and each time once you've completed a phase, they start adding on more and more to the whole storyline that is in play. I'm just gonna pull back before you enter all the rifts and valleys that you see, back to the academy for quite a quick bit. The point where you first encounter both the teacher, Chu, and also the pet of Arcane, being Blitz Crash, I think that was the turning moment for me that made me say that this story is going to be good. Like, I don't know if if everyone here, whether in the stream or in the video, have watched my playthrough of that section specifically, but I was already getting emotional at the idea of Arcane needing to kill her pet. You know, it sounds a bit strange because we don't really interact with the pet all that much, but the reason why I got emotional wasn't the death of the pet per se, but then sort of realizing that, oh no, this is where the story is trying to take us. Because I think even though the operators, like Edmund himself, describes the Black Shades as just saved copies of dead people, I couldn't really buy into it because of the way that you see the death of Blitz Crash, and also the way that you see the death of the regular enemies. So I can't play the cutscene, and I hope people can try to recall the cutscene, but they deliberately made the perspective or the angle of Blitz Crash as you when you killed him. So you were in the body of Blitz Crash for a moment, and then Blitz Crash was looking straight at Arcane. So when that occurred, I was like, you just said that the information fragments, but if you put the perspective like this, it kind of feels less like just a copy and rather like a soul that got trapped, to be honest. And it's like, in that final moment, Blitzcrash was remembering Arcane for being its owner. When you kill the regular enemies in the world of the NWEZ, you will hear them say words like thank you or like I'm sorry when you kill them. So that's when I literally had to be a little bit like questioning whether what the story says is a little true. Because they said it's the save last moments, right? If that were to be the case, why would they say thank you or I'm sorry in the final moments? You know, perhaps maybe that is some of the people's final moments, but it didn't feel like it would have been every single enemies. So that just made me think that there is just but some idea that these people are unfortunately just trapped. But it really depends on how you want to perceive it. For me, perceiving it that way made the story a lot more it's just a lot more deeper to feel as a story. And when you think about it in that manner, the whole idea that the England army themselves, whether you as the player or like the other soldiers themselves who were once before you, right? They did mention how they've already made attempts to try to re-secure exclusion zone before, but whenever they send soldiers in, they just die, right? But you think about it as these soldiers that were once there, the enemies they had to fight were their own kind. It's almost like they had to fight their own friends in the whole story. And unfortunately, they may have died along and joined the whole crew of like a zombie army of trying to just kill everybody else. I think when I made that sort of realization after killing Blitzcrash, that this was almost like where the story is going, I already found it very difficult to take. Like my heart was sinking at that moment that like I wasn't ready for what's to come. But of course I had to play through the story. So I'm just glad that they finally gave a lot more substance in a sense to the Enfield storytelling, which is not something that I really felt in the other patches. So let's get past the whole Academy arc, and you start to have a little bit of chatter with 3 specific operators, being Mifu, Da Pan, and Li Feng. I think there's 2 situations where you kind of encounter them. One was before you set out into securing all of the rifts. The second one was when you go into the old research center. I'm not sure if I enjoyed those parts specifically, because I wish it wasn't just like, I understand that it was to set the mood and the devastation of the place, but I also kind of wish that if they were gonna do it, I heard a lot more about it. We're gonna talk about Li Feng quite a lot after I'm done with the main story stuff, but it was quite tough to need to find all the belongings of the people, find all the old files, and then you're just there like, is there going to be a satisfying conclusion for some of these characters who wants to recollect these memories? I don't have too much to mention of the old research center, apart from the matter that it was definitely a mood in itself to step into that broken facility that when you first played 1.0, you see the new research center being fully built, fully decked out, the nice libraries, the nice staircase, and then when you enter NWEZ, you just see a broken version of it, you know? So I don't really have much to say or describe as words. It's just, it does something to a weak heart, and I have a weak heart. So there's that. We're gonna jump into the bridge part, or the bridge cutscene that occurred, which is, I remember the whole bridge part being a little bit funny to me, because I wasn't expecting it to break so soon, right? Immediately, opens a new bridge, breaks in 1 second, Arcane falls down, Pelika nods her head and say, yes, go save your brand new fellow Enfield worker. But once that part of the story kicked in, I mean, a lot of people would have basically stated that that was one of the nicest things that they got to sit through as a story experience. the whole perspective that you play as Arkane and you play as the injured version of herself. It's quite funny that in the entire scene they didn't allow you to let Arkane die. Like even if you were to reach 1 HP while fighting the enemies, they will keep you alive as a way to symbolize that she's just fighting to the very end to hold on to everything. You know, basically Arkane got Surtur talent, Surtur from ARKNIGHTS, stay alive for several seconds before retreats from the field. The whole scene where they gave you a limping version of Arkane as well, where she doesn't really walk straight and whatnot, really helped you to feel a little bit more atmospheric towards the place. And I was so glad that it was one of those times they made not speaking anything tell a story. So when you navigate around the caves that you fall into, you would see all the memories of the people who try to save the children in that place. I mean, that includes Arkane, but it wasn't really just Arkane herself. It was quite a bit like all the young people. And then you see all the scenes of them like just being under the rocks, trying to get past, trying to run away from something. I think that was when, like, it was quite hard for me to take a look at that because it felt like a story that was depicting something inevitable. If you think about it, it's interesting because this story wasn't so much about like an army trying to fight against the civilians per se. This was more about like the blight, the miasma taking over a place. So it's almost a story of a natural disaster, is what I would say. And as a result of it, right, it's just, I think it's just sort of nice to see that they depicted the experience of it. You know, I'm someone who have never experienced a single natural disaster, thankfully, because of the country that I live in. But I think about the idea that it happens all the time, whether is it wildfires, earthquakes, tsunamis, especially in my neighboring countries. And whensoever they occurs, it's just scary for the people who are there. And I read news on all these sort of stuff, and especially if I have friends who are close by, I always hope for the best for them. But it's interesting because it's a bit of like fragility of life type of storyline. Some people would argue that it feels very cliche. But I think I'd rather that it is well written than even care that if it's a cliche storyline or not. I don't play too much of other 3D titles to know if this is a writing that they choose to pursue. But at least in the case of ENDFIELD, I'm glad they did it. And it really hit me quite a bit that this is what it happens to be. So I definitely was crying. I think not quite yet. Not until the whole moment where Enmin starts getting into the picture, and we start to see how young Arkane and all the people around her spend their daily life. And I don't really have. I can't really speak very coherently about that whole matter. I believe if people have watched through my playthrough, you'll hear a lot more of the in-the-moment thoughts. But even right now, as I'm speaking, I feel like I'm reliving whatever that happened. And that's a good thing. You know, the fact that the memories of that story is playing back for me, I think that is a sign of a good story. Because I don't feel this way of anything else in ENDFIELD. Like, if you ask me what happened in 1.3, 1.2, and whatnot, like, I can't recall a single thing that occurs. I struggle. And even like the side quests that happens in this one, I can't fully recall all of them as well. But that entire scene in itself, it's quite something to sit through. I feel that the way I sort of see it is this. I wanted to say this at the start of the review, but I'm also just gonna put it here, like 24 minutes in, that if anyone feels that Enfield's story is still bad at this point, the way that I sort of describe it is just don't play Enfield. Or don't play 3D gacha titles for that matter. Because like, if you think this is bad, your standards are really high, either that or you have a cold heart. It's one of the two. I feel that the bare minimum that people would feel out of reaching this point of the story, or even by the end of the patch, is decent. It was okay. It was good. As harsh of a critic that you may be as a person, your minimum is to say that it was fine. You know, you might hate the fact that people call it like the best thing ever, a great patch, near perfect, and whatnot. Okay, good that you're like that. But like, minimally that, if you're not that, oh, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't think you belong to Enfield or gacha. You should buy more premium titles maybe. But even then, I played premium titles and not all stories are very satisfying. This one, however, was very satisfying. So I'm glad that Enfield finally created something that was memorable. That legitimately, when it progresses 1 year, 2 year, 3 years down the line, I will remember back this story. So I'm glad that Enmin was part of this story. A lot of people would argue, I think this is a conversation that we'll have in just a little bit, that certain stories don't need Enmin, you know, you want characters at this moment. I was okay that Enmin was here because I think it was important to have at least a second person. It could have been someone else, it could have been Chen, but they written it as Enmin, and I think that's alright. That Enmin was the one to help to give hope to Arkin, to keep her spirits up and let her understand that, you know, you move on in your life for the people who wanted you to have a life. I feel this very strongly about my own personal real life friendships as well, which is why I think I feel a lot closer to this story. So I'm just going to cut off that this is what I want to mention for the whole Arcane arc itself. Once we pass the Arcane arc, it's quite interesting because we jump very quickly into the final boss, which is Electrios. And this final boss is very different from perhaps quite a lot of the other final bosses in the game, because we barely have seen this guy. Like, we don't hear about him. We don't have a name mentioned. The only time we saw him was fight him and we kill him and he's dead. And then he's gone. You know, but I think a lot of people will also highlight that this was one of the best boss experience that they've ever gone through. The music was great. The fight sequence was great. It's not the hardest boss. I'll just put that forth. I played it with a story-based team where I use Arcane, Chen, Perlica, and Enmin. And I still smashed that stage on the story difficulty. I'm just going to put forth one important improvement right now, which is I would strongly wish that Enfield adds a difficulty choice before you even step into a new boss. Because I strongly think that yes, people should be allowed to play at a story mode difficulty of like level 60, but considering a lot of people have very, very good good squads right now, I would love if before you enter, you can up the level of the boss immediately, like 70, 80, 90. Because I don't think it helps that, like, okay, some people can say maybe I'm just too good at this game, but I couldn't see like half the boss's moveset. Because I've grown so good about Enfield that I was interrupting all of his movesets, because you can interrupt right when there's the red circle. And like, I was just good at sequencing all the people's skills. So I didn't take a long time to sit in that boss fight, and instead, like, I just killed him. In order for me to really experience his movesets, I needed to play not so good. So what I basically realized is that one of the reasons why a lot of the other streamers had a better time than I did, which sounds rude, and I hope it doesn't get taken wrongly, but it's kind of like they don't play as well. So they end up thrown into the harder versions of the boss. Like, if you watch a lot of the other streamers, even when they saw the tutorial to pick up the sword in order to kill him when he's immune, when he has got his shield down, a lot of people didn't catch that when they first played. So they died to him. You know, so they get very surprised and like, whoa, that's so cool. But I didn't do that because, like, I immediately understood. This boss is immune. Why is he immune? They gave me a sword. Let's use the sword. So I hope that they change the difficult, like allow for difficulty modifiers at the front. But for what it is, however, despite me playing very well, I also did feel that the boss was very cool. It was super worth to play. I like it. Some people will feel that the boss was just like dumbly placed in, another kind of vague poster, and then now he's gone and now you have no way of siphoning information from him. But I still think it was good in the sense that there was just as little as he spoke. You do think about what he just said. You know, the whole idea that there is a whole bigger organization or foundation that is out there. And again, making you question the two realms and dimensions of the game, being the world that you're in on Telos and what is this ether side that they keep speaking of? Will we ever be able to be part of the ether side? So I am curious of all these things. And of course, the story ended with quite a lot of fun stuff towards the end as well. With the whole feature of Ardashir and Neferith, and Ardashir being dead, Si casually telling you, nah, he's not dead, he'll be back. So it was a great main story experience. Like, the rating that I gave for this main story, when I ended it, was a 9 out of 10. And I think it's crazy for me to put it this way. Having played ARKNIGHTS and ENDFIELD, and they're both the same franchise after all, I haven't read every single story of AK. So bear with me that when I say that this patch felt like a top 10, I'm excluding things like Babel, Chapter 15, because I haven't read those yet. But like, I really do think this was a damn good story. You know, I have some tip-top favorites of like Lone Trail, of Wonder Monde, that I absolutely adore in AK. But this one can be up there, of worth it to read. I think even if you ignore my rating, or even if you ignore me saying this top 10, the best thing to just speak of this is it didn't feel like a waste of time. In fact, it felt like it was a good use of my time to have played through the main story. So that's, I think, one of the reasons that I would describe that in the earlier patches, if ENDFIELD, like, you know how ENDFIELD survey, they ask like, how much would you recommend the game to a friend? I couldn't pass it, you know, I couldn't even give it a 5 out of 10. But now, I genuinely have good confidence to tell people who haven't been playing ENDFIELD, whether they stop or they quit or they haven't wanted to try, this is good. Get in. You know, I think it's going to be fun for you to try it now. And this is not just on the main story itself. I think this is on a lot of the other stuff. I'm just going to give it a bit more praise to NWEZ. The map design was awesome to experience. And the whole environment of the world is just beautiful. I call NWEZ the second most beautiful map that I think we've got after Wuling City. Wuling City just feels like a nice cozy place, but NWEZ felt just really good to be in. I want to applaud the art design team for just how much work that they did on that part. Now, I think we should bring in the idea of the side quests that were available during that. So this is after you've completed the main stuff. This is tough. There's a lot of side quests that I don't recall. So the most famous one would be the Rift Ceiling, because that took forever. It needed you to pipe the liquid Serenite into all the rifts. I saw a lot of people saying that they hate that quest. I didn't really hate it. I'm okay. I'm a neutral party. I'm not gonna say whether do more or do less, because I don't know. I think it's cool to have interactions with the world. But the other quests, however, goddamn, I cannot remember them. Like the music band troupe, where you return the instruments to them. Don't ask me what's that about. I don't know. I finished it and I'm a phase out of it. There's one about the England squad, where if you did all the balloon puzzles, you will receive a lot of lore fragments about them. And you will discover that there was actually a team that first interacted with the sword that you and Arcane diffused. That was okay, but whatsoever. And then there was slug golfing, which is okay. It was a bit silly, but isn't like very impactful of a quest. There's the Blightshade research, where you got a researcher that wants to study a specific light shade, and then you have to suddenly fight 3 waves of them while he's trying to stand still. All those side quests felt really weird. Because it almost feels like what ended up happening in the development process. Okay, this is not like a confirmation. This is just me giving some assumptions over here. When Enfield first dropped in 1.0, and how we describe a lot of 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 as a bit of a loud, not say loud, but it's like, you feel like the content slowed down, basically. It almost feels like they took a lot of time to take in the players' feedback on the stories, and then afterwards, they potentially rewritten the 1.4 main story. Like, they took a lot of time on that. What I mean to say is that I think the key milestones of 1.4 were probably all the same. Like, you getting to interact with the teacher, you seeing the research center, and then you also fighting the final boss. I think they were all about probably the same, but I feel like a lot of the in-betweens might have been reworked in the time of that 6 months before 1.4 was out. So you could feel that sort of like labor of love in a sense, that you think there's a lot of people who put their hands into this. But it felt like the side quest got forgotten. Like, I think this is not a syndrome of only Enfield. This might be a syndrome of a lot of gacha games actually, that they don't put as much effort sometimes into their side quests because they think that the side quest is just there for people to feel like there's something to do and then just get some pulls, get some materials. So this is strongly affecting the experience of one more side quest that I didn't mention, which is Li Feng. So there is the side quest on Li Feng where you got to help Li Feng as closely as possible to find any sort of things that mention of his parents. And I think everyone will agree with me that that is that one quest that you're screaming at the screen and saying, why is this not voiced? That's the first thing. Everyone is saying that they wish that it should be voiced. But on the other hand, I also feel like it's not just not voiced. It feels like it's a quest that could have done with a lot more cutscenes. Like if it had cutscenes of like younger Li Feng, or just the interactions that you have. Like that quest was the second most memorable one for me, because I still remember certain lines that occurred in that quest. Like Li Feng mentioning how he even lost his arm, right? Where he was mentioning how the final moments of himself was his parents wanting. Oh fuck me! Sorry to curse. It's even emotional for me to reenact this or say this out. But he was saying how it seems like the disaster was going to strike, but he's probably very young, so he doesn't understand. His parents were so kind to let him enjoy one last time. So his parents brought him to the ice cream store and said, eat any ice cream that you want. So, like, Li Feng narrated it, but when you read that, you realize that he's narrating in a way that he didn't understand why his parents would do that. And then if you make the connections clear, his parents just want their child to enjoy one last time. The reason why he can eat all the ice cream that he wants is because it's like the world is ending. Eat up, and then we must leave, we must escape. But unfortunately, the disaster struck too close, and it erupted, right? The miasma erupted when he was reaching out for one final sort of taste. And then he lost his arm because of that. So that was a crazy thing for me to read. Like, I remember that so vividly in the way that they describe, and I feel like if that came with a voice and a cutscene, a lot of people felt like, I think a lot of people would have felt another round of tears together with the Arcane Quest. You know? I feel like they did Li Feng dirty in a sense that I'm not so sure if I'm very satisfied with the conclusion that they gave to Li Feng's story, but I think it was still beautifully done to what it could be. It's just, when you contrast Li Feng's quest to the whole main story, it almost felt like they only have enough time to give it to the conclusion of Wuling, and they didn't really have the time to give it to Li Feng. So, on one hand, it kind of puts to you that devs are humans. They cannot do everything. And they want to deliver on stuff. And we gotta be okay with them shortchanging. But on the other hand, I still do also hope that the reason why they shortchange is them sort of realizing now the demands of the community and of like what they want to do. And hopefully in the future of the stories, and especially when we start entering new regions soon, that they give what I would say is equal love to the side stories and also the main story. Because I think the side stories is just as important as the main story, whereby that is an opportunity to not just be a passing thing for you to read about, and instead, however, it's something that you can remember because perhaps it added to the lore, perhaps it added depth for a certain character that you like or that you put for. So that's what I will put for these side stories. In terms of Lino's story, I'm okay with Lino's story. I wouldn't say that I am a fan. Like I'm not crazy over it, and I didn't dislike it. The great thing about Lino's story, which I think is very similar to the main story, is it's very heavily animated. Like, it felt almost as if I was watching an episode of an anime. And I say that in a good manner, that it, as a visual experience, it was good. And one of the things that I wish that they did more for Lino's quest is to play into that I want your money character. Because I was very afraid that Lino was just gonna turn out to be a generic idol of just, oh, I wanna just get out there and sing and make people happy. But when they did certain moments of like, actually, you know what, Lino wants to also escape her company, not just because they're bad, but like, if she could casually switch into someone else that perhaps can pay them more and treat them well, that would be good, you know? I like that characterization, I just didn't feel like it was enough. Yeah, so it's interesting because she's a DL, which is known to be a very feisty, charming sort of race, and you can tell that she wants to do it to Enmin, but she couldn't do that to Enmin, and instead it felt like Enmin was doing that to her instead. So it's funny to see that loss, but again, I still wish that there will be more. I do wonder which is the first patch, whether is it 1.5 or is it going to be like 2.0 at anniversary, that we finally start getting character quests having a part 2. Because I think for a lot of the character quests that were seen in the game, whether it's Gilberta, Levitane, and whatnot, they always end with the word part 1, which means to say that if they ever want to continue, they can. And now that makes me curious if we will do it. Like, we will see it at some point. Because I believe we are starting to hit the phase where a lot of people do want to learn more of their existing characters, and it's really the game's duty to try to do that. So I'm gonna put forth on that part when it comes to the side quests for this time around. I've spent about half my time on the main story and side quests. I hope you are enjoying listening to me thus far. If you're in the video, you can comment right now. Say I'm right here at this moment, and I'll give you an award. I'll like your comment for reaching this far. Let's get into the other game modes now. Okay, shall we? So there's a lot of game modes that came out during this patch. There is Echoes of War that started in the beginning, and then there is also Umbral Monument, Heat Rage Mega Arena, Rooted Realm, and Delver the Cryptic. So I'm just gonna say this. This is not the patch to say that there is no content. This is the patch that is so full of content. Every week there's something. Whether the content is good or likable is a different question. But in terms of the amount of things to do, my god. Like, it doesn't help that the main story is already something that most people won't complete in one day. That it kind of takes like 2 days or 3 days. And then, yet at the same time, you got a side quest that you probably need to take another day. If you don't blueprint, if you blueprint, good for you. If you don't blueprint your AIC, a lot of people will probably mention you took like 3 days, 5 days to perfect your factory, right? I took probably 3 days in order to perfect my factory. I only just recently finished my factory to the point that I can sell everything properly. But I just finished it, not in the sense that I took many days. It's just, oh, I played on this day, on this day, on this day. So it took me 3 days to sort of perfect it. So it's crazy that there's so much to do. And then now with the game modes that came in, Oh my god, it's heavy. Okay, I'm gonna start with Umbral Monument first. That's the quickest one for me to mention because I say this every Umbral Monument. I don't think it's gone down. Every new Umbral Monument, I actually end up saying, this is the best Umbral Monument ever. So I'm gonna say it for this one as well. This Patches Umbral Monument, this is the best one ever. Agree? I mean, it's okay. It was a mix of challenge and fun for this particular patch Umbral Monument. Because if I just hop into the game, although I hope I can share my screen properly, let me just do that. If we take a look at what you got to play this time around, yes, there's only 4 stages, but it was still really good. The Pyromancer, where you continuously bully because it's stuck in the middle, that was fun. There's so many different teams that can abuse it, that can perma-lock him, but it was satisfying. You know, it shows that not everything that is fun means it's gotta be hard. A little bit of whimsical silly is good and healthy when doing these Umbral Monuments. I think the agony for this one is okay, but the others, oh, that starts to be really fun. I mean, stepping on banana to regain SP. Who thought of that idea? But it was good, right? It might piss you off a little bit, but eventually you're like, okay, you know what? That's kind of funny that you can even do this. You know, slip and slide multiple bananas so that you gain as much SP as possible, and then land the skill. Needs a little bit of skill precision so that you don't waste your SP, but it was fun. And then I think the final one as well, where I found this the best one ever. The idea that you have combustion, electrification, like everything that you see listed there as permanent, it was crazy. The themes that you got to play, like I was playing with level 4 combustion, level 4 electrification, level 4 corrosion, to just watch the enemy burn to death on his own. It was so good. And I think a lot of people tried other methods as well, like it continuously shattering because the solidification was permanent, or like using a physical team, permanent level 4 breach, go ham, use some corrosion if you need the resistance to go down even more, get that maximum physical damage. It's so creative of an Umbral Monument this time around. And I think they've been just doing a fantastic job at every single Umbral Monument going through. That it just gets more and more fun. It's good to see that the dev team have that creativity in order to deliver good stages. I think it's one of the game modes that I look forward to the most every single patch now. Unfortunately, Umbral Monument doesn't solve the problem of replayability, because after you're done with the stage, the only reason why you'll go back is if you want to test your squads. But for most casual players, they wouldn't do that. So I'll talk about replayability later on. Echoes of War was also one of the first few things you got to play. And I think this is the one that demands the most built version of your teams. So it was the first time that I finally opened up all my resources and said, okay, it's time to M9 this skill, M3 this skill, level 90 weapon, level 90 this character. Because unfortunately, there's a timer that's in play, which I know a timer will divide the community, because some people will say, oh, we're back to like timer slop and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's just artificial challenges. But I think about it as, even though it's a timer thing, the best part about Echoes of War is there are no rewards tied to the timer. If you think that a medal, like a shinier medal, is a reward, that's not quite right. It doesn't give you more pools, it doesn't give you more materials, it just gives you a shiny thing to be like, I did it, you know? And like, if you think about it, do people who care enough to pursue speedrun strategies deserve a medal? I'm not against that, right? They're playing better than I am. If someone completes it in 30 seconds and their medal gets shinier, good on them. I will not be them, but at least it shows that they understand something even further about the game. Of course, somebody can say, oh, that's not it, because maybe they spend money for potentials and all that sort of stuff. But I think that's why I would say that the medals, at the very least, isn't really like a heavy spender shielding kind of thing. And instead, it's more so testing on whether you've built your squad and then understand how your squad actually works. So I'm glad in the sense that that's what they sort of done. They should never lock any precious rewards behind pursuing the highest difficulty. And even so, I don't think there's any reward. Oh no, there is rewards if you go to Brutal, but it's not temporary anyways. The stages will replay themselves. You get to play them again so that you beat them once you have the right squads. So I'm okay about it. It still doesn't solve the problem of replayability. As you know, all of the 8 stages of the current season is out. So it's now just recycling itself so that the people who didn't achieve anything before can do it. They will add new stages, like Umbra Monument. Doesn't really solve the problems. We'll talk about that later. Heat Rage Mecha Arena. It's the game mode that you use 2 operators. I like the concept. I like the idea. I feel like it needs more refinement. It felt a little too repetitive because once you limit yourself to only 2 units compared to a 4-man team, the variety of the skill sequences starts to lower down. So I feel like they need... I love the fact that it was a game mode that went with the opposite approach of CC, whereby you get buffed instead, rather than the enemies get stronger. So you can feel a little bit more power in the operators that you bring. But unfortunately, I won't say that the power is really felt, because it does feel very limiting to go from 4 to 2. So they probably need to work more on the buffs front, and it's a little bit unfortunate that there's only 2 types of buff that they did. One that is more art-centric, and the other one that is more physical-centric. So I don't really have good advice. I'm sure this game will come back. It's just they got to work on the fun factor of it. Good idea, needs improvement, I would say. Rooted Realm. I think this one is a little bit funny because a lot of people will bring up the fact that it became a 30-minute timer. Okay, my thoughts on the 30-minute timer. It's good. It's not supposed to be for everyone. Okay, if you didn't know what happened to the Rooted Realm, the dungeons were given anywhere from 1 minute to 1 minute 30. If you don't reach the end by that time, you would fail, and your run will end. So a lot of people ended up complaining that this is very annoying. But I feel like the 30-minute went so wrong because it almost feels like a joke in a sense that, like, okay, fine, you guys are complaining. You know what? Take this. We're not even going to increase it to 5 or 10. Take 30. Go. Like, probably one of the funniest things that Hyperglyph has done that make their game mode completely changed. The way I see it is like this. 30-minute timer is okay to have, but it shouldn't be the only thing that people should do. I think it's good for people to explore the dungeon, to get familiar with the routes. When that is done, you need the speedrun mode. It's like you give people the exploration mode and you give people the challenge mode. They shouldn't have removed the they shouldn't have removed the 1 minute or the 1 minute 30 version, and instead set it like a difficulty. Explore difficulty, challenge difficulty. The people who want to just try out first, do the explore mode. When you're done, go into the challenge mode. So that you feel pressure. You feel like you need to be perfect. The timer runs down. If you lose, you have to restart. Casuals might not like to play the challenge mode, but the people who love platformers, the people who love to like go crazy and ham, they can actually do that. So that's the whole point. That I think they need to do this in the future of Rooted Realm. Do I like Rooted Realm? Yes. I'm terrible at platformers. Okay? I suck at platformers so freaking bad. But are platformers fun to play? I would say so. It's fun to find their hidden routes. It's fun to see the maps and the way that they chose to do the coins and to figure out like, okay, these coins are flying everywhere. At what point do I need to stand in order to collect everything? You know, or what's the most optimal route to get the best score, right? When maybe don't collect any more coins, get the magnet first, run around, or find the 2 times and then run backwards. You know, how much time is there to do everything? So I really do hope that they don't feel discouraged and stop Rooted Realm. Rooted Realm deserves to be a game mode, but okay, this take of mine might be a hot take. I don't know if I enjoy the stages that occurs in between. I feel like if the game mode was about platforming, I wish it stayed as a platformer game mode. Like, everything is just a route. I don't like the stages that happen in between. I feel like the stages in between could have been separated to a different game mode. That could have been like an arcade version. Like, I think the fights were fun, but it kind of disoriented me from the whole thing of like, I'm just trying to run around. So what I would suggest is get the stages out, separate it into a new arcade event, and then stick the whole routes as one thing. And then I think that will make it super fun in the future to play both things. So that the people who doesn't want to play the arcade can just focus on the run around. The people who wants the arcade can do all those arcade levels in the future. I really hope they take this advice because I think it's very important to understand that that is probably what's going to help people to feel that they have the choice of what they want to play and also some control over, like, you know, not just playing 30 minutes stupidly and instead feeling some pressure in order to play those stuff. The leaderboard of Rooted Realm, I think, is a little bit silly. I don't know why they made Rooted Realm a fake PvP where like the most amount of coins becomes a thing. Probably should have done that. Just because it's a PvE thing, like, you don't really have to make people feel... I don't know. I have no opinions on the leaderboard. I've never looked at it once. But some people would sweat it and some people would care. So, oh well, that's all I'm gonna say about Rooted Realm. Okay, Delver of Cryptic. Not everything is out. I wish it was harder. That was about it. I've only played the first 3 stages because only 3 stages are out as of me reviewing this. It's good to see the puzzle mechanics return. It's just... I wish it was harder. The last time a Delver of Cryptic impressed me, which I think also impressed everyone, was the Maze Delver of Cryptic. You remember the one that felt a bit Stanley Parable? Where you run into rooms, you don't know where the hell you're going? That was the last puzzle that I enjoyed, that felt different from any other game that I played. You know, I wish that they did more trippy stuff in Delver of Cryptic. It felt like that is what Delver of Cryptic would deserve. And I also wish that Delver of Cryptic is less straightforward of solutions. You know, don't make it so obvious. Make the chests harder to get. Make the routes harder to get. If people complain, oh, it's too hard, tell them to play another game mode. Delver of Cryptic is permanent after all. There's no time limit. It doesn't matter if it's hard. You have the entire year or 2 years to play when it's hard. You know, just chill. And let it be fun. You know, for people who actually want to enjoy difficult puzzles. The thing is that this game has new and also similar level designers to AK. So knowing that, I'm sure they have like sinister ideas of what a difficult puzzle would be. But it feels like they're being trapped, you know, they're being chained and not allowed to fulfill that. So, come on. Freaking do it. Yeah, if people think it's too hard, just make them watch a YouTube video. Make them watch a guide. You know, yeah, troll me more. Surprise me more when you're in Delver of Cryptic, is what I would say. Okay. I think I've just basically described most of the content that you get to play. What patch 1.4 has done very well compared to the other patches is content volume. The content volume for this one is insane. There's genuinely so much to do. You shouldn't rush them all in one go. If you rush them all in one go, for one, I think you're not going to have fun. For second, I think you're just going to get bored again. You're going to complain, oh, there's nothing to do. I feel like the way I approach 1.4 is very different from how I approach the other patches. I played less like a content creator who just wants to rush and see everything and be the first person to have seen and can make a video. And instead, I played this patch more like a casual player. Like, if you all noticed the way that I stream ENDFIELD, I streamed it quite a bit less. And At the same time, I was pacing myself throughout the entire time of the Enfield playtime. Like I didn't even perfect my factory until like 2 days ago, before the 2 days before the 1.5 live stream. So I feel like by playing in a more like take your time manner, it starts to feel a lot fuller. One of the reasons why I complain this of patch 1.3 or 1.2 is that if you play like a casual player who does what you do in this current patch, where you play things very slowly, it doesn't have the same vibe, whereby you will feel that there is nothing to do. You know, so especially in 1.3, after like a certain game mode is complete, you will feel like as if there's a 2 weeks of a gap of like nothingness. And then once there's something again, there's another 2 weeks of a gap of nothingness. This time around, if you play everything like a little bit on demand of how every week has something new to do, and then you have to go back to your factory, you have to go clear on all your side quests, you have to still do all your chest hunting, like, there's always something there, you know? So, I really feel like they up the game on the volume of things that you have to do. And that's really good. However, volume and quality is a little bit different. Quality in the sense of you can have a lot to do, but if the things that you have to do isn't fun and it annoys you, that's not good. Like if they take some of the most painful game modes that we've had in the past, like if this patch wasn't Echoes of War, and instead it was replaced by Cleaning Event, if this wasn't Heat Rage and Rooted Realm, and if it was replaced by... what would it be replaced by? Survival Training. I don't think it would have been very fun. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least... oh, or if it was replaced by Kali Photo, you're right. Or the freaking Giving Food event. Oh my god. It would have been so dull of a patch. The great thing here is that the volume of this patch was big, and I think the quality of the things that they did was satisfying or enjoyable enough. It wasn't amazing, perhaps, to everyone, but it was just okay. The right amount to tickle you a little bit and be like, okay, it was a little bit fine to play this game mode type of thing. You know, and I hope that the game mode comes back in a bigger and better version. So I do hope that Enfield kind of take that strength that they have in this patch 1.4 to realize that I think this is how you can make good patches every single time. You know, perhaps because this was a mega patch, it's like half anniversary, they can't really always do this type of large scale things, but try to get close to it and then make sure that those things are fun and worthwhile for people to keep retrying. You know, I can't really comment on 1.5 and 1.6 because we'll be watching the live stream soon, but we'll take note of that in the times to come. Okay, I want to give a little bit more focus to AIC. Okay? Because I think AIC is still a hotly contended thing in the case of Enfield, where people enjoy it, people don't enjoy it. And this one can really fume the players because of how they decided to approach AIC in this one. You destroy everything to rebuild everything, right? In 1.4. You literally press X, woo, delete, and then everything gets reconstructed again. I feel like that's not how you play factory games all the time. Maybe sometimes you do that because you want to like clean it all up and then redo an idea that you have. But even then, I feel like it's very heartbreaking to just do a clean wipe. So I kind of think the reason why you have to do a clean wipe is you sort of need to deal with the limited space that you have in the AIC and the outposts. So it's always been a thing that people have been saying. For AIC to feel more fun, if only it wasn't so constraining. Right? That if only it was bigger, if only the space was larger. And Factory still has another new problem, which is the fun will end. I say this every patch, and I think it's still happening in 1.4. My fear coming into 1.5 is that if we're still in Wuling, there's a huge chance that we're not going to get any much new formulas, quite like what happened in 1.3. And the thing is, you will have a point where you just have nothing much to do anymore in the factory because you can sell to all the outposts. What's there to do? Make your factory aesthetic? Start coloring? Start RGBing your factory because now you have different colored pipes? You can do that to make it fancy, but it will stop. You're not really producing things that you want to do even more things. When people say that we need replayable game modes, whether in the form of like combat and whatnot, I feel that one of ENDFIELD's strongest points right now is the factory. I would love to do like my own survey. You know like how ENDFIELD does surveys, but the problem is the survey results doesn't go out. I would love to organize a community survey and ask you guys this, but in terms of like just asking people on and off, it seems like players really like ENDFIELD because the factory is different compared to the other 3D titles. Like there's an activity that isn't your usual. And then when you talk about the combat, some people say, nah, it's the same as all the other 3D games, you know, there's nothing interesting. I think it's different, but I'm not going to fault people who feel that way. But factory is different. So if that is one of the biggest selling points, I really think that they should work harder on it. And that comes with the trouble of the main thing they have to solve is the fun ends, right? 1.3 was not a good time for factory lovers because there was no factory to build. And there is a huge chance that 1.5 might have that same problem. I strongly think this is gonna be a tall task for the level devs team and like the game devs team. They got to figure out how to make the factory a game mode that the people who love the factory can play endlessly and the people who don't like the factory can ignore the crap out of it. So I've often said this in the form of like, if you look at the gameplay of what we have in AK, where we have integrated strategies and reclamation algorithm, there are people who play both, but funnily enough, there's also people who don't play both. There's people who play none, and there's people who play one of them. And the thing is, they never felt the pressure to play either of them because the rewards are always there. You can get it forever. You can play it 5 years later, the rewards are still there for you to collect once you finally give in to trying those game modes. And I think they need to do that with ENDFIELD, not with a factory event. I'm not saying give us that special formula event that they did in 1.2 where you open up a space of a factory to just build a limited time formula. I'm sure they might do that again. There's a huge chance they're going to do that in 1.5. But instead, however, I think they need to figure a game mode where you get to build the factory in a much larger space and have that game mode to produce formulas that isn't the same formulas of what you're doing right now in the game. Some people might describe it this way. It's almost like saying, could reclamation algorithm in ARKNIGHTS turn 3D? Because reclamation algorithm in ARKNIGHTS is essentially factory building and then going to fight. And then also protecting your factory. For your note, we do have a game mode in ARKNIGHTS where you build your facility in a giant space. You have buildings, you have farming, you can build defenses. If enemies attack you, your base gets raided. Your base can take damage. The thing is, it's not happening to ENDFIELD yet. Your base don't take damage, your base is unharmed, right? I really do think ENDFIELD needs to figure this out. ENDFIELD needs to explore this. They need to figure a whole game mode that is like not attached to the core gameplay, something that you play on the side, and something that you can play forever. That I feel will make it fun for them to enjoy. I don't think this is gonna happen anytime soon. I don't see this happening for 6 months. I don't see this happening for a year. It's just I'm putting this out there because I think that is one of the key ways to make people fall in love with the AIC and with Enfield more. You know, make the factory, which is one of the best parts, your selling point, and make it stronger. Is what I would say. Okay? Let's talk about some final few points that I want to put forth for Enfield. First things first, Enfield is a 3D gacha title. So it's going to compete with the other two big boys. I strongly ask of Enfield to break away from formula. Do not keep trying to do what the other games do because you think it works or you know it works, and instead, like, we don't need games to feel like one another. We need games to feel like it's different, and there's a reason then why I would play a certain game more than another, or there's a reason why I would play 2 games or 3 games, right? I know some of you play the other 3D titles together with Enfield. You have the time, you have the stomach. But if you play like 3 3D gacha titles, I'm sure even inside of you, you would wish that all the titles are different. You would wish that it's not all the same storyline, all the same gameplay. You know, and at least if it's different, it feels like there's something else to do. So when I say break away from formula, it's what I mean to say there's a lot of ways that they can break away from formula. One of it being on the front of, like, okay, I'll tell you where they have broken from formula for now. Character design, like the skills of the character, I'm really happy with how they've done like Arcane, Mifu, and a lot of the other characters. The idea that they use less SP, the idea that their skills transition into other forms, the whole thing where your gear, which by the way, this is the one time I'm gonna say it, and maybe I'll say it a second time, gear load out. Gear freaking load out. I need it. Give me gear load out. Okay, I said my piece. But the character design of this game has been very good. Okay? The story direction of this game is where I'm not so sure. I feel like if Enfield have the manpower and the capability to do this, I really want them to not do the standard storytelling of 3D gachas and try to change it up. For one, don't lock stories to only the perspective of admin. Change it up, show perspective of other characters actively. You know, make us switch characters. I feel like other gacha games have done this earlier in their playtime, and Enfield has already done it, but I don't think they do it enough. You know, let me play as Fang Yi, let me play as Arcane more, so that I can hear their thoughts, hear what they think, see what they see. You know, I would love to change perspectives way more often instead of just being locked in the body of admin. Also, if you're gonna do admin, voice him. 1.4, the best part they did, they voiced him. Keep that. Okay? Don't make me make fake choices. That's that. Another thing when it comes to story direction is it's getting too close to other titles rather than familiar to their own franchise of AK. When you think of how AK does their stories are never trapped in a region. If you think about it, we actively change region in AK. Like every side story event, it helps that we're a visual novel. So it's like everything is a book, and we don't have to release the book in sequences. In the case of Enfield, they are doing the 3D formula whereby if we're in a world, we're gonna be stuck in that world for the entire year. They do that in all the other 3D titles. The thing that I really wish that they try to do is be different. Don't just lock us in a singular world. Be okay to open a new map in Valley 4 now. Be okay to go into a new world and open a new map in Uling while we're in that world. Or if not, I think one of the fears I have is they think that every map must have a factory. I don't think that needs to be a thing. We don't have to extensively expand and put AIC into every map. We could totally use, with a summer side story in La Fantoma, where we don't have to open any factory, just give us a map of that city, let us enjoy a story, and then jump us back into Uling. That makes for a more fun story. Of course, a lot of people will say that this makes it very difficult in terms of development. Like, I know that this is challenging for the dev team to need to build, to need to draw and do all that sort of stuff. But I strongly think if they bother to do that, it breaks the formula. Because I think, I'm not sure about you guys, for me, I find it tiring to be trapped in a world for very long. Like if I played your other games as well, like the other 3D titles, I would have the same advice, which is don't make it always world. Instead, be in a world, expose a little bit of the other worlds, and cross doing stuff. Because that way, the people who have gotten into this game, I'm sure some of you are fans secretly of like certain worlds that they've named, like Alloy Carrot, Seska, La Fantoma, TGCC, right? Or the Ursus side of things. So I feel when we have so many worlds, the question in your brain goes, what year are we going to see Seska? Wouldn't it hurt you if Seska only opens up in 5 years from now? Right? When you've read the early part of the game, and you're like, oh my god, Seska people so cool. Seska appears in year 5. Pain, right? So to me, like, I really want them to figure out how to expose more of the world in a quicker manner. So that's my answer in terms of like breaking the formula. You know, I know it's difficult. I know it's developmentally tricky. But considering that they have built the entire storyline of AK to be interconnected, you know, AK stories regionally are not isolated. Eventually, when we go further into AK story, you start to realize that Laterano is related to Litania, is related to Yerek for whatever reason, and there will be a story that connects them all. Enfield isn't doing that yet. Enfield doesn't have multiple regions running at the same time to then collapse together into an overarching giant story that is epic to read. Instead, however, we're doing the whole same thing. Lock one story in one region, lock one story in one region, lock one story in one region. Nothing ever crossovers, you know? So, that's my advice. Now, this is all I'm going to say for break away from formula. The next thing they have to work on is optionality. Optionality is in the same way of what I said for Rooted Realm just now, which is they need to understand you cannot force players to like every single thing of the game. One of the best things that they've done in AK is making it such that game modes are not forced. You do not have to play it. You play if you want to. You don't want to play, you can leave it alone. I feel like Enfield isn't doing enough of that in their game modes. They've done that well in CC, whereby you don't have to chase risk 40 or risk 50. You do risk 20, you did. I'm glad that they follow the same formula. But I can't say that they've done it, especially for the newer game modes. They've got to work on that more. And I think another tricky stuff is that as far as people have enjoyed the AIC, they need to understand that not everyone does. So some of you will say, well, the solution to that is blueprint. But blueprint accessibility isn't always the easiest, and not all blueprints are really just copy and paste. There's still things to do. I made a mistake during the 1.4 stream where I stated that new players who just joined. So one thing right now, new players can skip Valley 4. If you all didn't know that, if you just joined the game, you can actually press skip on Valley 4 and not even play it. Which some of you say is a good thing because maybe you didn't like Valley 4. Some of you say that's not good. It's not good for world building. Whatever it is, you can do that. But the thing is, you can't access all the stuff as a new player. So when you look at the gears of the game, they are releasing more and more gears, right? The gacha player mindset isn't, oh, I can shortchange myself by having a weaker gear. Unfortunately, gacha players' mindset is, I must always get the newest shiny thing, even when I just joined the game. One of the fears I have is that when we start having 10 different components, and then someone just joined, and then they say, oh, I just got this character, what should I feed them as a gear? Then they name this tier 10 component that they have to play Wuling and the second next region to get to tier 10. They can't get there in a day, you know. They gotta play for like 20, 30 days before they can unlock the tier 10. Then they'll be like, oh, that kind of sucks. I can't even access that. So to me, I thought what they did. So if you notice in this patch, if you build the highest component, you get to build the older components at a cheaper value, right? I made a mistake. I thought it was the opposite way around. I thought what they did was newer players can use the oldest components at a higher quantity and price to make the newest gear. But it wasn't that. This is an advice I have. I feel like they should try to do that. They should try to make it such that the oldest, lowest component of the gear be horrendous. Make it 1,000 components, like 800,000 LMD. Sorry, not LMD, but the Ulink credits to actually build the newest components, the newest gears. The reason for that is that the people who don't want to build the factory, they don't have to feel that they have to be optimized. And then the newer players don't have to feel so stressed. For those of you who say, wait, if you do that, then what's the point of building the factory? But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing because if you think about it, the newest components makes everything else cheaper. Right? If you use the worst components, you pay the highest price, you pay the highest quantity, your factory will not be optimized. It's not good. But as a new person, when you can only use like 5 Pyrolite to pay for everything else and you only pay like freaking $500, it's like cheap, it's free. So there is a point to optimize and go far, but there is also a way to save the new players from that sort of FOMO and feeling like, oh, I can't get there. This is what I would suggest as a good thing that they really should try to do. Okay? You can't say they are blueprints. It's not about there being blueprints. They cannot access the blueprints at all because they're not at that point of the story. That's the point. They need to reach those regions, and those regions can take them 30 days. Okay, that's the one time I replied to a comment. I'm running out of time. Difficulty. We need difficulty to fill up within this game. Okay? CC was a great time to experience difficulty, but we don't have enough of it, I would say. So, I'm not very good at advising. It's just, I'm sure everyone is asking for this as well. Like, you want something to really push yourself, to pressure yourself. We'll have to see whether there is going to be another CC season or even a different game mode to let you feel very, very engrossed into playing it. Yeah, Umbra Volume is a way of difficulty, but it ends, you know. It's quite fast to kind of finish it. Okay? You want to see your 5-5 struggle? Yeah, in a sense. Last thing, which is I think the things that a lot of people has mentioned. We need replayable game modes. We need something that feels very fun to log into. The great thing now is that they've solved the problem of content volume and decent enough quality of content. But the thing is, we don't have the same vibe of the other, like the main franchise game being ARKNIGHTS. Once you finish your energy, once you finish collecting everything, you log out. It's good because it's chill. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people like ENDFIELD, that you don't feel the pressure of needing to do a lot of stuff. But yet at the same time, there are people who don't want to play a gacha game like that. There are people who wish that they can spend more time within the game. So I'm sure ENDFIELD thinks about this a lot, especially for the fact that the main game that they meet is AK. So I do wonder, how good are they going to solve this sort of like game mode that is permanently there? And the reason why it's even given permanent is because it's something that you can play on and on to fill your time and feel good and to feel challenged every single time around. You know? So they'll have to figure that, you know, use what they've done in Stronghold Protocol, in integrated strategies, in reclamation algorithm to solve these issues. Okay? So I'm gonna end off on the final minute to just mention the final few words that I couldn't elaborate on. Will they ever make the gacha experience nicer? Who knows? When are we getting character reruns for like the past seasons? You know, will my 120 never reset a 6-star anymore? Are there gonna be more Arsenal tickets? No clue. More endgame modes? What kind of endgame modes? 1.5, are you gonna give that to me? We'll figure that out. In the final 30 seconds, I think we all need to say the same thing at the very same time. The most important thing. Doesn't matter gacha, Doesn't matter gameplay. It's big QOL. Wait, actually, trading posts. Give me Tijiang trading posts. Let me produce T credits. My Tijiang needs an upgrade. Okay, last 10 seconds. Gear load out. 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 I ended the filming. Was that good? Of a review? I'm gonna upload that with no cuts, no edits. Was that nice? .9 out of 10. Okay. You can rewatch it if you missed anything. I'll upload as a video tomorrow. Your alarm? Okay, shall we talk about 7.0? Oh, stop my alarm. Is it? Oh, is that an alarm? Oh, sorry. Didn't even know. I hear nothing. You like the review, you'll name my firstborn after me. What? Why? I did it though. I reviewed 1.4 in 1.4 hours. Guys, come back for 1.5. Will 1.5 have enough content for me to review 1.5 in 1.5 hours? Guys, I might review 1.5 in 1.5 minutes. If 1.5 is not a good patch, you're gonna see the word hour become minute. Five 5.0 gonna be 5 hour. 5.0 gonna be mega podcast collab. I'll invite 8 content creators. 4 people talk first. 4 people talk next. Do I do a bingo before the stream? I'm so lazy to do bingo. I know everyone wants me to do bingo, but I'm lazy. I can just say what I think will happen. I haven't farmed my Enfield. You know what's the proof to show that like just now midway in the review, I said that I'm very chill with Enfield. I mean, I've been making Arkpedia. For those of you who are new to AK, you've been using Arkpedia.net. Thank you for supporting. We are working very hard to push out improvements every single day. And I hope you are enjoying using Arkpedia. But yeah, in the entire time, I've been collecting vacation tags. My pools are screwed. I have probably lost 10 pools, which means I have to spend money. I've lost 10 pools not to Enfield. I've lost 10 pools by myself. Okay? My fault. Not Enfield's fault. Wait. Fuck. Wait, I need to turn on sound. Did I hear the game? Oh my god. I don't hear the game. Oh. I'm so bing chilling. My sanity is still capped. Bro, my sanity is so capped. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of this. I tweeted this yesterday. You can follow my Twitter. Oh, look at Flamebringer, bro. Bro, I was thinking, right, who the hell drew Flamebringer so jacked? He's more jacked than the skins that he got in AK. I was like, what the frick? And then I realized, oh, it's Poco. Poco is known for drawing very, very jacked guys. And he is supposed to have a character to come to AK soon. Like, there is no character drawn by him in AK yet, but there's NPCs drawn by him. And we don't know if the NPCs are going to be pullable or not. But he draws a lot of these. So I was like, oh shit, that fucking makes sense. Yeah, you can see that he's drawing AK now. Like he's suddenly drawing Wang. I feel like he's legitimately teasing that he's gonna have a character in AK soon. And I'll be glad, because if he has a character in AK, just so you know, if you guys are male lovers, his male drawings are insane. Okay? Like who's the one? Wait, what's the name of the guy that he drew in AK? Does anyone remember? The NPC? I can't remember. He was in fuck. Does anyone remember? It's an NPC. A sarcastic looking NPC. Wait Mariam. Is it Mariam? I remember how he looks like. I don't remember his name. You're close. Looks a bit like Mariam. But he's not a furry. Ah, you're right. Okay, found it. Yeah, this is his character. I've not read the story, so I don't know if this guy will ever be pullable. But his name is Milton. Where is he? I've lost him. What the flip? I've lost him. Screw it. I mean, this is a fan art, but yeah, his name is Milton. He looks like Camille, right? Quite similar. But no halo lah. It's just the color scheme is very Camille. So no clue if this guy will ever be pullable. If this guy is pullable, congratulations. This artist is getting his first character in AK. I think it's happening. We might be seeing him for the first time. No, but I was sharing this. Do you see this? It's drawn by Magnet. This is me right now. This is the state of my account. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Punish me. Please just remove dudes from Enfield. Why? Why remove dudes from Enfield? My guy hates men? Delete yourself. You're a man. Unless you're not.
Keep it up.
We achieved this together.
Anyone who likes Duke, go play original. You hate men? Why do you need Enfield to protect men, huh? What do you need Enfield to delete men for? Maybe you shouldn't play Enfield. Maybe you should be invited to the court of Azure Lane. You have no men there. We can play Blue Archive, the only man is a teacher. You hate men, you don't want to pull men. Then skip their banners! What do you mean? Shouldn't you be glad? Hold on. Your logic ain't clear. If you hate men in Enfield, whenever there's a man banner, you skip them, you got time to fucking save. Do you not understand? You're freaking heaven. You can save money. My guy! You should be glad! You don't pull every single time! Am I Dr. Pittenger by chance?
Keep it up.
No? Can someone ask if I'm super? Maybe I'm super. I could be Kilston V for all you know. You know, like Kilston V always V cubes, and like you don't actually see his face. You can literally make a conspiracy theory now. You know all those base guys that you love? It was made by me all along, if you didn't know. Am I? What do you think?
Dr. Pythagoras.
Dr. Pythagoras? I don't sound Italian. Oh no. I can sound Italian for you. No shit, I can't sound Italian for you. I have Russian blood. I'm gonna sound more I can sound more close to Russian rather than Italian. I'm so sorry. My accent bank is very small.
Stay alert. That one carries the scent of blood.
I have no Russian blood in me. I just love Russian. Am I half Italian, half Singaporean? No, I think I'm fully Singaporean. Thank you very much. I can't do Italian? Bro, don't you remember? No. Have I? Oh, but I've read Siracusa, right? I don't remember if I had an Italian accent when I read Siracusa stories. I know I had a good time voicing some of them. Did I voice Crown Slayer well when I read Potatori? Can't remember. I'm literally controlling an Italian character. Guys, just because an Italian person stands beside me, I don't suddenly turn into the most Italian time of my life. That's not how it works. You're all Chinese now, because you're watching my stream. Congratulations, I've changed you. Yes, ni hao everyone. Oh fuck, I almost said konbanwa, but konbanwa is Japanese. 下午好. Man, could I just say about languages and greetings? Certain languages' greetings don't sound very nice. I say this as a Chinese person, like 上午好, 早上好. It's very long. It's like 3 characters, it's 3 syllables. Even good morning doesn't sound... Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of greetings are 3 syllables. Konbanwa. Wait, Ohio. Oh! What's the shortest good morning greeting? Buenos dias. I forgot what the meaning of that is. Pagi. Oh, selamat pagi. Selamat malam. Actually, right? No, saying in Malay is very nice. Like, greeting people in Malay actually has a bit of a family term, like feeling, you know? I'm not sure if y'all get me. Like, when you say like, Selamat pagi, welcome, like, it's very nice. I'm in a very Malay time of my life, yes. Pagi means stingray in your language. Bonjour. Bonjour is nice and quick. Hola is very nice of a greeting to say hello. Malay is actually polite as AF. Yeah, wait until you hear the Malay curse words. The whole story changes. Swearing in Chinese is nice. I don't swear often, but I think Chinese dialects and swearing got the most kick. Russian cannot, because Russian is a bit hard to understand. Russian as a language I like to hear. How about Indo swearing? Indo swearing is like Malay. Well, it gets rough, man, when you do Indo swearing. Or like Malay swearing. Wait, I would love to watch a video. This is like YouTubers' idea. We should get people of different languages to swear at each other, but they don't understand each other. Just swear. I want to watch that. Like, I want to watch a Slavic person, yeah, just do that. Like a Slavic person swearing at a Malay person. Then they won't understand each other. They'll just be silly. I'd pay money to watch that video. No, but the thing is they'll swear so angrily that it feels insulting. So they'll just get worse. Matane is Japanese. I can't say it in a Japanese accent, but it is very nice to hear it in a Japanese accent. Goodbye, bye bye is quite normal. Ciao is very nice. Ciao is Spanish, right? For goodbye. Yeah, that's very nice. Matane is also Japanese? Really? That I didn't know. Oh, ciao is Italian. Oh, it is very nice to say ciao. Yeah. Thank you! I don't like saying arigato in Japanese. For some reason, it doesn't have the right kick for me. And like... No, but terima kasih is very nice also. 谢谢 is very short. Like in Chinese, when you say 谢谢, 感谢, it's very fast. So it doesn't feel... It doesn't have the impact. Like thank you. Let's say arigato thanks. Oh no. You'll be ejected from the country. Gracias is nice. Especially when said in accent. Well, Vietnamese? Oh, I'm not sure what the Vietnamese words are. I've never learned Vietnamese greetings before. Kukung Kap? Oh, that's thank you, right? In Kukung Kap is thank you in Thailand. I need to make the arigato. Oh yeah. That's what they do at the restaurants. They stretch it. Okay. Wait. Anyways, that was a fun little deviation. So 1.5 live stream. Well, it's not a live stream. It's a video. So the way I'll do it is the same as how I did it all the previous times. No pause. We watch it like it's an actual live stream. I will only pause after everything has been watched. I'm exiting the game. Let's make the first prediction. How long will the video be? We should start from there. How long will the video be? How long were the previous videos? Previous was 45, right? No, 50 for the CC one. What about the one before? The one before was 40. 40, 50. Come chat. Bingo number. You only have one shot. Guess the minute count. I will say 52. I doubt it will be 30. I'll be surprised if it's 30. I think it has to be at least 40. I'll say 52. Okay, put your number. Save it. Okay? And hold it there. Then, what do I think will happen? Wait, I'm writing my notes. What do I think is gonna happen? No bingo. I'm not a bingo guy. I mean, unfortunately, Typhonius has been teased. If y'all didn't know, I'm sorry for spoiling you, but one of the two characters has been teased already by accident, apparently. The question now is, do you get Si or do you get the yellow haired guy? Only one rerun? Okay. I go ham. One character only. I'm going ham. Single character banner. They're doing it. I think there's a rerun. I think there's a rerun banner. Guess the patch length. Oh my god. Are we gonna get Funky 2.0? Will we get Funky 2.0? I'm gonna say 35 days. I think 35-day patch. I think there will be new Umbral Monument. The new Umbral Monument will be Black Shade. I think Echoes of War will get 4 more stages. Yeah, there's the diner. There's the little diner dash.
Yes, Typhon is free, guys.
There's a
It is
diner dash
already
game mode.
leaked. Free to look at.
There's an archery shootout game mode that we already know. There's a tempo run game mode. They might tease second contingency, but only tease. Not this patch. They might. No, I don't think there'll be new Devil or Cryptic. I don't think they're that fast. Who's gonna rerun? I think it's whatever that came after. I think it's gonna be Yvonne, Gilberta, Tang Tang, and I think there'll be one more. I think the last one would be. Oh wait, I did say they'll do a cryo banner. Oh, not Gilberta. Oh, will they put Rossi in the middle of them? It'll be very weird. They might. They might do join up.
I am hoping for Perlica swimsuit. Am I tweaking?
It might be like this. Wait, I'll just mention this. I just realized, instead of putting the off-banner characters into the beginner's banner, there is just but some chance that in the near future, they start creating standard banners. I just have a sudden thought. Just a sudden thought. Like, you know how your basic hit hunting can only be used for the 5 characters? I'm thinking, no, it's not like Kernel, it's like standard hit hunting. So you know like how they, like in a, no, okay, but it is basically Kernel because you can't pull for them in the main limited banner. They're now in a separate banner. I just have a sudden idea that they might introduce a third banner type for the rerun characters. But I'm not sure if they'll do it this patch. It's just an idea. I cannot confirm. If they did this, it's good. But we'll see. I don't think we have enough characters for that. I agree. But who knows? We'll see. I mean, I don't want to talk about new weapon. Oh, will there be new weapon type for Typhonius? Okay, here's the thing. If it was Typhonius, it will be arts unit. But if it's not arts unit, then there'll be a new weapon type. Did the leak show arts unit? The leak show arts unit. My game! My fucking game! Making Typhonia's wheel a casting equipment. Lino not singing on the alt.
Lino not
It's the
singing
biggest
on
L.
alt is the biggest LNGL.
So they're gonna reduce all the sniper characters to... They will reduce all the sniper characters into arts unit. Unless they actually introduce something new. When will be a watch party? 7 more minutes. What else do y'all want me to guess? Oh, how many new maps? 1? Is the new map in Wuling? Ooh, is it in Wuling? Ooh. I hope not. But I think it is. I think we need more 4 and 5 star. If this patch introduces 4 and 5 star, I'll be surprised.
We need more 4 and 5
But
star
that'll be okay.
HG, please.
That would be a good surprise. What else do y'all want me to guess? Factory stuff? I don't think anything will happen. Amazingly, nothing for factory. AIC in shambles. I don't think anything significant. The most is just more Siragen. That's it. Probably only more Siragen. Guess the patch name. But the patch name is already out, no? Oh, no, I can't guess the patch name. Oh, will there be new gear? Probably. Probably just 2 new gear sets. And then they'll update some of the old ones. Maybe 3 of the old sets updates. Probably. Oh, wait. You know what? There's a chance they do AIC event. Yeah, there's a chance they do the special formula event again. I wouldn't like it, but that sounds possible to fill up the event. What's the app name? Huh? My app? It's just a notepad. New battle pass. I mean, I don't have to guess the battle pass. New battery recipe? I don't think so. What QL do we think we'll have? Do I think Dijiang will update? Wow, how long will they not update the Dijiang for? I'll say no, Dijiang don't update. This doesn't feel like the right patch to do it. I don't think it's this one. I think it'll be the next region that the Dijiang gets an update. We need them to update a shit. I don't think they will.
Personally, I would enjoy more stuff on Daijia.
Will they have a new replayable mode? I feel like if this is everything they cover, this is everything that we already know what happened. So, I'm gonna say a new surprising game mode. Replayable or not? No clue. Because I think they need something to fill this patch. Like, just saying, oh, new character, new banner, it doesn't really...
Will have
it doesn't make it full enough. So I think there should be something that is the main talking point content for the stream. Like, this should be the golden moment for the stream. TFT mode like HSR? No, TFT mode like ARKNIGHTS. ARKNIGHTS got TFT way before HSR did. Any story expectations? I hope I will finally get a character story that I can say is the best one that I read. That's all I can ask for. Like, I think Typhon will get a character story, and I seriously hope that it's the best one. I'm going to be so sad if it's not good. Because this is the one of the best reconveners you can ask for in Enfield. If they are truly going to port over AK characters, they need to do this. I'm not going to count Arcane and Fang Yi because they're not like a separate character EP, like a character side story. If you want me to count, then Arcane is obviously the best. But if I just count like the separates like Camille and Levantine, like I said Levantine is probably the best. Camille's like the second best for me. That's about it. Really. And like, I need Typhon. Why is Typhon a good reconvener? Okay, to explain to you guys. Real quick.
We need to see Goth Knight Girl in the tutorial.
In AK storyline, if you are in ARKNIGHTS for the first time, I have made a story reader. You can search my video on how to read ARKNIGHTS story. This will be available in ARKpedia very soon. Okay? There is a certain storyline that is linked to Enfield. The one singular storyline that is linked to Enfield is the current character pullable in Enfield. This character is the only one that may just have the closest known ties to Enfield. So just take note of that. Okay, wait. Guys, I just need to... I know that they're gonna drop the video. But I should have played this before we even started. Can I be a little bit late? It's a video. I don't have to be live on the stream. If y'all pre-watch before me, good for you. Be patient. Can we play this? Can we play this for Typhon? Oh no, wait, shit. For Typhon's sake, I'm playing this song. This is Typhon's theme song. It's for her. Do it. I'm gonna prep the video now. Refresh, refresh, refresh. It's a ritual! It's a ritual for her! I'm getting in. 44 minutes. Who gets 45? Lucky you. We'll start when the chorus is done.
So whisper the names of your enemies.
Let's go! Alright, let's go.
各位管理员，大家好，我是明日方舟周末地的游戏制作人海猫乐和物。时隔1个月啊，很高兴再次通过这样的方式呢和大家见面。今天我们想和大家聊聊的是周末地的新版本内容与优化进展。在校园行正式上线之后啊，我们收到了许多来自管理员的反馈。 无论是英龙关与北部禁区啊，随着剧情推进不断变化的场景，还是角色发丝、服装材质等细节表现，看到大家留意到了这些花费大量心思打磨的内容，对我们来说是一件非常开心、非常令人鼓舞的事情。那当然，在分享喜悦的同时啊，我们也一直认真关注着大家提出的每一条意见和建议。那各位的声音啊，不仅帮助我们发现问题，也不断为后续的开发和优化提供新的方向。其中的一部分成果也将在这一版本中正式和大家见面。 我们也非常期待各位管理员体验之后的反馈，希望这些更新能够为大家带来更好的游戏体验。那么，随着武林的盛大裂隙危机终于告一段落，就在众人庆祝胜利的同时啊，一段小插曲却吸引了管理员的注意。 那接下来啊，就请各位跟随《雪松幽梦》版本 PV， 一同踏进那片被白雪覆盖的松林。
The
在那里
trailer
啊，一位
for
来自
this
罗德岛的朋友
version.
正等待着与大家相遇。
Rhodes Island has been mentioned.
Master of Dreamscape,
Oh, it's the same VA.
melt the frost upon the gates of Dreamscape.
Same ENVA as one
Let
in.
fly the arrow that
AK.
breaches the gulf of sleeping and waking. Raise the shadow sunk in
Oh, it's
deep
another VA.
reaches.
Oh, sounds very similar.
And beckon the spirit wandering. The witchcraft spawn gets their energy by eating people's dreams.
Very Nordic. What is on? What happened to my Andre?
No one bullies my friends.
New 5-star. What? A defender. I didn't catch the name.
Deserve a snack for that.
I know it. It doesn't matter if the path turned out to be a trap.
Perchina.
Amma is always with me.
Okay. Exciting. Show me the kid.
Everything is a gift from Sami.
Oh, whoa! You daring thing,
Feeling
Mr.
so
Hypergriff.
Good.
Nature character after we just got one.
Dags att välja vårt byte.
Arcane's eating good so fast. I mean, yeah, we don't have a nature striker. So it makes sense.
Ni borde frukta mig.
Yo, the ENVA is kinda good, no?
Amma, help us leave this nightmare.
I saw another hand being held. Single banner! Let's go! My pools are not in shambles! Yes! Alright, tell me, what's coming up? That's sweet. Oh, that's nice. That's really good. I like that second one. Oh, Typhoeus. Agility attack and detonate. Agility attack detonate. Giveaway event. Oh! Free 5-star? Not on banner? Free 5-star. At max potential. It wrote that you can get all copies of the 5-star on the event. But will it be added to the banner? Or is that a welfare unit? Don't tell me that's our first welfare unit. Is that one map or two map? I saw it called swimming. Why is it called swimming? And New Gears. Bro, the English speakers are not gonna call that map correctly. We're going swimming, guys! Swimming! Echoes of War gets new season, so hopefully some new stages. Alright, good. Narrative event. I'm not sure if character quests are called narrative events. That feels new. They're called character quests, right? That's the first time I see the word narrative. Does that mean this is our first side story in Enfield? AIC event, guide for the sake of it, sign in reward, another fun and game, so this is a bit of the platformer, a different kind. Umbral Monument, deserve, the Blightshade team. Okay, very chill. Didn't see any giant surprises of game modes. So let's see what they cover for this time around. Oh! I will give you a thumbs up if they're done with the
欢
spoilers.
迎大家回来。
Close your ears.
此前
Close your.
我们一路北上，成功遏制
Oh
了
wait, I
北
can't
部
say.
地区
I
的
mean-
圣达烈士，击败
No, no,
了
I'll
阿莱克
I'll
罗
say
斯
it's done.
争取到了来之不易的安宁
Because。you can't understand
在
Chinese.
本次支线故事中啊，总
Close-
工程师
close
安
the
德
stream,
利
close
在
the
得知
stream.
武
I'll
林
tell you
决
when
胜
it's
胜
done.
利消息后啊，决定带着物资悄悄前往武林，想给大家一个惊喜。然而这途中啊，他却突然失去了音讯。那最后留下的线索呢，将一切指向了应龙关外的一片雪松林。而在大战之后啊，正好有所闲暇的管理员听说了这个消息，决定立即前往雪松林，尝试寻找这位老朋友的踪迹。所幸啊，在一处
Gonna be
被
very
浓雾
Lebanese
封锁的林间角落啊
of a，quest
终于找到了安德烈。可奇怪的是啊，
Right,
自从
snow
踏入
owl
这
and
片林
snow
子啊，
forest.
无论是管理员还
How
是安
could
德
I
烈
have，
都
known？
始终无法走出这片
Makes
看似
sense
并不广阔的松林。就在迷雾深处啊，两人偶遇了同样受困于此的旅人，来自罗德岛的干员再旅者
Okay,
提
it's
夫洛
arts
斯。
unit,
那
but
这
it
位性
seems
格
like her
随和
main
的冰
weapon
原
is
猎
still
手
a
啊，
bow.
远道而来，本想拜访一位通晓萨米历史
Like
的老雪
everyone
四，
gets the
谁
bow,
知
but
却
the
阴
arts
差
unit
阳
might be
错
an
与我们
attachment.
一同迷失在风雪之中。那眼看夜幕将至啊，一行人只能先前往雪寺小屋等待天明。那这片雪松林啊，自然没有那么简单。只要踏入林中啊，浓雾便会在身后迅
Wait,
速
the
合
map
拢。
looks very nice.
那这片带有魔力的迷雾啊，不仅遮蔽视线，更会让人在不知不觉间兜兜转转，最终回到原地。那想要驱散迷雾啊，就必须同时
Ooh,
摧
we're gonna
毁
get
组成阵法
another
的多个符
bamboo
文。
forest
那这些
vibe
符文啊，
of
始
like
终漂浮游走，
confusing
仅凭寻常手段
forestry.
很
I
难
like
命中。管理员需要寻找到恰到好处的角度与时机，为提夫洛斯指明方向，再借助他手中的巨弓，将符
Okay,
文同
unique
时击落，
puzzle
开辟
specifically
前
for the
面的道路
story.。That's okay.
那破除了眼前的迷雾啊，还有更多难关需要应对。那只有通过符文啊，激活山间的巨大浮石，我们才能乘坐这些巨石跨越幽深的裂谷。浮空的攻击符文呢，则会无差别的攻击靠近他的人。管理员需要抓准时机，在他逼近前啊，及时拦截。
This is a quick time
而穿行
event.
雪松林中时，
Oh
小心雪色造
my
物。那这位在部族中拥有极高地位的萨满，
days
能够施展原始技艺，制造树傀儡，守护自己的居所。这些巫术造物身上有一层坚固的护甲，只有先击毁外层甲壳，才能够真正伤及他们的本体。
How many
而在
new
旅途
enemies
的
will
终
we see
点
in this，
管
one?
理员与提夫洛斯还将面对一只体型庞大的巫术造物，他能够操纵枝条在地下穿梭，将敌人牢牢束缚，不得动弹。更令人意外的
Oh,
是啊，他甚至学会了部分造主的技
Okay
艺，能够仿造雪寺，
first
召唤
enemy
更
that
多
causes
树傀儡
blind.
构筑法
Might
阵，
might
将
introduce
闯入
quick
层层围
switches
困
if。this were the case.
那也会在战场上制造出拖慢我方速度，造成持续伤害的地带。不过，再强大的敌人也并非毫无破绽，只要仔细观察他的行动规律，把握好应对时机，相信管理员们很快就能够找到破解之法，从容取胜。至于这片林中究竟隐藏了怎样的秘密呢？
That's an
提夫洛斯
interesting
是
CG.
否能够如愿找到自己寻觅的传说呢？答案就留
Oh, we
给
hit
各位
that.
管理员
That's-
亲自
that's
前往
very
探索了。那接下来还是先和我们认识
Okay,
一下
spoilers
两
are
位
done,
新朋友
even
吧
though I narrated some of it.
大家好，我是明日方舟周末地的关卡
Hi,
设计
Ra.
师
I
Ra，
hope you've been well.
很高兴又和大家见面了。我们一直在关注管理员们的反馈，也收到了很多宝贵的建议。比如爵上线之后，很多管理员都有提到切换装备不太方便的问题，我们也围绕这一体验进行了调整。相关优化在未来版本将与大家见面。
No!
同时，我们也正在为后续版本做准备，更多全新的关卡、更具挑战性的敌人，以及更多值得探索的内容，都在紧锣密鼓的开发当中。大家的热爱与支持，我们始终铭记于心，也会继续把这份期待转化为不断前进的动力，努力带来更多好玩、值得体验的新内容。接下来，就让我们一起认识两位新朋友提夫洛斯与扑切纳吧。像雪松林之行这样的荒原旅途，提夫洛斯早已经历过无数次。这些经历也让他像熟悉四肢一样熟悉猎弓。他天性纯真，对萨米流传的神话与传说怀有近乎执着的好奇心。这位来自萨米聚落的年轻猎手，总是在追寻与收集各式各样的萨米故事，担心他们失落在时间的长河中。有时人们总是会忘记，面前这个害羞时会躲在书本后的女孩，其实早已习惯了冰原的生活，也习惯了随身带着野外生存所需要的种种器具， 在漫长旅途中独自前行。初见提夫洛斯的人都震惊于那把与他等高的弓，然而为了传说四处
I
奔
mean,
波的他，
exactly like
早
in
已熟悉了
AK,
如
the
何驾
bow
驭 。
was bigger than her. Okay, I'm glad in the sense that you don't have to pull for her bow. Like it
作为
sucks
一
that
名
we
自然
don't
属性的突击干员，
have a new
提弗洛
weapon
斯
type,
善
but the
于
good
使
thing
用手
here
中的巨弓，对敌人发起
is
狂
that
风
because
暴
it's
雨般
arts
的攻
unit,
势。惯于独行的他，不仅练就了一箭
you
双
don't
雕的
need
攻术，
a
还
specific
有
arts
飘
unit
逸
to
如风
achieve
的
this
身
bow.
法。面
Everyone
对
gets
两
this
名
bow.
敌
It's
人
just
夹
the
击
arts
时
unit just gets
提弗洛
attached
斯
into it.
能够跃至
Perhaps
半
just
空，在
change
浮
a bit
空
of
状态
its
下
colours.
展开速射，并在攻击间隙中闪转腾挪，攻守兼备。作为一名猎手，给敌人布置陷阱也是提弗洛斯的拿手好戏。他能够凝聚多支箭矢射向敌人，并布下延缓行动的箭阵。他会将自然的起势转化为凌厉的烈士，配合终结技的
So we
暴
got
力一击，
her skill
向敌
tree.
人降下猛烈的箭雨。
We got her ARKNIGHTS skill tree in this game.
现在，让我们一起来看看提弗洛斯这套独特的
That's
战斗
good.
习惯就是如何体现在他的招式之中的吧。普攻追猎荒原，可以对敌人进行至多5段普通攻击，造成自然伤害。处决敌人时将造成大量自然伤害，并恢复一定技力。
Restores certain
战技
SP, okay.
风使穿林，
I mean, this is
提
just
弗
a
洛
basic
斯
attack,
将
so
起跳进入浮
So
空
she
状
can
态，
hover.
期间可以通过攻击移动，并对至多2名敌人进行5次普通攻击，并造成自然伤害。同时，这也会消耗敌人身上的自然附着，为提弗洛斯积累起势。而在进行空中普通攻击时，如果拥有劣势，则会自动消耗劣势，并强化提弗洛斯的攻击，额外造成自然爆发伤害。起势达到上限后，即可发动连续技野级重生，将起势转化为劣势，并向敌方所处位置释放剑阵。剑阵内的敌人持续受自然伤害和缓速效果，受到的自然爆发伤害也会更高。
Increasing the nature
若连续技在浮空状态下发动，则除了原本的效果外，还将重置空中普攻次数，向敌人射出更多箭矢，造成更多伤害。
Okay.
终结技冰山呼告，提弗洛斯拉弓射出一支强力箭矢，命中目标后引发爆炸，对
It's a
范围
skill
内的敌
tree,
人
but
造成
she's
高
not
额
the
自然
one
伤害
that。is attacking. It's
随
just
即
a，
提弗洛斯将进入浮空状态，并获得2支
I mean,
烈
it's very
士。
close to.
接下来的5次空中普通攻击均会在攻击落点生成箭雨
But it's，still-
额外
it's still
造成
pretty
高额伤害
It。is still mimicking.
而在终结技释放后进入的浮空时间，消耗自然附着同样可以为提弗洛斯积攒喜事。
She consumes nature.
另外，
infection.
如果终结技释放时提弗罗斯已经处于浮空状态
I，just
则会
realized
维
something.
持
Does
浮
she
空状态
ever
直到
cause
终结
nature
技结束
infection?。
了解完提弗罗斯的技能后，事不宜迟，让我们来一起看一下他在实战中的表现吧。先来挑战隐透风杯，
So
理
she
解窥
really
探关
needs
卡。
nature support.
这关要同时战胜2
Oh
只大废
no,
花
this
子，
character is
难
very
度可不低。
limiting.
一开场，我们先开启离动战技，提供恢复和伤害
Why
加
she's so
成，
tiny? Because she
同
is
时
actually
操控
tiny
提弗洛斯
in
普
the
攻
game.
接重击
But in the
接连触发
original
艾尔盖
AK,
拉
she
和
was
利诺
already
的
very
连续
strong.
技削弱敌人。这之中，使用绝的战技和连续技给目标迅速
So
叠
he's
上2层
using
自然附
Arcane
着
as the。only.
准备完成，我们立即使用提弗洛斯的战技浮空，在空中持续普攻输出，不断触发自然爆发，打出高额伤害的同时，
So
刚
she's
好
in the
灵活
air,
地
does
闪
she
避过了
dodge?
敌人的攻击。
Okay,
此时触发了提弗
okay,
洛斯的连续
first
技，不过我们
aerial
不急着使
unit.
用，在起势层数攒满后
Interesting.
通过普攻可以
Can-
随时
can have
再
some
激
nice
活提弗洛
strategies.
斯的连续技。等觉得连续技冷却时间结束后，此时开启提弗洛斯的连续技，补满劣势层数，并进一步放大输出效率。配合其他干员的技能后，提弗洛斯再次浮空输出，轻松规避地面伤害后，5箭连发，直接带走2名敌人，轻松获胜。 提弗洛斯不仅对大型目标输出强势，
If you
他
don't have
终结技的
Arcane,
箭雨的群体伤
your
害也十
replacement
分
is
出众。
Gilberta and
让我
Floyd.
们来接着看看他在面对更
If
多
you
敌
don't
人
have
时的实
Gilberta,
战表现吧。第一波敌人是多
I'm
支
not sure
原
how
生
you're
前
going to
手，
run Arcane.
我们先开吉尔佩塔战技聚拢分散的敌人，随即使用提弗洛斯的终结技，对聚拢的敌人造成高额伤害，
This is a-
瞬间清空了所有敌人
slight。
第二波
problematic
则是2只
character.
无法移动的潜
We
力
don't
求
have
生
enough nature
我
inflictors
喜
in
欢
the
叫
game.
他钻地
All
手
the。nature inflictors are 6
先
star.
手使
Oh
用临时
no!
战技，
But
等
there
待
is a
几秒
new
后方
5 star.
叠加第一
We
层
don't know
自
what's
然
a new
附
5
着。
star does.
我们控制提弗洛斯普攻的同时，
Yeah,
再
you
衔
can
接
see exactly
临
what
时
I'm
的一
talking
系列
about.
技
Like
能
he's，using
快速叠至
Gilberta
3
and
层自
Floyd
然附
right
着
now.。
随后配合吉尔佩塔和赛西的终结技
Because there's no，Arcane
提弗洛斯再度浮空5
But
箭
if you
连
don't
射
have either，of them,
直接
what do
一
you
波
do？
带走2只钻地虫，华丽收场。从刚才的实战视频大家可以看到，只要有能产生自然附着的队友进行配合，就算没有终结技，提弗洛斯也可以在短时间内打出高额的爆发性伤害。
Now, okay, Ra,
在
you
攻
said
击多
that.
个精英敌人的情况
We
时，
don't have a 5 star
攻击怪
nature
就可以轻
inflictor,
松应对。而且战技的浮空状态还能灵活躲开很多难缠的敌人技能。可以说，提弗洛斯是一个兼具爆发输出与灵活闪避的强力自然突击干员。除了之前已经与大家打过照面的提弗洛斯，这个版本我们还会认识一位全新的5星干员扑切娜。这位包裹在玩偶服中的少女
I don't
深
think
受
this person-
超域综合症
Oh, it's a
所
girl.
困， 总会突然毫无征兆地陷入沉睡。但在家人的呵护与自己的努力之下，他不仅成为了超越综合症救助基金会的代言人，还在怀塔商会的引荐下来到了中国地工业。对于普吉娜来说，朋友与其他患者们同样是自己的家人。正因为感受过来自家人的温暖，他也希望用自己的方式守护更多人的生活。普吉娜是一位物理属性的重装干员。会毫不犹豫地抄上手边的一切去保护队友。作为重装干员，他可以架起棉花糖盾牌，格挡多次攻击。在挡下攻击后，普吉娜也能抓住破绽，主动反击，给敌人来一记猛烈的头锤，打断敌人的攻势。作为基金会的形象代言人，送礼物当然也是他的重要工作。当主攻干员陷入危机时，普吉娜会及时送出礼物，为队友带来治疗。至于敌人收到的礼物就没那么幸运了，危险的炸弹还是难以逃脱的黑洞的，全看他们的运气了。如果犹豫不决，普吉娜便会掏出3分大礼，让敌人一次满足。顺带一提，还有隐藏款哦。普吉娜保护家人的心意，从他每一次的举盾与攻击中都可见一斑。现在让我们来看看他是如何战斗与保护同伴的。普攻、点心、长炸。普吉娜可以至多进行3段普通攻击，对敌人造成物理伤害。处决敌人时将会造成大量物理伤害，并恢复一定记忆。发动战技，我没有睡着后，普吉娜会架起盾牌格挡攻击，期间可以使得自身以及周围的干员获得庇护效果。在战技期间，首次成功格挡可以延长普吉娜的举盾时间，并返还一定的记忆。后续如果继续格挡，则会逐渐降低庇护的效果。在整个举盾的时间内，受影响的干员们都会变得更加不容易被打断。一段时间后，普吉娜可以再次释放战技，这次释放不会消耗记忆，而且可以对敌人造成自然伤害，并施加自然附着。
Wait, physical to nature? Hold on. Our first physical to arts character?
普吉娜会向主控干员扔出
And
一
it's
个
a
礼物匣子，
welfare?
治疗主控干员。
Okay, they cooking.
礼物匣子还会从炸弹
cooking.、
手工作业和好吃的点心中额外随机开出一个礼物。
So we got the opposite of Rossi now.
能对敌人造成物理伤害，
Rossi's arts the
并额外造
physical.
成一定
We
失衡。
finally got the
手
physical
工
to
作业
arts.
则会持
And
续
it's
吸引
free.
周围的敌人，被造成物理伤害。而好吃的点心则可以继续治疗主控干员。
Okay, now people are gonna try to use this with Rossi to see whether he can,
会一次打开3个
infinite
大飞
cycles
礼盒，
things.
每个礼盒都会随机开出炸弹或者手工作业中的任意一
Either
个。
pulls enemy in or stagger. There's
此
also
外
a chance
大
they
飞
fight
礼盒
buff.
有概率开出代言人的特殊赠礼，对命中的敌人额外施加法术脆弱效果。
Be more
讲完了
definite
技能的
on
效
what it
果
does.
现在我们就来看一下普吉娜在战场中的发挥吧。首先，让我们对阵老朋友白垩继位。大家都知道，白垩继位的攻击段数非常多啊，一旦被攻击到，就很容易被多段连拍，都有点还不了手。一开场，面对白垩继位的猛烈捶打，我们立即祭出普吉娜的战技，持续格挡攻击，并衔接普吉娜的连击，为队友恢复血量。这样，即使在白垩继位的连续攻击下，逆风依然能安然无恙地打出重击。紧接着，我们使用普吉娜的免费2段战技，打断敌人血力，并施加自然附着，顺势开启逆风可赛季的攻击技，火力全开。随后，我们开启普吉娜的攻击技，这次运气爆棚，普吉娜直接开出了3个特殊炸弹，瞬间将敌人打入失衡状态，并施加了脆弱效果，机不可失。随着逆风终结技打出最后一段，敌人应声倒下，完美收官。其实，由于战技可以快速产生自然附着。普吉娜还能和提弗洛斯进行组队，为队伍提供强大的生存能力。这次我们就来挑战一下行为空间。开局，我们先用普吉娜的战技快速给敌人施加自然附着，紧接着开启提弗洛斯的战技倾泻火力。这时敌人按耐不住向我们猛冲过来了，没关系，我们立即开启普吉娜的战技完美格挡，纵使敌人的攻势再凶猛。I
was gonna say Typhus is very premium, but since Berchina is a nature inflictor, it's not premium anymore. Because this is your non-Gilbert arcane key. Right? You will use Berchina and... I mean, Entel is a sweet choice, because Entel also have nature infliction, along with Fluoride. So you're just making...
实战视频大家可以看到，作为一名重装干员，普吉娜的防御能力十分出众。 能产生自然附着的同时，可以更持久地为队友提供庇护和抗打断能力。终结技如果运气爆棚，还能够提供多种不同的增益效果。 可以说波切纳就是各种
Yeah,
队
that's
伍里
the
的坚强
freemium
后
team.
盾。
So they,
有
so,
了
so
他
they
出
they
门战斗
solved
心里
it
总会更踏实。
immediately. Good that they release a 5-star. That helps. Even if you're not pulling for Typhus, the good thing
在
is
这个版本中，我们还将为各位管理员带来一张
you can
全新
still
的
use
解谜
Purchase
玩
for
法
other
地图
teams.
碎谜
That's。the fun part.
这是我们对解谜
Like
玩
a
法的一次
physical
尝
to
试。我们希望以整座城
It's a
市
good
为谜面，让管理员沉浸于街巷之间，在一步步探索中找出往日真相。一位世代维护三道中的中将，为我们描绘了一座
Okay,
早已沉没
so
于
this is
水中的
the
旧日都市。而随着他的讲述，我们也将
Restaurant
回到
game
那座已经消失的城市。此时的碎冥城，侵蚀潮即将来袭。为了向城中的居民发出警示，我们需要寻找散落各处的备用零件，
Oh no,
修
this is
好城
not.
中央的醒时钟。碎冥城的潮水会随着时间不断涨落，当
It's
潮
about
水
the
退
new
去
map.，
一些原本无法抵达的区域便会显现，
Wait,
可以进行探
Are
索
there。two new maps?
其中也藏着修复醒时钟所需要的零件。有时需要借助漂浮在水面的浮冰
So this
抵
match
达
is
远
two
处的
maps.
高台，有
They're
时则要
making
等
one
待
whole
潮水
map
完
of
全退
puzzle
去
map.，
深入被侵蚀覆盖的城下，才能将零件取回。然而，每当潮水再次上涨，醒时
So
钟
one
都
map
会
is
将
for
时间回溯
Typhus.
到管理
The
员
other
初次
map
踏入碎冥
is
城的
a
那一
puzzle
刻。
heavy map.
因此，管理员需要把握每次涨落的节奏，在有限的时间里破解更多谜题，赶在侵蚀潮彻底吞没
It's an
城市
event
之
map.
前
Yeah,
修
so
复
does
醒
it
时
mean that
钟。
it's not
当然，
available?
也不用担心
on
因为一次没有完成所有
the roadmap?
探索而前功尽弃。虽然时间会回溯，但已经收集到的零件都会保
Oh,
留
it's
下
a new
来。
game
而在
mode.
中将的记忆里，
Entirely.
留
So
存
like,
的不只是
it's
这座
not
城市
a new，
还有
map
那些
attached
曾
to
生活于此的人。
It's like a
穿梭于
it's a
街
map
巷
that
之
you
间，倾听
you
他们留下的
teleport
话
to.
语，也许还能
That's
揭开
good.
另一个谜题。大口随着武林人一路
That's
从盘剑堂
good.
前往天师府学院的三道中，究竟有着怎样的过去？
I mean, that makes it so fun, right? An
随
entire
着
map
提夫洛
dedicated
斯
to
的故事
puzzles.
展开，现实挑战玩法晚宫试炼也将开启。在雪松林的靶场中，管理员将与提夫洛斯一同研究来自
It's like
萨
a
米的
Delver
特殊
enhanced.
剑矢，利用不同剑矢的特性挑战层层关
And it's got
卡。
story
首次
involved.
通关模
It's
拟
not
训
just
练后
puzzle to，puzzle.
可以获得包
It
括
looks like it's
千
gonna
金
have a
玉
good
在内的
story
一
with
次
it.
性
I
奖
mean,
励。
hopefully good.
随着挑战不断深入，管理员还能升级靶场，解锁更多剑矢类型，应对更复杂的挑战。在新的关卡
I
中，
mean, using their
管理
map
员
making
们需
skills
要
to
随机应
use,
变，
right? Now finally
灵活
having a
更换
story
剑
in
矢
a
芯
Delver
片。
stage rather than
不同的剑
no
矢
story.
对不同的靶标具有克制作用，合理搭配往往就能事半功倍。至于不同剑矢之间还能组合出哪些有趣的玩法，就等待
OK
管理员们亲自探索了。需要说明的是，晚宫试炼活动期间，还可以通过完成现实试炼
Yeah,
任务，
limited time
获得
missions.
包括千金玉在内的丰厚奖
But
励。
yeah, must mention that
而
there
在
are
通关后
pools.，
日常训练
So
关
you
卡
play-
每天还会发生一些不同的变化。
There will be daily
管理员们
stages.
或许需要尝试用新的方式进行挑战。
Oh.
虽然现实试炼任务奖励不会重复发放，但
There's
希望这样的设
daily
计
stages.
可以为大家带来更丰富的可重
For
复
the
游玩
login?
体验。
I mean, hopefully it's not
现实
one
活
day
动
time
结束
limit.
后
Hopefully，it's a
晚
few
宫试
days.
炼还将转为常驻玩法，供管理员们继续体验。
Permanent game
武林
mode?
的恢复与再建设仍然是一个漫长的
Why?
过程。集权
Why
工
is
业
that the
可以让
permanent
这
game
座
mode?
经历灾难的城市更快的
How
恢
many
复
permanent
生
game modes do
机
they。want to release?
在本次版本中，我们将迎
AIC
来极限援
event
助活动第2期“泡泡出击”。在活动期间，管理员可以获得限时配方，生产特殊援助产物，提交至武林据点，获得武林调度券与援助成果券。
We're making
援助
some
成果券可以在现实兑换商店中换取丰厚奖励。与此同时
Alright，
活动期间
Same
武
as
林地区
the
对应
1.2
据点产出调度券的效率也会大幅提升，帮助管理员们更快地积累资源，兑换需要的物资。此外，我们也对商店兑换进行了优化。
Also,
据
he's
点
gonna
页面
produce more
新
stock
增了
builds
限
in
时
this
兑
time.
换入口，
OK.
提交产物后可以更快前往兑换。首次进入商店时也会默认选中1期商品，当
OK
第1期兑换完成后，则会
So
自
you
动
can
跳转至
easily
2
access
期
on
商店。
the outposts.
希望这些优化能让管理员
Cool.
在兑换
But
奖
still
励
no
时
auto
更加顺
outposts
畅
though.。Makes me sad.
相信各位管理员都对武林城中的跑道很有印象吧？平时也会看到市民们在跑道上锻炼的场景。在版本的下半程中，将开启趣味活动
Second half version,
跑者运动会
October 1st.。
一房也来到了武林，邀请管理员加入这场武林的盛会。
Oh dear, how long is
从
this
城外
patch?
山道小
Oh
径
dear, I'm
到
worried
城内
now.
屋顶，甚至到半空中，
How
都
many
将
days
成
is
为
this
奔
patch?
跑的舞台。管理员在特制的赛道中可以全速冲向终点，也可以利用充足的探索时间完成龙泡泡、气球收集。赛道内设置了弹射装置、涡流团等机关，管理员可以合理利用它
Yvonne
们
got
更快
mentioned?
地完
Why
成
did
比
Yvonne
赛
got。mentioned?
当然，想要轻松获胜，可也没那么简单，也别忘了小心沿途的各种减速陷阱哦。
Oh, there's
在
bananas.
规定时间内抵达终点，即可获得包括千金玉在内的丰厚奖励。 而随着收集气球的数量不断增加，还能解锁包含纪念道具、滚动龙泡泡特饮在内的一系列里程碑奖励。期待各位管理员在这场盛会中一展身手，跑出精彩，创下佳绩。同时，游戏内也会开启网页活动，融合山团段，来融合相同的山团段，点亮图鉴，最终找到黄金管理员吧。山团团们也会发动各类战绩，助管理员们一臂之力。在活动期间完成对应的任务，即可获得包括千金玉在内的多种奖励。除了以上内容，本次版本中常驻玩法以托风杯与战争回响也将迎来更新。以托风杯将新增高难挑战玩法幽影刻行，管理员们完成同步开启的限时活动风杯留名刻影，即可获得包含千金玉在内的多项奖励。战争回响则会先后开启虚项与错视2个全新赛季，每个赛季都会在持续轮换旧有关卡的基础上各新增3个关卡。希望随着版本更新，可以为管理员们不断提供新的敌人组合与关卡。同时，也期待着管理员们能通过战争回响持续发掘战斗的多种可能性。装备方面，我们对潮勇装备组与长息装备组、集成实训装备组进行了部件更新。版本更新后，管理员抵达武林地区即可获得集成实训装备制造模板。与此同时，全新装备组、显关装备组也将正式上线，希望能为管理员们提供更多不同的战术搭配选择。此外，本次版本中塔金集换也将持续上新，包括2张全新唱片、启天、五相救以及全新花样动作、提弗洛斯、随梦的常识、伊冯、潮流热舞等趣味内容。在装饰物品方面，则新增了4款全新装饰：鞍马的关切、显梦、炽热宴会以及彩虹。放下水晶球，静静欣赏受主踏雪而来的身影，希望它能带来祝福。显梦能够将梦境分享给他人，不过大概也会有人问你，梦中猎手这个动作到底是什么意思？伊冯带来了一个考价，这下无论身在何处，都能随时举办一场热闹的宴会。不过宴会在哪里开场，可就由管理员们说了算了。想要见到彩虹，往往需要天时地利，而现在只要你愿意，任何地方都可以升起一道彩虹了。除了新的装饰物品之外，随身装置也迎来了新的扩展。本次版本新增大、中、小3种加速单元，将加速单元装备至背包中的随身物品栏后，干员在武林地区行动时，冲刺所需的体力的恢复速度将会加快，让管理员们在跑图时可以更加顺畅。更高规格的加速单元获得的提升效果也更强。新的加速单元同样可以通过塔基集换来获取。未来我们将继续推出更多类型、更加有趣、实用的地区专属随身装置，还请各位管理员们敬请期待了。
OK。
讲完玩法，接下来我们为各位管理员带来更多版本活动信息。随着新干员提弗洛斯加入中国地亚，我们还会开启新一期特许寻访东猎。前面为大家介绍过的新干员提弗洛斯将会在当期寻访中获得概率提升。在特许寻访东猎快要结束时呢，我们将会迎来一种新的寻访类型——重构寻访。本期为绚丽异彩第1期，那全部可能出现的6星干员为伊冯、于静、黎峰、埃尔黛拉、俊卫。伊冯将在寻访活动中获得概率提升。需要注意的是重构寻访的规则与其他寻访不同。首先，在重构寻访中累计寻访30次、60次、94次都将额外获得10次加力招募。前120次寻访必定获取当期概率提升的6星干员。每累计寻访240次呢，也可以获得当期概率提升的6星干员信物。那其中刚刚提到的3次累计寻访的加急招募奖励呢，获得进度以及利益状态，还有前120次寻访必定获得当期概率提升6星干员的保底进度，以及每累计寻访240次可获得的当期概率提升的6星干员信物的累计进度，都会在后续的重构寻访、绚丽异彩的第2期、第3期等等这个同名系列中得到继承。也就是说，属于同一系列的重构寻访中的抽级进度存在继承机制。与此同时重构寻访有最多80次寻访必定获取1名6星干员的机制。该机制仅在重构寻访该类型的寻访间互通。接下来是武库交易所，新版本中将伴随特许寻访东猎上架一把全新的6星施术单元寒夜幽影。管理员可以在幽寒深岭中获取这把武器。 而随着重构寻访的开启啊，武库方面呢也会限时开放一种新类型的武库生领。
Right, so the banner, the weapon
那
will
本
also at the
期
same
为
thing.
点绘生领第一期，
Same system.
6星武器艺术暴君将会得到概
But
率
the
提升。
banner, so
点
the
绘生领第一
the
期呢
banner is
将于
safe.
绚丽异彩第一期重构
like if you
寻访
pull
同期
halfway,
开放，
you
同
didn't
时结
get
束。
Yvonne.
那类似的
And
重
you're
构
some
生领的
number
规
of
则呢
pulls away from
与
the
其他武
guarantee.
库生
When
领
it
不同。
reruns again,
以
that
点绘
progress
生
gets
领为
saved.
例，
But your
前8
previous
次
time
生
of
领内
pulling
呢
Yvonne
必
isn't
得
safe.
当期概率提升武器艺术暴君的进度，以及累计8次生领后的
The
重
question
构
also
生领
becomes-
奖励的累计生领进度呢，也将会在后续的点绘生领第2期、第3期等同名系列间继承。而更多详细规则，还请管理员们留
What
意
happens when
后
it's
续
a
的卡池规
levitating
则
banner?
详情公告了。伴随相应的
Like,
寻访
will-
提夫洛斯
Oh
干
dear,
员
I
试
need
用
to
活
re-review
动
this.
将会同步开放。在版本
Okay.
更新后啊，提夫
But
洛斯
okay,
的
they
实时活动
they
入
rerun
影
Yvonne.
东梦
That's the
生
thing
灵
to
中
note.
将
That's
会
just
随
the
之开
main thing.
启，
And it's
各
a
位管理
nicer
员
system
可以与他一
because
起
your
探索
progress
应
doesn't
用
get
关外
reset.
那片神秘
That's
的
what you
雪
need to
松
hear
林
from
的
that.
奥秘。7日
I
线上
first get
活动
story.
阻力扩
Get login
影
event.
也将同时上线。
Okay.
管理员们登录完成签到，可累计获得包括5张限时寻访凭证在内的奖励。和过往版本一样，采购中心的集成配额交易中啊，也会新增可兑换对应寻访的5张限时特许寻访凭证。管理员们记得按需兑换。新一期协议通行证幽灵也将随着新版本一起开启。解锁
The
对应
battle
的
pass
协议
weapon
通行
looks
证后啊，
nice.
管理员可以通过自选箱
The battle pass
获得自
weapons
选
look
6
so
星武器
cool.
补给，
You
包
might
括
even
全新的6
skip
星施术单
the
元
main
和
weapon
5弹的镜头，
because it
以
looks
及
cool.
还可以获取全新名片主题、梦石药液、头像冰结的轮廓、头像框、血丝规则等多种奖励。随着新区域雪松林开放，我们还会同步开启雪降森林引入活动，欢迎管理员们来到林中探索。在雪松
I
林
mean,
中
we're
完
still in
成解
Wuling,
锁协
but
议
I'm
传
just
送
very
点、
glad.
开启协议储存箱
It's a
等各项
very
任务
different
啊，即
Wuling.
可获得丰
Right,
厚奖
it's a
励。
snowy,
随着
snowy
全
map.
新玩法地图睡眠开启后啊，还会开启
Yeah, so
对
there are
应
two
引入
new
活动
maps.
于钟鸣的旧城。
A
在
map
这
that
片已
connects to
经被
Wuling
淹没
now.
的城市
There's
中
beside
探
Ying
索往
Pass,
期
and
故
then
事，
there's
完
another
成
map
相应任务，获
specifically
得
for
活
the
动奖励
puzzle。event that
在
will
《
have
雪松幽梦》版
storylines
本的
and
后半程呢，将迎来限时签到活动——临水渡秋。那各位管理啊
Is that，Sanity?
可在此期
I
间
think
登录
that's
签到，
Sanity.
即可获得包括头像、跑动行进、千金玉、
Okay,
滚动龙泡泡特
double sign
饮
in.
在内的丰厚奖励。说完了6星干员啊，让我们看看全新的5星干员扑切纳。那想必
Why?
管理员在前面介绍后啊，就在好奇它的获取方式了。这一次啊，扑切纳为各位管理员带来了一份特别的礼物。在这一版本中啊，馈赠活动我们的大飞灵来袭
How do you
将
complete
会
the
开
giveaway
启。
event? So
那
this is at
管
the
理员
start
们
of the patch,
登录
right?
即
Or
可
is it not
直
at
接
the
领
start?
取全新5星干员扑切纳以及全新5星武器点心
So you
时
can
刻。
get both the
此
weapon
外，
and
作为馈赠活动奖
the
励干员与武
operator
器
at
啊，
max
这个
potential
干员与
copy. So
全
it's
新武
not
器
a
不会在
pullable
近
character.
期立即加入干员寻访与武库生
Will
里。
not be
不过
immediately
管理员
added.
们也不需要担心潜能提升的问题。本期馈赠活动的任务奖励中啊，将会包含扑切纳的5个干员信物，
seems like it
以
gives some
及
operator.
无碍5把武器
Oh,
点
and it
心
gives
时
us the
刻。
weapon. Okay, so
那管
yeah,
理员
max
们
copy
啊，
on
仅
both.
需完成对应的
If
馈
you
赠
play
任
on
务
the
即
giveaway.
可轻松将扑切纳
So that
与
means after
点
the
心时刻
giveaway ends,
提
I
升
guess it
至
gets
满
added
潜能状态了
to。the hit hunting
管理员
banner.
可千万不要错过了。最后啊，理智补给限时活动在版本治愈期间也会
Oh,
先
that
后
is
2次开
long.
启。活动期间每日完成
What the
指令任务
flip?
即可获得应急理智加强剂。
That's not
理
the
智消耗
start and
许可
end date, right? It's 2, right? Okay, that has to be 2. Oh my god, that would be long if it's not 2.
在先前的版本前言中啊，为大家预告过的系列优化内容也会在这个版本正式落地。首先是交互与易用性方面，在剧情对话中啊，我们新增了隐藏按钮提示功能。现在管理员可以隐藏按键和对话文字，截取更具沉浸感的游戏画面，
Oh.
收藏、分享
I
那些喜
wonder
欢
who will
的
play
记
like
忆瞬
this.
间。
Oh, but to
同时
save,
啊，
okay.
隐
But you
藏
can't
界面也
replay.
支持与自动播放
If you can
同时
replay,
开
I'm
启
sure people will do
管
it.
理员们可以通过这一功能啊，更沉浸的享受剧情了。在日常任务方面啊，会客室也
Yeah,
迎
I
来
hit
了
the
一些优
cursor
化。
also.
现在新增了线索快捷功能，可以在会客室界面一
So you
键
can
快
just
速
be
填入线索
immersed.，
方便
Ah,
管理员更
good,
快开启
good.
情
They
报交流
finally。figured it
那
out.
对于
The
自
quick
有
add
的重复
button
线
is
索，
on
也
the
可以
clue
在这一
exchange.
界面啊一键送给好友，不再需要逐个点击了。另外，
Oh,
我们也调整了
good.
干员送礼的功能。
Smoother.
那现在啊，即使是干员已经达到满
Oh,
线
give gifts
管理员
after the
依然
trust is
可以继
given?
续赠送礼物与干员互动。那这个调整啊，也是方
For
便
the people
管理
who
员
are
持续
simping.
完成送礼相关的日
Congratulations,
常
means you can now
也不会因为信赖度的影
round
响
them
而中断了。那时刻章展示界面啊，同样进行了优化。
I'm quite sure the game tracks
过
it.
去啊，管理员在欣赏已获得的成果，或者是对时刻章进行展示选择时呢，需要选中页签， 才能够游览对应分类的
They
时
made
刻
the
章。
medal
那
showcase
在本次
nicer.
更新后，只需要持续滚动界面就可以依
And then
次
you
浏
select
览，
all.
选择
Okay.
全部的时刻章
Cool.
那
Instead
是
of
操作更加
individually
简便
adding.
了。那此外，在本
It's a
次
cute
版
oh.
本更新中还优化了好友列表中名片主题展示效果，名片背景图的显示范围也将扩大，
Show off
使名片主题
profiles.
视觉效果可以更完整呈现，便于各位管理员欣赏主题
I
细
haven't
节。
changed my profile even
养成
once.
方面
I should
我
do
们
that.
新增了培养总览功能，管理员在这里可以一次性查看干员与武器培养至不同预设等级时呢所需消耗的不
Oh
同资源量，
shit!
以及自己当前的资源持有
In-game
量。
amount of
除了已有
resources
的干
per
员外，尚未
character.
获得干员
No need to
与武
use
器的
some
也能够
website to
提前
show
查
you.
阅。值得一提的是啊
Hello?
即将推出的前瞻干
哎
员与
呦
武器，同样在
That's
这里
good.
提前查看武器词条与完美适配机制，预览其培养所需的资源，并将武器
Oh, you
加
can
入
even
机
lock
制
the
愿望
essence
单
that you want to farm
这样
and
一
get
来
in
啊
there.
如果已有心仪的干员
Good.
就可以提前规划资源、刷取机制，为之后做好准备了。
A better
在机械
building
工业系统方
tracker in the
面，在
game.
野外
I
工
can't
业
wait
模
to
式
try
中
it.
呢，将支持连续放置功能，放置工业设备、装饰物时呢
Continuous
管理员
placement
现在可以
now.
自由切换单次的放置和连续放置模式。
Not one
在
by one
连续放置模式下，只要
anymore.
背包里还有对应物品，就可以连续确认放置
Nice.，
不会退出放置状态。无论是工业设备还是
Oh,
种植
plots
田
as
块的
well.
道具
Time to
都支持这一
farm.
功能。
Maybe this will
相信这次版
start
本
my
更新后啊，
farming
管理员的
journey.
野外建设体验呢会更加流畅和顺手。另一项更新来自蓝图系统。
Blueprint.
此前
Let's see
不
it.
少管理员在保存蓝图时呢，遇到过设备数量超过上限的提示，那却不知道自己框选的范围中啊究竟超出了多少，那只能不停的重复框选，反复尝试。在这次更新后啊，
Increasing the
在
size.
框选蓝图的过程中，如果超过了蓝图设备数量上限，将可以看到实时框选的设备数量与蓝图上限数量。
Okay,
大家只需要
okay.
根
No
据提示
scam.
稍作
No
调整，就
full
能
base
够更高效
copy.
的完成
Just a
蓝图分件。
counter to tell you what
最
you're
后啊
doing
在战
wrong.
斗方面，战争会选的关卡选择
No
功能
cheating
呢
on
进
your
行了优
blueprint.
化。此前啊，大家进入难度选择界面后啊，如果想要切换关卡，需要先返回活动关卡选择界面，而在之后的更新中啊，大家可以直接在难度选择界面中呢切换关卡了。另外，这次更新后啊，
Oh, okay.
通关战争回响
Easier
与
switching.
隐托分贝的关卡，返回选关界面时呢，也将不再需要加载了。
Oh,
除此以外啊
What？
部分副本的结
we
束
had
界面
QOL.
将新
No
增
more
挑
loading
战计时
screens in
显
and
示。
out of stages.
这样一来啊，管理员们就可以
Seamless.
更加专注地完成
Damn.
挑战，不用分神于
Challenge
时
timer
间。
also.
而在战斗结束
I'm
后啊，
blocking it.
也
Sorry,
能
it's
第
on
一
my
时间
camera.
看到自己的挑战用时，方便不断挑战，刷新更好的记录了。
Yeah, let's see it. Future. Always love when they tease the future.
介绍完本次《雪松幽梦》版本的内容啊，也让我们把目光放到更远的未来，一睹后续版本的内容吧。此前与阿莱克琉斯一战啊，让管理员的身体留下了尚未痊愈的伤势。在未来故事中啊，应巨兽代理人4的邀请，管理员将前往他的居所静养。
I thought you'd get lost, but you made it here pretty quickly.
穿过北部禁区边缘的小径，一幅自天际垂落的巨大画卷在眼前展开。群山之间，迪安号竟高悬在山巅。那前方不远处啊，一座名为圆圆庄的客栈，正静静地等待着管理员。
We're going to a
全宇生机
house.
下，云烟交织的水墨天地间，不妨暂时放下一切，享受这片
I
世
think
外
this
之
might be
地。
too close for
然而
comfort.
啊，这幅画卷中似乎还有着另一位来访者，而更令人意外的是，他与管理员似
We're
乎
going to a
早已相
mansion.
识。
And I also have quite a few experiences that I wish to share with you.
But his back is
那他为
exposed.
何出现在这儿？这幅画卷
His
又究竟
back is
隐藏着怎样的
exposed.
秘密呢？那答案就留待各位管理员在未来版本中亲自揭晓了。除了正在筹备的新剧情，那更多的玩法内容、现有系统的优化与拓展也正在紧锣密鼓的筹备之中。像原型版本中，我们在武林决战篇迎来了故事的高潮。那这片经历战火的大地啊，接下来终于可以暂别硝烟。但和平降临之后
How come my
仍有
soldiers
许
are
多
back
人
exposed?
与
What does
事
that mean?
值得被记录。而在
Why?
下一场旅途开始前啊，我们还有一份重要的邀约需要管理员亲赴。在紧张的大战结束后，我们希望让节奏稍稍慢下来，以一片更舒缓、更富有生活气息的天地为武林暂时画上句点。如走入烽红如火的水墨画
He has
卷，
wings?
暂歇脚步。
Oh, wait, wings come
驻
out
足
from the
圆圆
back?
庄，感受客人与帮佣往来的
That's
烟火
all.
气息。
That would be good.
或是放眼群山，眺望墨色长耳兽与羽兽悠然穿行林间。当这段旅程画上句点后，我们也将再次整理行装，奔赴更加广阔的远方。与此同时啊，
So
在
1.0
现有的
so that's the
动作
last
玩法
one.
基础上，我们将加入全新的牧场玩法。 管理员可以升级牧场区域，实现自动化的种植
Wait,
与
so-
养殖，稳定的产出
Wuling is ending.
作物肉类、
One more,
蛋类
one more after
乳制
this
品
one,
等
and Wuling
各
comes
类
to an
资
end.
源，并且之后大家可以在种植区
Oh my
也
god,
可
a
以切换到
farming
俯瞰
game
模
mode.
式了。
No, you cannot convince me to
体
farm.
验更加流畅。
No,
而这些作物
I
啊
must
也
play
能够
Stardew
运用到
Valley.
全新的
I love Stardew Valley,
客栈经
but
营中
no.
管理员将与园园庄的主人一同迎接
Oh, so
络
the-
绎不绝的
oh,
食
this
客，
game mode is
为
not
他们准
now.
备各式菜品。
They're saving it for the next
至
one.
于食材，自然就需要依靠大家
Wait,
灵
so
活
I
运
must
用
make
种
the
植与
I
养
must
殖
make
系
the
统来提供
ingredients and I must cook.
当然
I'm
饲
doing
也会加入
everything.
经营协助管理员完成上菜、结账等
哦
工作。相信在他的帮助下，
This
各位
isn't
管
just
理员
die the
一定
dash.
能够快速找到
I gotta-
经营的诀
I
窍
gotta-，
将园园
I
庄
gotta
打
stuff
理
the
的井井
soil,
有
no?
条。在已有的玩法方面，我们也会继续进行拓展。在后续版本，我们将会
Oh my
上线
God.
全新的百趣演武活动。这个活动呢，
Yeah,
沿
why not
用
use
了
my
选件
factory
演
to
武的
automate?
抽牌加战斗机制。
Guys, we have a
但管理
factory,
员
you
可
know?
以连续战斗2轮，最
Why is
终
there the
统计
Asian
总奖
chair
励。
here?
作为全新的活动啊，为了强化抽牌的
I
随机
see
正向反馈，
Multiple Asian
百趣演
chairs.
武呢还取消了爆牌清零奖励的设计。那这就意味着管理员抽出点数越高，关卡难度越大，奖励就越丰厚。此外啊，如果牌型凑成了对着、顺着等好运组
It's
合，
gonna
那
be
还会带来
Mahjong-esque.
奖励升级。但是啊，高收益啊往往伴随着高风险，敌方的
Are you
增
gonna
益
show
呢
us the
也
gameplay?
会相应提升，因此需要管理员
Oh, wait.
还是要谨慎选择，小心应对哦。
Is this a
而另
new
外一项备受
arena
大家
of
关注的
of
玩
the
法
current
危
one?
机合约
I'm not
也将
sure.
开启第2期测试赛季。在第2期中啊，我们结合收到的反馈，
So
对
CC is
任务
coming
指标
back.
导入、指标
It
选
looks
取
like
部分
shit
体验进行了优化，比如管理员可以一次性勾选多个词条任务等等。当
It
然，
looks like
除了优
shit
化，本次合约
I mean,
也
it's
加入
yellow.
了全新的敌人与词条，希望能为管理员带来更多策略组合与
Oh,
挑战。第
welcome
1
back,
期危
Pin.
机合约得到了许多管理员的认可和喜爱，这让我们备受鼓舞。还请大家多多期待新一期危机合约。在系统体验方面，我们也准备了一系列优化内容。
Pin.
在节目的
Good
开始啊，
one. Next
我们
patch
也
will be
提到了将在后续版本中
With CC coming back.
新增装备配装方案组功能，方便
Gear
管理
loadout will
员
be next
在
patch.
装备界面啊
Be
快速切
patient,
换不同
everyone.
的配装套组，
Be
满
patient.
足不同场景下的配对装配需求。
It will be ready
我
for
们也注意到啊
CC.
先前的装备精断界面无法直接制造所需装备，需要反复切换界面。为此啊，
Good,
我们新增
you
了
fixed it.
待制造分区功能，可以直接筛选出可用于精断对应属性的装备，
Good.
让大家可以在精断时
I mean,
呢
not this
能
patch
够
though,
按照
next one.
所选的装备制造工艺
So it's quicker
直
now
接消
to
耗
farm the-
所需的
to
元
build
件
the
和
stuff
调度
that you
件
haven't
制作
finished
装备，不需要再反复跳转操作了。未来啊，我们也会继续调整和优化各类体验，让大家的游玩体验更加顺畅。也希望能为管理员们带去塔维尔值得停留的每一天。周末夜的旅程仍在继续。这一路以来啊，我们一直非常感谢每一位陪伴周末地成长的管理员。大家的支持啊，让我们有勇气不断向前。
Surprise
而每一条
events.
建议，每一次反馈，也都在持续推动着这个世界变得更加完整。看到大家享受现在的内容，也期待着未来的旅程，对我们而言
Surprise
这是最大的
announcements.
鼓舞。
Surprise announcements.
那接下来啊，我们仍然会继续推进开发与优化，带来更多全新故事、新玩法以及更多值得探索的新内容，不辜负大家一直以来的信任与期待。那么本次前瞻就到这里结束了，感谢各位管理员的观看，也期待与大家再次相见啦。
No
拜拜
surprise collabs or teasers. Oh, maybe teasers? No, I don't think so. I think we're done. We're done! We're done! GG, the end. Boom. Close. F1. What the hell is going on there? Okay. Kev, I think you don't need to over edit. Kev, what if you just clip, I just post? I don't think it was that bad. Post the entire 44 minutes. I don't give a damn. I thought it was okay. I don't think you need to cut anything. Can you help me start from before the PV? Can you cut from the time before the PV to the end? And then I think I'll just put that as a video. I thought you needed to cut something out, but like the story, actually the story teaser wasn't that deep. Unlike the previous one, the story teaser felt very deep. But this one didn't feel very deep. Actually, I don't know what the hell was going on in the story after listening to this one. Yeah, it didn't feel like there was a dead zone. It felt very fast. Like, wow, 44 minutes, but everything was so fast that I literally need to rewatch right now to figure out what they said. Can we get a summary of the stream? Probably not. I mean, I might film a separate summary, but I'll upload my stream reaction within tonight. Okay. How long is the patch? See, they always don't say how long the patch is. How rude. Let me do a very. Oh wait, let me watch this first. So，
那演的老雪四，冰原猎手啊，紫罗德岛的干员，载旅者提夫罗斯。那这位性格随和的冰原猎手啊，远道而来，本想拜访一位通晓萨米历史的老雪四，谁知却阴差阳错与我们一同迷失在风雪之中。那眼看夜幕将至啊，一行人只能先前往血色小屋等待天明。
So the Snow Priestess doesn't refer to her. They didn't reveal the face of the Snow Priestess.
那这片雪松林啊，自然没有那么简单。只要踏入林中啊，浓雾便会在身后迅速合拢。那这片带有魔力的迷雾啊，不仅遮蔽视线，更会让人在不知不觉间组成这很难的
Okay, I'm just going to put this forth. Even though that we're still in Wuling, whatever that we've just seen here looks nothing like Wuling. Right? Like, this doesn't feel like Wuling at all. I'm surprised Wuling is so close to the snowy plains though.
火山间的巨大浮石，我们才能乘坐这些巨石跨越幽深的裂谷。浮空的攻击符文呢，则会无。
I mean, makes you excited, right? If we finally go to Yersh as an actual region rather than random snow in Wuling.
差别的。而穿行雪松林中时，能够施展原始技艺，制造树傀儡，守护自己的居所。这些巫术造物身上
The enemies reminds me of it reminds me of a bit of Latania and Reed Outer event. You know, Latania event, the one with lingering echoes. There was an enemy that really looks like this. It's a bulky guy.
有一层坚固的护甲，只有先击毁外层甲壳，才能够真正伤及他们的本体。而在旅途
I hope that it's not just those two enemies. They did it like the Blight Sheet, where it's like it's an entire enemy faction that we get to witness in this one. But that would be a lot to code and make. I wonder how many enemies we'll see.
不得动弹。更令人意外的是啊，他甚至学会了部分造假造成能量，就留给各位管理员亲自前往探索。是否能够如愿找到自己寻觅的传说呢？答案就留给各位管理员亲自前往。
I like that we're seeing this item, by the way. I haven't read Typhon's story, so I have no clue. And I didn't read so deeply into IS4. For those of you who read into IS4, I'm sure this item that Typhus is holding is interesting. Because there's the Dream Catcher. It's one of the artifacts that you can get in IS4. I don't know the story behind it. In fact, you need that item to trigger one of the endings, right?
能够如愿找到自己寻觅的传说呢？答案就留给各位管理员亲自。
It's the ending tree item. Interesting.
前往探索了。那接下来还是先和我们认识一下两位新朋友吧。
Okay.
大家好，我是明日方舟周末地的关卡设计师 Ra。
I'm glad to see Ira. Always so happy on the stream. Let's do a very quick breakdown on the operator skills.
的荒原里熟悉四周，总是在助攻。
By the way, it sounds like I'm glazing. The preview for this operator is very cute. It's probably one of the nicest preview. Probably the nicest preview I've seen. I like Tang Tang as well. No, I actually think this one is nicer. It feels very sweet.
历过无数次，
Just me?
这些经历也让他像熟悉四肢一样熟悉猎弓。他天性纯真，对萨米流传的神话与传说怀有近乎执着。
I mean, it's a giant must protect vibe, isn't it? Even more must protect than Rossi.
的好奇心，这位来自萨米聚落的年轻猎手，总是在追寻与收集各式各样的萨米故事。但是年轻猎手
He's very
总是在
meaty.
追寻与收集各式各样的。
She looks very meaty. I don't remember. Sorry, I say this for a lot of 3D titles. Not very often I see a very meaty looking 3D character.
萨米故事，担心他们失落在时间的长河中。有时人们总是会忘记，面前这个害羞时会躲在书本后的女孩，其实早已习
Meaty?
惯了边缘的生活，
No. Like the
也习惯了
thighs, like everything, all her dimensions are very. Like she's just small. I mean, yeah, like it's called a short stack.
随身带着野外生存所需要的种种器具，在漫长旅途中独自前行。初见吉夫洛斯的人都震惊于那把与他等高的弓，然而为了传说四处奔波的他，早已熟悉了如何驾驭。
The bow, wow!
然而为了传说四处奔波的他，早已熟悉了如何驾驭。
Oi! Treat your bow nicely.
Trust in the guidance of fate.
How do I pronounce her name? I must have been butchering her name for the entire time. Is it Typhoeus? 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 She didn't really say her name. The O is silent, so Typhoeus? I guess her Typhon?
So-
the O is silent. So yeah, O is silent, right? So Typhoeus.
Guidance of fate.
Her accent is... Is her accent Swedish or Scottish?
Trust in the guidance of fate.
Swedish, right? But it's got a bit of Scottish kick to it. Typhoeus. Okay, I'll try to...
作为一名自然属性的突击干员，
Okay, I'm gonna mute from here. Oh, Kev, you help me clip out the stream. This one you might want to edit, cause I'm gonna do an operator review. If you wanna edit this one now, you can. Okay. Let's learn Pachina's and Typhoeus' skill. Starting with Typhoeus. Oh, now? Yeah, you wanna do it now? I mean, if you do it now, then no one have to edit over the weekend. Okay, yeah, I record. I record. This one I record for you. I can send you later. Okay. Okay, start off with Typhoeus, the new 6-star nature striker. So we're just gonna go past her normal attack because nothing changes. Just 5 strikes, gets a finisher, gains some SP. Cool. Battle skill jumps to enter a hovering state, during which Typhoeus can unleash 5 aerial basic attacks that deal nature damage, consuming the target's nature infliction stacks to accumulate signs for herself. So I guess 1 nature stack is 1 sign, 4 nature stack is 4 signs. She can also consume hunting arrows to enhance her attacks, dealing additional nature burst damage. So she's a striker, very similar to how Last Strike needs cryo stacks, Levitating needs heat stacks, Typhon needs cryo stacks. Now you have a character that wants nature stacks, being Typhoeus. The cool thing about this skill is that she goes up in the air, like that. So it's going to allow her to dodge attacks that are on ground. First unit in the game that can do that. I can see this being pretty endgamey, pretty CC relevant in case there are people who have very hard to dodge ground attacks, where it's either use a defender, or if you don't want to use a defender because defenders generally don't have good damage, you maybe want to time her skill so that you can go up in the air to dodge that specific attack. Good for no dodge, you know, because you're in the air. So yeah, you can sort of see that, and it plays out. So signs are on the bottom. There are 4 signs. You can see over there. So if there are hunting arrows, so the hunting arrows is this thing. And if she accumulates any, it enhances her attack. Kind of like how Levitine's basic attack gets enhanced in her ult. The difference between Levitine and Tifius is the fact that her basic attack can be enhanced not just within her ult. It's as long as you have these arrows accumulated. So how do you get these arrows? Let's see. So when Tifius reaches max signs, which is I guess the current state that it's on right now, transmutes all accumulated signs to hunting arrows. So these are like these are accumulated signs, but they haven't been arrows yet. So when at 4, combo triggers, creates a barrage array at the enemy location, dealing continuous arts damage and applying slow on the enemy, and it's AoE. So yeah, you can see that she gains the hunting arrow. So that looks like a very big AoE, by the way. I can already see that this is going to be very nice to use with like Gilberto or Arcane. Right? It's almost like having the giant Tang Tang Whirlpool AoE. Whirlpool chases. The good thing is that if you're using the nature team, you hold someone in, you use the combo, giant dun 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 dun, dun big damage. Yeah, so I think the signs is the thing on the right, maybe? It's the dots that you see on the right. So this is the arrow on the left, the dots are the signs. If the combo skill is activated while she's hovering, it will reset her aerial basic attack count. Huh. So you want to time her skill such that you want to trigger her battle skill so that she's hovering. She deals her attack before she drops back down. You want to trigger the combo so that it continues. Oh, this looks like a really skillful character to use. Skillful in the sense that we have a few strikers in the game, right? Like Levitine, Fang Yi. A lot of people say Fang Yi is very easy to use. After a while, you just accumulate the stuff, boom, 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 boom. Levitine also just goes out and ham. This one looks very timing specific, quite strategic in terms of like when you want to activate the skill, when you want to activate the combo, right? And you're playing with the fact that sometimes she's on the ground, sometimes she's in the air, using the aerial state to do certain things. So with the ultimate, she fires an imbued arrow, which looks really skill tree-esque for anyone who play AK. Explodes after hitting the enemy, dealing massive nature damage within the AoE. Tifius then immediately enters a hovering status. Each of her next 5 aerial basic attacks triggers a hail of arrows. Okay, so you do have to attack. The ult doesn't just rain down on its own. You must do the basic attack so that on top of just her regular hits, it goes boom, arrows rain, arrow rain, arrow rain, continuously. And they will do massive damage. You would probably want some nature enhancers for this. So again, Gilberta will be a very popular choice. Arcane as well, so that you give the nature susceptibility to make this out go crazy. So we're just seeing it again. So she will hover at this point in time. So there's 2 instances you can hover. One is during her skill and one is during her ult. So you want to use that time frame to try to trigger her combo well. I think it's going to be pretty easy per se, because as long as you manage your arrows well and then, you know, accumulate the signs, then try to time it all together. Visually looks really nice. I wonder if it only can hit 2 enemies or if it can hit more. But even if it only hits 2 mainly, it's AoE, so the people standing around will still also get it. Alright. So she'll gain signs after consuming nature infliction. If there are. Right. If she's in the hover state. Oh, wait. If she's hovering and you activated her ult, then she can stay hovering during the ult until the ult ends. So yeah, it really feels like a skill timing thing. If ever there are game modes and stuff that has no dodge again, I can really see Tifius being really popular in order to keep her in the air. but it's going to be tricky to try to use it. So they showed us a premium team. 2 premium teams, in fact, because as you know, the only nature inflictors that can really help her to stack is going to be Gilberta and Arcane. There's also Fluorite. So what they did over here, they had Lino to provide the buff. They also had Adela combo skill to provide the corrosion. And then there's now double nature infliction stack, so there's 2 nature infliction stacks. So she's hitting the enemies to take in that nature. She's accumulated the signs. Then she can use the combo. Oh, she doesn't want. They don't want to use the combo yet. I think because they waited for Arcane's combo to end. Activated Typhoeus combo to refill her hunting to further amplify. I think the reason for that is that they're waiting for the nature susceptibility by Arcane. And then that makes her hover in the air. Yeah, it feels very skill timing based of a character. You don't really want to like spam Arcane. Not Arcane. Typhoeus. If you really want the maximum damage for stuff, you know, you gotta apply everything, set it all there before you actually deal the biggest damage. Yeah, it is a more heavier thinking character, which I think is a good thing. As long as it feels like it needs more thinking to gain the damage, but it also rewards you in the sense that you're playing with this new hovering state to counter against enemies. So I can see the gameplay for this being quite smart feeling for the people who are going to main her. Ooh, this makes me wonder if Typhoeus is going to be a popular character to pull. I mean, she's very cute, and I'm sure that's one of the pull factors, but in terms of like the combat gameplay, I can see a little bit of trickiness. So this time they are showing the Gilberta team with Fluorite. So Gilberta sucks them all in. It's very easy for Typhoeus to deal the damage. There's also Fluorite in play, so that's going to be helpful. So you can see that they're not really trying to always use her combo, because it's like you want to time her combo to the best moments of dealing the damage, right? Only when the nature stacks, so that it increases the burst damage that the enemy sort of receive. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take quite some time to learn how Typhoeus actually works. If you already have Arcane and Gilberta, and you've been waiting for them to be further enhanced, like there's no nature-based name team, now you got one. Surprisingly, we got a nature right after a previous nature, Arcane into Typhoeus. That would be a big thing to pull for. Even if you do not have either of them, however, and you want to main Typhoeus, they did release a brand new 5-star, which is free for you to get. So at the point of 24 September, they are going to give a max potential 5-star on both the character and the weapon, which is a defender physical, but it's the first 5-star that can convert from physical to an art infliction, which the infliction they chose is nature infliction. So we basically got opposite Rossi, right? Rossi turns an arts infliction into a vulnerable. Now we've got the opposite, someone who can go, I believe, vulnerable into nature. So let's see. Maybe not vulnerable. I will have to read his skill. So not gonna read on the basic attack. Only needs 3 attacks in order to consider the finisher. That might be the least amount of attacks I've seen. I'm not sure who else has 3 in the game. So yeah, Perchina is a girl, according to them. We will find out more about Perchina when we play the game. So this is probably going to be the most exciting skill. It doesn't need a vulnerable. So if you've used Snowshine and Catcher, they parry attacks. The difference between Perchina and the other two is this is the longest shield time you'll ever see. So she can grant protection to herself and the operators nearby, meaning they take less damage. But she can cast her, for a period of time, she can cast her battle skill again, dealing nature damage and applying nature infliction. So you can see that in the form of the bottom right. Like, where my mouse is, quite like the Mifu skill where there's like another timer, or like Camille, if you use them, you can use it again to apply nature infliction. But here's the thing. When you raise the shield, her shield time is the longest in the game. Like, Snowshine only blocks 1. This girl blocks everything. The protection value will decrease the longer it is. Ah! So you either attack to cancel the skill, or you keep it there to just keep it smacking and smacking and smacking. But if you activate the battle skill again, you'll cause nature infliction. So it doesn't need a vulnerable. Oh, and the activation costs no SP! So 1 SP for 1 nature infliction. And it deals nature damage to the enemies. I mean, it's a really cheap inflictor. So the combo triggers when the control operator is attacked. So it's interesting. Same trigger as Ember. Throws a gift box to the control operator. The gift box provides HP treatment to operators within the AoE and reveals 1 random item that either pulls in enemies, deals additional stagger, or provides additional HP treatment to the control operator. The very first unit in AK that had some randomness kind of ability is actually Gitano. After Gitano, the next notable one is Ark. So we've got that variant in this game now. That is, you're gonna have a percentage chance that one of those things can happen. But it's a healer and also a damager and a helper. So she'll heal, best to herself because she's the only one now. And then she'll just feed a box to someone. So it's either a bomb, a handicraft, or a yummy dessert. But you can't control it, unfortunately, unless there's a way to control it. I don't think so, because I'm guessing this is a 5-star, so they're just gonna make a bit of silly gameplay. The pool looks really strong, though. Interesting, by the way, all the nature inflictors, apart from Ardelia, has a pool. Gilberta has a pool, Arcane has a pool, and now the 5-star Perchina has a pool. Now, on the out, there's a chance for those presents to occur, either to stagger the enemy or to pull the enemy in. There's also a chance that it provides buffs for the team. So it's all in Gamba. You probably want to get out energy for this character if you want to lessen the Gamba and repetitively use the skill. So they very quickly showed how you can... Okay, Perchina is a little bit less... No, actually, in fact, a lot more less restrictive than Tifius. Because the idea of going physical to nature is gonna basically help a lot of people. Like in the case of this, they're using it with Yvonne, because Yvonne can also trigger her combo skills and stuff with nature infliction. So that's already a sort of bridge that you can go towards. As a defender, this defender doesn't cause any vulnerability, by the way. I just realized that's a very strange thing. This defender has no vulnerability applicator. It's a fake defender. They could have given this nature, but they said no, physical. God damn. Whatsoever it is. So they allowed, as you see over here, Perchina is basically just holding out. Even though the control operator is Yvonne, because of the skill, it gives protection. So everybody takes reduced damage because of Perchina's skill, which is the good thing about using. Quite similar to Snowshine and Catcher, they also provide protection. But the protection is very long because of how long the shield can last. Yeah, so they apply so that they can allow for the solidification to occur from Yvonne. They got Gilberta to get her out and go bang, 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 boom. Sweet. So they then showed Tifius again. This is the idea that if you don't have Arcane or Gilberta, you can now use Perchina together. your freemium team basically if you want to play with Tifius. So you can use Fluorite, Entel, and Perchina. That way, you can double apply nature with the Entel and Perchina, and then Fluorite will also give yet another stack. It might take very long because Fluorite's combo scale is very long. But still, it's a solution to get Tifius out. Once you get Tifius out, you time all the skills, it can be pretty good damage nonetheless. May not be as amazing, unfortunately, as Arcane and Gilberta, but they basically solve the problem of, oh, okay, I don't have those two, can I not play Tifius? Well, now you can. Perchina won't be pullable until the giveaway event ends. I guess she'll be added as a new 5-star that you can get in future banners. So yeah, that's the review of the characters. A single banner character event. I think it's 21 days of a banner, probably. Pool if you like Tifius. If not, chill. You can save your pools because they've revealed the next few characters that are incoming. They've basically revealed that we're gonna get Si coming into the next patch. And then they've also revealed that we're getting this yellow-haired guy who is really beefy looking. Actually, now that I'm looking at him more, holy shit, what did they do to both his front and his back? He's... wow. You see that? Maybe you'll save for these characters. You tell me. See you in another video. Bye-bye. The most cringe character in the game. Why do you call him cringe? He hasn't even existed yet. You call someone cringe before he's even in. I think he's a chimera, is it? If he actually has wings, because he's a chimera, that's why the back is exposed. God damn, I need to see that. I think this guy will sell. This guy is gonna take in all the LADS people. They're gonna jump ship. They're gonna be like, oh my god, we'll take him. The tail is something. It's like it's almost lizardly. It's almost like Lee, but shorter. Insane. Man's gonna be hotcake. Watch him outmock Si. Maybe. Okay. Continue reviewing on the event. Wait let me upload my... Let me upload my review. Not now, not direct to YouTube. How long is 1.5? Let me find out, I don't know. Oh shit, why am I opening AK?
闪避的竟然也是它的重要功能，受到回响还不定是很。
I mean, I explained the character pretty fairly, right? I find this banner weird. I feel like this banner will be very pulled and also very skipped. And that's such a weird thing to say. Like, it'll be very pulled for the people who likes the character, like the character design or the personality of the character, but it'll also be very skipped because the character feels very premium. I don't know what to feel about this banner. I mean, it's not a bad thing if it doesn't do as well, but it's like... Yeah. Finally a 5-star. Yeah, actually a good 5-star. I'm glad they did it. It's a welfare 5-star as well. I'm surprised they did a welfare 5-star now compared to the previous patch, when they did the homecoming patch. Is it a bait banner? No, I don't see this as a bait. Do I think Tifius will be meta? Yes. Tifius will be crazy meta, but I don't think Tifius is casual player meta. I see Tifius as endgame meta. Like for the people who's like the CC chasers or like whatever future very difficult mode, I think she'll be very meta for those game modes. She can't trigger corrosion, no. A very popular Tifius team is likely gonna be Ardelia. For now. Ardelia, Arcane, Gilberta, and Tifius. It's probably gonna be the best team for her. Full nature. With corrosion. Which is why I say this banner is very weird. Because it's like, it takes a lot to get the best team. Arcane Gilberta lock just the 4th slot. The 4th slot could also be Lino. That's another choice. Can Lino buff nature? Can, right? Yeah. So the 4th slot can also be Lino. Yeah, you know what? I think that will be the most popular team. Probably not Ardelia. Unless you need to heal. If we need to heal, then Ardelia. No, but Lino heals as well. Ardelia's in the ditches. Ardelia's gone. Is free purchase permanent or only this patch? Only this patch. Did I explain the rerun banner? No, I'm let me get there. When I get there.
世界在一步步探索中，找出了早已沉没于水中的旧日都市。此时的碎冥城，侵蚀潮即将来袭。为了向城中的居民发出
I hope the story is decent. I mean, I'm glad that we're not getting... Like, we're getting Delver of the Cryptic EX. So the whole point of this event, which I think this comes at the second half of the patch, I think, is we're getting a puzzle map. The puzzle map is not accessible via the Uling map. It's like you gotta speak to someone to or access some menu to teleport to a different world.
一些原本无法抵达的区域便会显现，可以进行探索。其中也藏着修复侵蚀中所需要的零件。有时需要借助漂浮在水面的浮冰抵达远处的高台，有时则要等待潮水完全退去，深入被侵蚀覆盖的城下，才能将零件取回。然而，每当潮水再次上涨，醒时钟都会将时间回溯到管理员初次踏入碎冥城的那一。潮水再次上涨。
Every time the tide
醒
rises
时钟
again,
都会将时
you'll
间回溯
rewind
到管理
time
员初次踏
to
入碎
when
冥城的那
enemies
一刻
set。foot on the
因此，
city.
管理员需要把握每次涨落的节奏，在有限的时间里破解更多谜题。
It's edge space salvage, but puzzle. Isn't it? Because your run restarts. That's the whole point of this, right? They're saying that every time you run it, you're supposed to solve puzzles, but when you run out of time, you start from the beginning. So this is essentially the second airspace salvage. But there's no fights. You're not fighting anyone.
赶在侵蚀潮彻底吞没城市之前修复醒时钟。当然，也不用担心因为一次没有完成所有探索而前功尽弃。虽然时间会回溯，但已经收集到的零件都会保留下来。而在中将的记忆里，留存的不只是这座城市，还有那些曾生活于此的人。 穿梭于街巷之间，倾听他们留下的话语，也许还能揭开另一个谜题。大口随着武林人一路从谭健堂迁往天师府学院的3道中，究竟有着怎样的过去？随着提夫洛斯的
Yeah, Ash Space but with lore. Ash Space puzzle version with a storyline with it. That's what it feels like. Oh, it's more like a time travel movie. Wait, could it be a time travel movie? No, but you see, solve more puzzles within a time limit. So no, your run restarts. It's not like the time limit is like a refresh and you change to a different world. It's the same world. So yeah. Swimming. God damn, the number. Oh, I can't wait for the EN people to all butcher Sui. Swimming. I'm not sure why this is a permanent game mode. I thought this wouldn't be a permanent game mode, but it is. It's called Chubby Lung Attacks of a formula. It looks like it uses cuprium parts. And there are 2 items probably to make. Phase 1 and Phase 2. Runner's steeplechase. It's been a long time since I saw the word steeple. And then there's a web event. Umbreal Monument, I look forward to playing Umbreal. Echoes of War. New gear. I think we gotta see this again.
2张全新唱片《启天》《五相救》以及全新拍照动作《提夫洛斯随梦的常识》《伊冯潮流热舞》等趣味内容。
What am I listening to?
1, 2, 3,
提夫洛斯随梦的常识、伊冯潮流热舞等趣味内容，在装饰物。
Hololive approved.
物品方面，则新增了4款全新装饰：鞍马的关切、显梦、炽热宴会以及彩虹，能带来祝福。显梦能够将梦境分享给他人，不过大概也会有人
Oh my god, what is that emote?
祝福。显梦能够将梦境分享给他
My
人，
god!
不过大概
Why is she being Scuddy dumb? What is this? What is this?
也会有
She's doing it.
祝福。显梦能够将梦境分享给他人，不过大概也会有人
Where's the Scuddy dumb emote? I mean, it's basically this. It looks more Scuddy dumb than Lap dumb. I haven't read Black Forest to see the Typhon stupid faces. I'm going to read Typhon's story on Monday. Okay, guys? I'm here to advertise to you. If you don't play AK or you play AK, I will do live reading for this girl's story this Monday. Join on that stream, okay? Live reading, then you will know her lore better. Then you won't lap. Alright? If you join that story, you will not be a lapper. No, I'm not reading IS4, I'm reading Black Forest Will's a Dream. It's her main story. And post a video? No, it's a stream.
有人问你梦中猎手这个动作到底是什么意思？大概也会有人问你梦中猎手这个动作到底是什么意思？
I don't know what to caption it. I'll just caption it. Funny. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that my humor is reduced to just a sticker. Bro, this is gonna be a community emote. This shit is like when people shit on Enfield on Twitter, everyone's just gonna post this now. Legit, no one's gonna use the cat sticker anymore. They're just gonna use this to replace it.
一逢带来了一个考驾，这下无论身在何处，都能随时举办一场热闹的宴会。不过宴会在哪里开场，可就由管理员们说了算了。想要见到彩虹，往往需要除了
This is super dense, yeah.
的随身物品栏后，干员在武林地区
It's already on the AKEF Discord. Really? Wait. Really? Yeah. I'm trying to find the sticker. Am I in the Enfield official Discord? Yeah, I'm not in the Enfield official Discord. Can someone put it in EF chat? Like someone who's from Enfield official Discord, can you put the sticker in my EF chat Discord? I want it, I want to see it. Oh my freaking god. How do I show the sticker on stream? I can't show the sticker on stream now, can I? I might have to do it this way. I'm showing my Discord server. Guys? Guys? Seven TV emote, someone do it. Someone make it for me. Okay. Very nice. We should replace the cat. Now everyone's spamming me memes. Okay. Okay, I uploaded the video already, by the way, of the operator showcase. Where was I? I've lost it to a fucking emote. They added speed boosters, which is interesting.
动时冲
I
顺
wonder how
畅
many，personal devices would they introduce to the game?
更高规格的加速单元获得的提升效果也更强。
It
新的加
recovers
速单元
stamina
同样
faster
可以
as
通
well.
过塔级集换
I mean, it's big QL for the stuff. You're uploading my reaction.
来获取。未来我们也将继续推出更多类型，
Have I noticed Bitey at 39? Nope.
敬请期待了。
活动信息去访中获得该巡访类型。
The banner. Wait, when does Lino end? Or like, when does this start? Does anyone know when does the patch start? Huh? 3rd September? What? 2nd September? Wait, the banner's 28 days? 28? Huh?
在特许寻访冬猎快要结束时，异彩第一期获得概率提升。
It lasts for the entirety of the month.
在特许寻访冬猎快要结束时呢，我们将会迎来一种新的寻访类型——重构寻访。本期为炫。
Oh, okay, sorry, let me take some time to digest this. This is available on 24. Is it right after? No, there's a overlap. Before version update maintenance. Eight. 21. 42-day event is what I think it is. I think it's 42. Okay.
绚丽异彩第一期，那全部可能出现的6星干员为
I mean, you bought of Enfield? What to do? ARKNIGHTS PC client. ARKNIGHTS is PC client now. No reason to complain not playing. Play AK. Play AK, there's Typhon on the AK. Easier to pull for Typhon. True.
伊冯、于禁、黎峰概率提升，在重构寻访中。
Okay, here's the thing. I understand how this works. I don't understand how would they deal with the people who are different. So, the easy stuff is what's on the screen. There's more urgent attempts now, which is 30, 60, 90. But it doesn't count to like the 6-star pity. They're like separate. So you get more Gamba chances. And then again, 6-star operator is guaranteed 120, which I assume still resets the 6-star. Every 240 gives a rate up token of that 6-star. So what they specifically stated is that it's called the Resplendent Spectrum. And the progress carry over. So what this seems to mean is, let's say there's a different banner after this, which is level 10. Yvonne won't be on level 10's banner. Yvonne will just be herself. So you can try to sync some pools now as an attempt, but the benefit here is you don't lose. You just don't lose. And yeah, if you're chasing for a pot, you can go to the next, into the next. No, but they didn't say something about carry over. No, so you see, the progress and claim status, so they're referring to this, like the 30, 60, 90, and then the guarantee 120, and the guarantee 240. These are carry over into the very, very, very future. The thing that sucks, however, is that your progress from the previous banner did not carry in. Right? I think that's the thing that will annoy people, that it didn't enter. The carryover is for that specific operator, correct? This makes me wonder, will this apply to every single character in the game? Like, will every character get this new free factor hit hunting? Does this solve the gacha issues of the game? People will probably still be crying out for like more free pools, but I'm just thinking, what about the health of the characters? Let me see the next screen. Six-star operator is guaranteed within 80 hit hunting attempts. This guarantee is shared only across refactor hit hunting. There's a strategy here. There's a legitimate strategy. The 120 is only for Yvonne, right? If this was Levitine, for example, the 120 is also only for Levitine. The thing is, let's say you pull Yvonne, right? Let's assume worst case scenario. You got Yvonne at you got a different character like Programishnik at 40 pull, correct? No, not 40. Let's say you got Programishnik on this banner on 50 pull. I wish I can draw on the screen. Can I draw on the screen? Never mind. Just imagine, okay? Programishnik at 50. When you pull on this banner, 120 is guaranteed, right? You stop at 119, you still don't get a 6-star, right? If you go to 120, it triggers Yvonne, yes, but it wastes a 6-star pity also, yes. Instead of triggering the 120, you stop. You stop right there at 119. Because you have a 6-star PT that you accumulated. If you stop right there, you go to the next banner, your 6-star PT is carried over, right? The next banner is Levitine. You don't have Levitine. You are less than 10 pulls away from getting a 6-star. You open. You pray it's a Levitine. If it's not a Levitine, you get a different 6-star. Too bad. But at the very least, your 119 that you stack on Yvonne doesn't go away. So the next time that Yvonne opens up again, it hits your 1 away from 120. You don't have a 6-star PT that you carry in. Boom, you get Yvonne. What I mean to say is, if you want to math it, this really only applies more to new players. Not really to older players. This is a new player thing. Like, if you want to get some of the older characters, it doesn't hurt to just sing, and then see if you get the character or not. The 119 carries into Levitine? No, it doesn't carry into Levitine. So what they specifically state here is only specific to this banner type. It's called, like Yvonne's banner, is called the Resplendent Spectrum. In the future, this 119, like this 120 you see here, and this 30, 60, 90 that you see here, that doesn't carry. That is only specifically for Yvonne's banner. The only thing that carries is the 6-star pity. It depends on how often the banner appear. From the way this looks like, this looks very repetitive. I think this is going to happen every patch from now on. What if these banners are all rerun banners? I mean, they are all rerun banners. You can make it such that the 120 don't override the ATPT. That's the point. You don't want your 120 to override your ATPT when you do on this banner. But the issue is, they've made it actually confusing, because the thing that sucks is that your previous progress didn't carry in. If your previous progress carried in, that feels very good. The fact that it didn't might piss people off. You get my point? I kinda wish they just said that your Yvonne track record was saved. So it doesn't feel like shit. You mean the standard Hoyo Ua? No. For example, people who put on the Yvonne banner, right? If they put 80 pulls already, I wish that the 80 was already kept here. But it didn't. Oh, Fest of Brilliance Pretty? Nothing happens. Fest of Brilliance is on its own. Pretty white evaporated. There's a guarantee move from 60 to 80. The guarantee was always 80. 60 is AK, bro. Who would have only put for 80? People who are terrible at managing gacha? Plenty of people pull without 120. Because they're like, I'm a lucky guy. I will get, boom. Didn't get the character. Well, I don't deny leh. I don't know. But this is the reason why I said they could have just made it another standard headhunting. But they don't want to. If they just made this another standard headhunting, whereby the characters just gets progressively added to the off-banner pool, it would have been so much easier to comprehend. But now it's like, ugh. Because what I think will happen is when there's a level 10 banner, there's no Yvonne. Here's the thing. If you didn't pull for all the previous characters, like Gilberta, Yvonne, Tang Tang, Rossi, and whatnot, right? If you didn't rerun, like if you didn't pull for any of those and you wanted them in the end, this version of the banner is currently better than what they're doing for the character banners right now. Like for Tifius, and your currently experienced Lino and Arcane and whatnot that you just did, this rerun banner, the system is better than those because there's carryover. There's 3-time urgent, so more Arsenal ticket. Not by a lot lah, unless you get a 6-star. The carryover is only for the rate up. Yeah, the carryover is only for the urgent and the 120. All these plannings are confusing. You'll just say 220. I mean, for future income characters, yeah, you'll just say 220. But in terms of like this character in itself, you wouldn't say 220. If you have any stray pools, you'll just be like, oh, I'll just dip my hands in. I'll just try. There's no loss. No, but yeah, I think the weird thing is that you can end up playing like a bit of a smarter player by deliberately skipping. If you wanted to, because of this new rerun system, you could skip every character in the game right now. Because this seems like it's gonna stay as a system, right? So what I'm saying is you can skip everyone and then always wait for this rerun. Because after all, the rerun system is better than the main character system. But you'll just be 6 months behind every time. If you have the patience to now skip every single banner in the game, wait for Arcane, Lino, and the incoming Tifius to enter this refactor headhunting, you technically gain more because you will use less pools. Like, you will have less damages than the actual on-character banners. This new banner might probably replace Fest of Brilliance. I think so. I don't like this change. I don't like this change. I don't know what went through Hypergrave's mind. I feel like they just made like me as a content creator, not as a player. As a player, I'll just choose whether I want to or don't want to care. As a content creator, if people ask me about this banner, they've lost me a little bit because it's like, I know why it's good, but I cannot convince people that it's good. It's like how I struggle to convince people that the AK Enfield system is a good gacha compared to some of the other 3D titles. This is also a much better gacha than what the other titles are doing. It's just, I don't know how to put it to words that is good in a way that people will believe me. Ask for carryover, proceeds to complain when they add. No, you need to understand, when people ask for carryover, it's not specifically to make a whole other new banner. People want the carryover in the current banners, not this banner that's separated. You do it for me, you'll make a video. Have fun, Moose. I mean, Moose, what do you think? I think it's not a popular banner. Except for the newer players. The newer players may consider. But I feel like the existing players will be a bit pissed off. You like it? Oh, I don't like or dislike it. Why do you like it? Like it? Really? That feels like a pretty... That's not a word I expect. It's a bit confusing to understand. You understood after I explained it, right? Like, how to do it properly. How to actually use the banner. There's two player types who will benefit. It's just new players that will benefit, strongly by the way, and hardcore skippers. Both these two types of players will win from this banner. That's it. Any other type of players? Not there. New who? New players? You need to know there are new players in the game. There are people who did just join Enfield, even because of the arcane event. You do 110 on the current Yvonne, you get her in 10 next time, so she comes around. So it's not bad to pull on at all. No, yeah, correct. It's just not bad. Let's say you don't have Yvonne, right? The great thing here is you can feel... It's the same reason that people argue 50-50 carryover in the other 3D titles. Because the good thing about 50-50 carryover is that when you sink some pools in the banner itself, when you move on to the next banner, you don't feel bad because you grew the pity, right? So you have a chance to get the 6-star. Oh, sorry, or 5-star, depending on their game. If you lose on a certain character, like on this current banner, for example, your next highest rarity is guaranteed. You can either continue on the current banner to guarantee that, or you can just jump into the next banner. So there is that saved system. So the thing that Enfield decided to do is a different kind of save system, which is specific to the character you're pulling for. Now the thing is, I'm just going to put forth, this makes more sense than 50-50 carryover, simply because this is locked to the character. You typically don't go, oh, I'm just going to div some pool. I mean, some people do that though. Some people fucking do that. Oh, I just div some pools, see if I get the character. If I don't get a character, I'll just do it on the next one. But otherwise, it's like, oh, you have a banner, you want a pool, you just full sync. You don't have enough pools, that's fine, because you can try your luck. It's like, there's no harm to try your luck if you're missing that character now in the game. If you're missing Yvonne, and because there is no other way to get Yvonne now, like this, in the first place, even if Fest of Brilliance rerun, you wouldn't pull on Fest of Brilliance. You would pull on this, because this system is better than Fest of Brilliance. So the great thing here is, oh, I have 30 excess pools that I don't need to put on any other future banner, like I don't plan to save. Okay, I'll just sync the 30 pools here. Like, if the 30 pools plus the urgent recruitment gets you the Yvonne, great, you win. You didn't need the 120 guarantee. Good for you. If you had to go further, then it's not bad, because, oh, I sync 30, I'll just wait till the next time she reruns, I'll sync more. Even if you win early, you still get the weapon banner currency. I mean, slowly do more pools lah. Her weapon will rerun at any time. The weapons aren't gone forever. The problem with the weapon system of this game is the whole idea that, oh, but I need to get the weapon. I must get the weapon. One, you don't need to get the weapon. Two, even if you insist that you need to get a weapon, weapons are not truly gone forever. Unlike certain other games where they feel like they could be gone for years and whatnot. This time around, if you look at the way that Enfield is doing it, they are making the weapons come back pretty often. So, the great thing also now is that your weapon is saved. Like, even if you sink 10 pulls in, it doesn't reset, which is the freaking joy. The odds are lower for her on this banner? No. 50-50. It's still 50-50. It's still 50-50, it's still 25-75. I wonder how people will spin the argument for this gacha. Because when you argue that it's bad, it doesn't make sense. You can't argue this is bad. It's good. You think about it, this is worse than limited banner. Why? It's not bad. This is better than when Yvonne first ran. Correct. Like, okay, for example, like right now, Lino's banner is going on, right? Now that you know that they have this rerun system, and if you don't have big priority for Lino, you can legitimately just give it 6 months, you wait for Lino banner to rerun, and then you can do it on this system. Like, if you don't really need to get Lino, you don't feel that priority, you wait for her rerun to happen, then you sink 30 pools, 60 pools, didn't get her, fine, wait for the next rerun. Last Strike Gilberto was better because you have 2 limiteds. No, but the rate to get the 6-star is 25%. This is better than Fest of Brilliance because the rate to get a new 6-star is 25%. You can have a single character that you want, but you keep getting the 3 characters that you didn't want because, you know, it's 25-75. But at least this is still 50-50. When is the second rerun? How long? I think... Okay, this is just my random predictions, yeah. I'm guessing that the first few reruns will be Levitine and Gilberta. After that's done, I'm guessing they will slowly, progressively add Tantai and Rossi. It seems like this banner is always going to be 21 day. Oh, wait. Yeah. It seems like this is always going to be 21 day. And I think they are normalizing the patch length of the game to 42 from now on, hopefully. So if that's the case, every patch will have 2 rerun from now on. Every patch will have 2 rerun, and then at a certain point, it will cycle back into Yvonne. And then they will do some weird shuffles, probably. Quite like how they do standard banners in AK. By the way, if I compare this to AK, well, AK is still better because 2% drop rate. That's always better. But, oh wait, no, that's not true. 2% drop rate, sure, but it's 25% to get, like, if you think of the standard banner reruns, not the rerun that AK do, right? AK characters, you have a featured character, sometimes they rerun for a second time, then they can only appear in other banner types, like Joint Operation, Orienteering, and whatnot, or Standard Banner. If you compare this sort of rerun system to the Standard Banner, then the crazy enough thing is that the Standard Banner itself is 25-50 for the featured 6 stars. So that means it's a, like, 2% chance to get a 6 star, right? It's 0.5% chance to get the specific 6 star. It's 0.8 to get a 6-star here. It's 0.4 to get a specific. Actually, yeah, this rerun system is better than AK's standard banner system. Because there's a lot more safety net as well. Like if you think about it in AK, let's say a banner features Narantuya and Moina as the standard, right? Like the 2 6-stars. The problem is if you sing some pools, you're screwed. There's no safety net. There's not even a way to guarantee the 2 6-stars. Unless you use your yellow certs, which is a different conversation, to buy the 6-star. But if without the yellow certs, because at least here there's more guarantee and it's saved, it's much better. Yeah. What a weird freaking banner, Hyperglyph. What a weird mother hacking banner. I don't want to make a video on this. I don't want to participate in this gacha conversation. My brain thinks it's good. No, actually, not just my brain. Every part of my system says this banner is good. But how do I explain to a person who doesn't understand that it's good that it's good? Ugh. They want to be innovative. Annoying eh. Annoying to be innovative. Gacha doesn't need rocket science. They should have just made gacha simple, for fuck's sake. You don't get it, the lost pool is terrible. The way to answer the lost pool question, which is a very sad way for me to reply, is people are just gonna say that happens in every gacha game. When they say that, they specifically mean the 3D gacha titles. Like every 3D gacha title, the lost pool has never been good. The thing I've been asking for Hyperglyph to do differently from the others is to make the lost pool good. Lost pool meaning, if you lose the 50-50, make the losing of the 50-50 not feel so shit. I wish they fixed that. But they didn't. NTE's gacha is innovative. This is just convoluted. Sorry, what innovation did they give? Give everyone a lot of free pools and no one pay for the game? NT a guarantee rated. I know, NT have the ability to... NT didn't even have the 50-50. It's just get the character. Waiting for a Dota game. Haven't played AKE. What changes here? Oh, you're in a gacha conversation. Hell. Seems like Brexophone will try OG-AK. Oh, welcome to OG-AK Brexophone. Perhaps he'll enjoy. I think the... No 50-50, guarantee pool at 90. That's not innovative. Because the way I sort of argue it is that's only okay if apparently... Like, here's the thing about the idea of innovation. Every gacha game, this includes AK as well, they can have different systems, but the number of pools that you take to get to that win is a question mark. So even though you say it guaranteed at 90, but when the drop rate is also low, then the question also becomes like, okay, every patch, right, how many pools do you actually get? And then there comes the problem of, if they match it at half, then people are going to say, oh, but I can never hit the 90. If they match it at 90 all the time, then the question also becomes how the frick your game makes money. I'm not gonna argue NTE though. I don't want to argue NTE. And if the next person say NTE, I ban you because no one asked. No one asked to compare. Oh wells, I'm done with the gacha talk. These are all whatsoever. Chill time during this particular event. The QLs are okay, but they didn't. Actually, no, the QLs being Dijiang related makes me think that they will do Dijiang things later. Someone said at 33 minutes there's a Baiti. Where? What Baiti?
淹没的城市中探索往昔故事，完成相应任务，获得活动奖励。在《雪生幽梦》版本的后半程呢，将迎来限时签到活动。
39. Our pity for weapon banner will be gone because there's a new system of this rerun. I didn't cover it, but yes, it doesn't save your previous progress. That's just the only annoying thing, but it's still good that there's a carryover now. Wait, 39 minutes.
也让我们把目光四望，
There's a bike.
穿过展开一座名为圆圆庄的水墨天地间，不妨暂时放下一切，享受这片世外之境。然而啊，在幅画卷中似乎还有的另一位来访者。
I skipped it.
展开，群山之间。
What's my ID? I don't know where my mom put my Baiti plushie. I'm trying to find my Baiti plushie. I have a Baiti plushie. I don't know where my mom put it. I have a plushie of that.
即将耗尽，高悬在山巅。那前方不远处啊，一座名为
Why is the rabbit turned black?
圆圆庄的客栈，正静静的等待。不妨暂时放下一切
Roasted rabbit
享受这片世外之境。然而啊，在幅画卷中似乎
Ink
暂时
rabbit.
前方不
Drawing rabbit.
远深这片世外之境。然而啊，在幅画卷中似乎还有的另一位来访者。而更令人意外的是，他与管理员似乎早已相识。
His hands are crazy. Look at that. Look at the armory of the fingers. One glove, the other no glove. The other one's scarring. Oh, people are gonna get crazy for that.
值得被
所包含服
同步开放，消耗许可。现在啊，查阅
Kill.
释放置模式，
I
不
think
用分乎还有的
That's the way I see for this patch.
演武活，方便
just
管
chill.
理员
Enjoy the story. Enjoy whatever side quests. Enjoy all the mini stuff. Enjoy the snowy plains. When there's nothing to do, go play ARKNIGHTS. That's the moral of this patch.
在下一场旅途开始前
You
啊，
don't play
我们
ARKNIGHTS, well start.
还有一份重要的邀约需要管理员亲赴。在紧张的大战结束后，我们希望让节奏稍稍慢下来，以一片更属分红如火的水墨画卷里暂歇脚步，驻足圆圆庄，感受客人与帮佣往来的烟火气息，或是放眼群山，眺望墨色。 长耳兽与羽兽悠然穿行林间。当这段旅程画上句点后，我们也将再次整理新装，奔赴更加广阔的远方。与此同时啊，园可以升级牧场区域，实现自动化的种植与养殖，稳定的产出，全节络绎不绝的时刻中。管理员将与园庄的主人应用到全新的玩法，不绝的时刻为。
No, I guess these two things are separate. When they did it in the stream, it almost like they're together. I think they're separate.
与园庄的主人一同迎接络绎，自然就需要依靠大也会加入架。各位管理
God, imagine if we went from farm to food. I think that they wanted it to be a corny joke of like, oh, we go from the farm to the food, but they're actually two different game modes.
员一定能够快速找到经营的诀窍，将园庄打理得井井有条，经营活跃是参与。
No, I don't think they're related because they didn't say that.
并起伏作物肉场区域实现自动化，加入全新的牧场值，稳定的产出。
Yeah, they didn't say that the ingredients are being used for the food.
可以让大家的种植体验更加流畅，而这些作物啊也能够运用到全新的玩法客栈经营中。管理员，而这些作物啊也能够用这个改动啊，可以让大家的种植体验更加流畅，而这些作物啊也能够运用到全。
Why? They're trying to make me a farmer. They're telling everyone to make your own food. Appreciate food. I am working in this game. I am being forced to labor. The game's making me touch grass that I've never touched before. So it is connected. I mean, I will play it. I will enjoy it. I just think, oh my god. Just before I even play it, it feels so chore. Correct, okay. Arena of Games is basically the second. What's the current arena at Sword Vaultdale? What's it called? Whatever that is, Swordsmancy. This is the second Swordsmancy. But they just said that there will be no removal of rewards. But instead, they changed it. They changed it such that the higher the difficulty, the more the rewards, but the more the difficulty. Sorry, so like, you know how in Trial of Swordsmancy is level 60, level 90, right? After you overcap. What they're saying here is the level of the enemy increases based on your points. And you can get maximum reward. It will rotate with the current stage of Swordsmancy. I think you can play them both together.
奖励就越丰厚。此外啊，如果牌型凑成了对着、顺着等好运组合，那还会带来奖励升级。如果牌型
What this seems to be is that, you know how there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now in Swordsmancy? I think what they're saying is that the mechanic is, if you get 2 of the same number, that's a pair. If you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's a straight. So they're saying if you get the deck, the what do you call that? The suites. What the hell do you call that in card games? I play card games, I don't remember the words. If you get those special things, there'll be more points. Yes, we're playing poker in this game.
凑成了对着、顺着等好运组合，敌方的增益呢也会相应提升。
The enemies will also get stronger depending on the streets and the pairs, okay? I see Angeloy though, as a tag, based on this image.
备受大家关注的玩法，危机合约也将开启第2期测试赛季。
It's the second test season. So this is not the first. This is, we're doing CC Beta 1, CC Beta 2. Before CC 1 actually starts.
在第2期中啊，我们结合收到的反馈，对任务指标导入、指标选取的部分体验进行了优化。比如
There's a lot of cancel symbol. Yeah. I don't know why there's a lot of cancel boot symbol. What's that about? Can't move? Or dashing freezes me? I have no idea.
管理员可以一次性勾选多个词条任务等等。当然，除了优化，本次合约也加入了全新的敌人与词条，希望能
Yes, no W key. Wait, they could do what I literally said. I said something crazy one fine day, and everyone said no. Maybe my dream came true. I said remove W key. I see 3 different screens. I see 3 different buttons. Remove W, A, and D key. Only S key is available. You can only move down. You will forever moonwalk as you play CC. They could make it W key only. That's another way. It could be W, it could be ASD band. And then only W key. Alright, camera lockdown direction. Doesn't seem like there's a camera modifier here. Cooking, not cooking? When it happens, everyone's gonna call me the fortune teller again. I know, I called it before it happened. Why? It's hyperglyph. Why if they restrict out use? They already restricted out use in the previous one, but not that badly, but they did kind of do it. Okay. Can I watch this first? Was it the...
When you think of a good game, what do you think of? Maybe you think of The Witcher 3 or a game like Dark Souls 3, or maybe even Cyberpunk 2077. Maybe your favorite game of all time was Skyrim or Minecraft, or maybe even an FPS game like Overwatch. Hey, it could be worse. At least it's not League. I certainly don't think of gacha games in the upper echelon of gaming history. Genshin Impact definitely made a mark and converted a bunch of free-to-play gamers into daily Primogem wage slaves who are certain that visual novel storytelling is the best way to enjoy a game. Of course, Genshin Impact isn't the only game guilty of this. Pretty much every gacha game out there, from Wuthering Waves to Epic 7, has dailies that they want you to do. I don't think anybody expected the daily grind to change with new gachas coming out, but there were certainly hopes of something different. Maybe a gacha game that you could play long-term that would be more respectful of your time, but still have plenty of non-limited fun content to participate in. When ARKNIGHTS ENDFIELD was announced,
As an ARKNIGHTS player, I will only just say to Rexophone, AK did that before ENDFIELD.
it appeared to be one of the most promising gacha games of all time. It's got what I'd consider to be the best looking character models in the genre, an existing IP to build off of for story and world building, and a combat system that's completely different from pre-existing mobile action RPG slot. Despite these accolades, at the moment, ENDFIELD appears to be a punching bag for the general gacha community, being a game touted as having the worst gacha system in history by some community members. And while that's objectively untrue, FGO exists, the gacha does feel terrible from...
I don't think it's fair to say FGO exists and therefore it's not the worst or whatnot. I don't think ENDFIELD is the worst as well, but it's like, when people say that it's the worst, I think they're just comparing against the biggest titles. So you kind of need to make your assessments according to that. And even then, yeah, I don't think ENDFIELD is the worst, but it's hard to prove it.
a subjective standpoint. When comparing gacha data, Enfield's gacha system is actually slightly better than the new industry standard in terms of the odds of getting a rate-up character. The new industry standard being the Hoyoverse gacha system that every new 3D gacha bases their initial system off of, and hopefully expands upon. But with that said, the amount of pulls you can actually get in the game matters, and if Enfield has less pulls available than the competition, the system instantly becomes worse. But realistically, what matters more is the fact that Enfield's gacha feels bad. Since the guaranteed pity is at 120 and you can lose 50/50s multiple times on the way there, they've created a system that feels genuinely terrible to players who are used to having a failsafe after losing their 50/50.
Yeah. The curiosity of this phenomenon is that if Enfield and Genshin came out at the exact same time, it becomes a little bit like, what would players have said? Because right now, a lot of players have the bias of the fact that the Hoyo standard is long-living, and they've gotten so used to it that they think that it's good. I think it's so sad because you cannot test this. You can only test this in terms of like a new person who started and played both games at the same time. They can be the fair judgment to tell you which gacha is the best. But unfortunately, there isn't a lot of people who will run the experiment, and a lot of people who play Enfield, for instance, are coming from Hoyo. So the whole feels bad problem is the repercussion of coming from something different and entering into here. So I asking this, but I will never get an answer, which I think is a good thing for you guys to think about, which is, if both games started at the same time, Genshin Impact and Enfield, what would the community have ended up saying is better or worse? Or would there just be a permanent 50-50 war as well? 50% of the players will say Genshin is better, 50% of the players will say Enfield is better. You know, because after all, it's a different system.
Which, again, having that failsafe has been an industry standard for over 5 years now. Pulling on other 3D gachas versus Enfields after saving up pulls is like if you just ran a mile and are looking for a nice glass of water. You're offered 2 glasses of water. One of them is normal, regular old water, and the other one has been infused with charcoal powder. Despite the charcoal water having antioxidants and technically being better for you than the regular water, it's going to feel awful to drink, and you're probably going to choose the regular water. It's simple, it's cozy, it's not over-convoluted, it's easy and refreshing. It feels nice to drink regular water because it's simple and it's what you're used to. That, and it's what we need to live, but we're kind of ignoring that with this analogy.
We're drinking too much water.
Drinking the charcoal water means that on the way down, you have to deal with the potential grittiness from the powder and off taste, and, well, you get what I mean. Nobody wants to drink water that looks like venom anyways. But despite the perceived problems with Enfield's gacha system and the fact that it does genuinely just feel bad to lose multiple 50/50s, how the game is perceived isn't as much of an issue as you might think. After all, if Enfield is a punching bag for the gacha community, Genshin Impact is a punching bag for all gamers everywhere. And despite that, the game is doing...
Oh. It's really weird when like people permit content creators from making comparisons to the gacha state of like Wuthering Waves and Genshin, and I get a bit of a double standard in my videos when oftentimes when I compare Enfield's gacha, I'm not comparing to, like, I will bring them up, but actually the one that I'm comparing to is AK, because after all, AK is the same franchise, it's the same company, and I always bring up the fact that, like, you see, Brexaful has gone past the whole gacha mentioning part, and he doesn't bring up AK. If you bring up AK into the picture, that's when you can start to feel the question of like the losing feels bad part, because strangely in AK, losing never feels bad. Like, it doesn't feel that bad unless you have a really, really big character that you eye for, and it hurts as you keep going up to like 150, 200, 300 pulls. But in truth, like, losing doesn't feel as bad because, for one, you get more 6 stars, right? 6 stars appear so much more regularly, and 2, if you're newer or if your roster is smaller, you have the chance to get new stuff. That's, I think, the point that I keep trying to say when I say that Enfield needs to be different from the other gacha games in order to set a new standard of 3D gacha titles. Do not just keep doing this whole 50-50, everything is special and limited type of thing, and instead allow the feeling that, oh wait, I just joined the game late, but I can get characters even now, even though I'm not here before. as a situation. So I think Rex just kind of took the first 3 minutes to bring up the fact that, you know, a lot of people say gacha is bad, so he's feeling it in the video. But it's a bit sad that he doesn't really, he talks about it as feeling bad, but he doesn't really say like what to do about it, you know. I was at the same time, I also don't really hear his actual stance of the gacha from hearing this.
Exceedingly well. Honkai Star Rail is in a similar boat. Anywhere you look on social media, there's likely some sort of hate campaign, but the game is still doing really well. I wish I could make $40 million on a bad month. Ultimately, a gacha system that's widely considered to be bad will stop some people from trying the game, but it won't kill the game entirely. The only thing that will kill a game is whether or not the game itself is actually fun to play. It's also the same reason boycotts on games don't really work. For every one person on social media who says,
I mean, at this point you can see he's gone past the whole gacha conversation, which is like, you're a big guy. Kind of wish that you had some things to say, but he doesn't have to. You know, after all, it's his video. It's just I'm now bringing up my point of there are ways to improve the gacha, and I think it's okay to bring it up. And the ways to improve the gacha is not to use the Hoyo standard, because I don't think the Hoyo standard is exactly the right way to do things as well.
Decision is bad and quits to boycott a game. There's 9 other people who don't like the decision who keep playing the game anyways because it's fun. And then there's also like 100 people who don't even know that there's a boycott happening or that people are even upset to begin with. So then that begs the question, what is happening with Enfield? Well, to understand Enfield's faults, we first have to understand what Enfield succeeds in. So first off, the character designs are all incredibly well done. ARKNIGHTS as an IP has some of the best character designs in all of gacha, and it reflects well in Enfield's designs as well. Many of the characters in it are absolutely beautiful,
say that in terms of
players
aesthetics,
definitely want them. It's me.
I say that in terms of like...
I also think I might be in the minority opinion here, but I actually think Enfield's combat is fun. It's definitely hard to optimize because so much of your best damaging rotation is directly related to how many dodges you get and when enemies are defeated. But overall, I think it's a really fresh take on gacha combat, and I like it. In my opinion, at least, I also think that the world design of Enfield is very well done and stands out exceedingly well in a sea of gacha games that are all trying to copy Genshin Impact. Never mind the music being phenomenal, but the idea that you can industrialize the world and make farming for characters and upgrades easier if you put in the time is a great...
Sorry, I was just thinking about the fact that he brought up the whole combat thing, but he doesn't really bring up the CC stuff. I'm not really against his video in the sense that I think Rexophone's audience is so much bigger. Like, a lot of people have watched Rexophone from the Genshin times and all the other gacha games he said. So, understandably, he's not really the person who needs to go into the nitty-gritty details of everything. And instead, like, if he has a message, he just needs to put it forth, which we'll hear that in a bit. But I just hope that this opens up into some good conversations for the people who actually watch his video.
Idea for a game where you're going to be doing the same thing over and over. ARKNIGHTS Enfield follows in the footsteps of OG ARKNIGHTS and makes everything very easy to automate, so that if you put in the time to play the game and set up your automation, you no longer have to play the game. And this is where I think Enfield falls flat, because unlike other gacha games, ARKNIGHTS Enfield respects your time too much. Okay, so now that we've let that sink in, let's talk about it. When you grind a character in Genshin Impact, you have to go around the open world to collect Ascension materials. It'll take you like 10 minutes.
I'm scared of where this video is going. I hope he doesn't fall into that point that some people makes.
To get everything if you're fast. Same deal in Wuthering Waves. Well, in Enfield, that's become hyper-optimized. Now it only takes you 5 minutes or less to get everything because you have zipline set up everywhere, and you can also grow the Ascension materials in your ship while you're offline. When you want to gear a character in Genshin, you have to grind out artifact domains. This can take days, weeks, or even months to finish. I remember when a certain Geo set came out, I spent 4 weeks doing max refreshes on resin and spent 100 fragile resin on it, and I didn't even finish one usable set of it.
By the way, if I don't know or think if I'm gonna put this as a video. I watched this without thinking whether or not I'm gonna put this as a video. But I'm at this point to just mention, if I do, I mean, I hope people watch till here. I have no feud with Rex. I'm just watching his video as a viewer and telling you what I feel as someone who play AK and view and AK. But like, If I disagree with anything, I'm not fucking stirring Field. I'm just listening to his takes and telling you what I think. Okay? Some people are gonna like if I uploaded this, I can see some people not watching the freaking video and just saying, oh, this guy is stirring drama at the start. I mean, I hope the freaking title and the thumbnail will be neutral as shit, but like, I'm just gonna watch on, okay?
Kai Star Rail is the same, Wuthering Waves is similar, but it's much easier to get gear since you can technically farm infinitely for the right main stats on your gear, with Overworld dropping echoes even in co-op. But it can still take weeks at a time to get a good set. Now take Enfield. To gear your character, you need two things, actual gear and weapon essence. And to get gear, all you have to do is set up your factory and log out.
ARKNIGHTS.
That's it, you're done playing. The factory will produce the items that you need for gear, and you don't have to worry about rolling for substats or anything. Essences, on the other hand, do require you to use stamina, and they have RNG rolls, but there's items in the game that mitigate that significantly, and overall you end up getting the perfect essence in like 2 to 3 days. Not accounting for the extra stamina the game basically shovels down your throat on a daily basis. Enfield cuts down on gear grinds by months, literally months of saved time logging in daily to grind gear. You could argue you need to log in to spend your stock bills, but even then, it doesn't feel like that much of an incentive, especially since you get them so quickly. And setting up your factory for them isn't even hard to do. Ever since the game launched, you could go to Kyostin's channel and find a blueprint that hyper-optimizes your base builds to produce the maximum amount of the best item, and you could do it in seconds. So what does that leave to do in Enfield? Story? Dailies? Endgame? That's basically it. The only reason to log into Enfield is to do the story, complete your dailies, and clear endgame. And yes, that is similar to every gacha game out there, but here's the main difference. Enfield allows players to optimize the ever-living heck out of their playtime with in-game tools. Farming items and gear for characters in a majority of cases just does not take that much time. It's an infinitesimally small portion of the game, whereas in other 3D gacha games, farming for characters and their gear is a majority of the time spent in-game. And on top of that, Enfield's dailies are so minimal that players can complete them in about a minute or two. And as someone who's broken free of gacha FOMO, it doesn't even feel like dailies in Enfield are worth it. 80% of the game is already automated. The only thing I'm missing if I skip a day is a bit of premium currency and my daily stamina, which also can be stored for other days. What else is there to do? Well, their more recent limited time endgame mode, Contingency Contract, was a really great endgame mode as far as gacha is concerned. But in terms of boss mechanics, it does ultimately stay a DPS check, dodge the AoE endgame. There's no puzzle mechanics, no instant wipes if you don't perform the required task, and nothing to engage your brain while you do your rotation. This
Fuck me. No, I can't believe he's letting so many people hear this.
is an endgame everyone has already played, with the exception being that you get to pick your own debuffs to make the fights fit more to your team. It's definitely more free-to-play friendly than other gachas, which means you don't need as many premium units, which is another reason you don't need to log in. Gacha games
Jesus Christ. Ayo. I don't know what to say. I'm quite taken aback. I think that does Contingency Contract a disservice, no? Like, it's not a DPS check. There's what? Why does he say it's not a puzzle? What was his playtime of CC like? No, this is not a drama, it's just... Oh my god, I can't believe so many people are hearing this opinion. Aiya. I'm just a small content creator. I can't change what he says.
entire formula is getting you to come back and play every day. They use FOMO, or fear of missing out, to get you to come back for limited time events with limited time rewards and daily quests to make sure that you play the game every single day for player metrics. ARKNIGHTS Enfield.
It's funny because he says that they use FOMO, but like, okay, I agree with the whole point that he made in the front about, there's no grind and whatnot, and like there isn't really like a big push. I've said this before. Games have what we call a white hat and a black hat motivator. This is something I learned in my previous game company that I work in. Black hat motivators are almost like negative reasons to make you stay in the game. So like login rewards, daily logins, weekly logins, limited time rewards, limited time events. Like those are like time pressure. So it makes you feel like, oh, I gotta be online so that I can be there. White hat motivators are different. White hat motivators is ways to make people play a game, in order to, like, because there's something to look forward to, and there isn't really a pressure. It's like it's always there for you to do it. So black hat motivators would include things also like the gacha banners. If the gacha banners are very, very limited, then it feels like a black hat motivator. Enfield doesn't have a lot of black hat motivators as a game. In fact, like he mentioned it pretty clearly, like they give so much rewards, progression, and sanity just to help you to speed build and everything. But like, I haven't really heard what he thinks about it. Like, does he think that's a good thing or a bad thing? He says that that's what they do, but I don't understand if he says... Yeah, he's never really made it clear. I don't understand if he likes the fact that it respects people's time, or he doesn't like the fact that it respects people's time. Maybe I will have to watch on, and then I'll catch that view. But the whole CC thing, oh, yo. I feel sad. It feels like wow, my heart just got shattered at someone saying something like that about CC. Because I think CC was so much more than that. Like, if you actually play it deeply, you will realize, oh my god, there's so much that you need to think about. I don't know if the people in the comments agree or disagree with him on his CC take, but oh, that was wild.
Field is the antithesis of that, and in a way, the most consumer-friendly 3D gacha game out there right now. It respects your time so much that people have stopped logging in favor of logging into the games that don't respect their time. Why? Because it just makes sense. Why would you play the game you could play anytime when a bunch of games are incentivizing you to give your time to them? Truth be told...
Okay, I want to hear his entire point, but yeah, I think that's where I was saying... Like, I want to hear his view on this. And he's not wrong. I think what the other games master so well in is the black hat motivators. Like, you feel so much more pressure to always need to log in, to always need to catch up, to always need to, like, speed build someone. He's not wrong, because even I myself, I'm not, like, deeply logging into Enfield every time. Because after I see the fact that, wow, they give rewards so easily, I don't have to feel so bad about, like, skipping. And I think that's a good, healthy thing. In fact, I wish all games were like that, because that makes me feel good. But the thing that makes it a bit negative is, because everyone starts to play a little bit more chill, it makes it seem like the attention on the game is less, when in fact it's just like, oh, we're not quitting the game or anything, we'll just come back when there's something to do. And at least the game lets me get to my work, get to my school, rather than the game needs me to stay in there. Let me continue listening to him.
99% of the time, the game you can play anytime is a better game. Usually, they're not a gacha game. But it can't be 100% said to be true for Enfield, because despite Enfield having great character designs, an immersive world, and being incredibly fun when there's content, Enfield doesn't have much content that incentivizes players to come back. Now, this basically goes into a whole discussion about FOMO versus making content that's so fun people choose to come back regardless of rewards. Gacha games rely on FOMO because most of them aren't consistently more fun than good non-gacha games, like Slay the Spire, The Last of Us, Pokemon, Deadlock, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You get the picture. Enfield isn't relying on FOMO as strongly as other gachas, which means they must rely on content being more fun than other games if they want players to come back. And ultimately, that's why I argue that the gacha system isn't the reason that people aren't playing, because what's stopping people from coming back is that they don't have a good reason to. Now, Enfield devs are 100%.
People are not playing Enfield because of the gacha. Some people are like that, but yeah, you shouldn't say it like as if no one is, not. They're just people who will refuse to. But when you think of the whole gameplay matter, I think what he says can make sense in the sense that people are simply looking forward to just things to actually do in the game. I mean, all of us have been asking for that, right? Something that can fill our time, that can make us feel like, oh, we're not just logging in to do a daily, but instead we're logging in to do something else as well. That's what Enfield severely lacks in right now, which is the very reason why the 1.4 review that I basically stated, content volume is good, quality is like okay, but it's none of them solve the problem of just something to do daily. And I think he also brought up the point of the FOMO and the great replayability. Now here's the thing, I don't play WoW and Genshin. Rex will be more specialized in that information compared to me, but I play AK. So that's when I can see that, hey, a gacha game can have replayability, and especially for the fact that you're in the same franchise, you need to do it as soon as possible. So I am agreeing with, because I believe that's how he's going to conclude the video very soon, saying that this game really needs to pursue on the replayability if they don't want to use FOMO tactics in order to be the way to get people in.
Aware of this because they're more billionaires over there at Hypergriff and they can definitely hire things like analysts. But ultimately, what's going to decide if Enfield is seen as a good game or gacha slop is going to depend on if they're willing to add fun, repetitive content or if they add more FOMO to compete with other games doing the same thing.
I'm curious,
I personally really like what Enfield is, but I like the idea of what Enfield could be even more. When I look at Star Rail in comparison, HSR has both Divergent Universe and Currency Wars, which are permanent non-endgame modes.
This is interesting. He doesn't play HSR as much, does he? But I've also played HSR before. So this is also the point I bring up when I say, like, for people who don't play AK, I mean, the only closest example that I can bring to people is the fact that HSR also... Oh, he plays HSR, okay. But I bring up the fact that, okay, fine, you don't play AK. The best thing that I can tell you is HSR also has replayable game modes. You know, and they've got, like, the whole universes and also Currency War. You kill for a Currency War analog in Enfield. You know we have auto chess in ARKNIGHTS right now. You can join as a new player to play it right now, and it's freaking fun to play it. And just for a note, we've had it before Currency War was a thing. You can join AK now. It's really good. But
that are fun to play. Enfield doesn't have anything like that to keep people playing even after they've done their dailies or completed their main daily FOMO tasks. Sure, Etch Space Salvage exists, but I don't really know anyone that's logging into Enfield for that specifically. The story for 1.4 was absolutely amazing as well, but it certainly isn't going to keep anyone repeatedly logging in. The story is basically a one and done until next patch. While their first, second, third, and fourth combat endgame events have all been fun, and I really like the mechanics of Echoes of War, by the way, by the fifth combat event, it gets kinda old. I'd personally love to see something that expands on the game's factory without blueprints being a 3-click option to basically bypass all of the difficulty. Some kind of factory or tower-based PvE or PvEVP mode could add a ton of replayability without having to rely on specific units, and it'd feel completely new. To be completely fair, Enfield is a relatively new gacha game, and it hasn't had nearly as much time to add new game modes. It suffers the same problem that a lot of modern MMOs do, where when a new MMO comes out, it doesn't have nearly as much content as the MMOs that have been running for 10 to 20 years already. Players blaze through all the content, and now there's nothing left to do, and the only thing that can fix that new MMO is adding 10 more years of content. Other competing gachas have been out for years and have way more content for players to play through and enjoy, and Enfield has quite a bit of catching up to do. In Enfield's case, though, they have a very important decision to make on what direction they want to take the game, whether they want to make it more predatory to get more players, or if they want to attempt to innovate in the space and potentially risk not holding as many players in the name of making the game more fun overall. And if they choose to innovate and make the game even more fun without...
I can't believe he shows CC symbol like 3 times after he gave that take.
adding other FOMO aspects to it, it could experience a full recovery and even a massive increase in the amount of players actively playing the game. But ultimately, while Enfield won't die off due to a lack of players, like many love to claim on their tribalistic mass misinformation campaigns, it's certainly coming up on a turning point that could decide the future for the game. Whether they decide to chase what's been proven to work over and over and introduce more FOMO and reasons to log in, or if they hunker down and commit to adding fun and engaging, repetitive content that will keep people coming back for more fun than FOMO. Making their gacha system more free to play to players will certainly entice a particular demographic into trying the game, but it certainly won't fix what's been broken this whole time. My name is Braxophone, and thanks for watching.
I mean, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with his suggestions because it's the exact same thing that I suggest. Make more replayability in terms of factory, make more replayability in terms of combat as well, so that there's always something that people can log in for. It's the reason why AK is able to work. I don't know if Brexophone will watch my reaction. I think it might be okay for me to upload my sort of reaction towards this video because I'm not really negative about it, apart from the sudden shocker of like CC is a DPS check. Like, oh. I don't know how he played CC, but whatever it is, I heard that some of you mentioned that Brex is gonna play AK. I mean, if he wants some help, he wants to chat with AK person, he can hit me up. I would love to watch him play AK. I'm not gonna handhold him or anything. I would just like love to be a chatter with him of the game. Cause as you hear from a lot of his suggestions, it's funny because I think when I watch this, I just go, okay, can you give me examples? Because I don't play Genshin and WoW, you see. I don't play HSI anymore. So he brought up HSI as an example, but I found it really funny that he didn't mention anything that Genshin and WoW has done, because in this case, he's basically implying and justifying the fact that what those two games do a lot more often is the FOMO tactics. Again, it's not a bad thing, because the funny thing is that there are players who defend those games, saying that this is the thing that Enfield lacks, right? If there's nothing to grind for, it feels like I don't have any game to play. But I think these players are confusing grind for actual gameplay, and they've never actually experienced and witnessed actual gameplay for themselves. So that makes me then think, well, if you want to see actual gameplay and how it's gonna work, then you should pretty much do that with AK. If you actually play AK, then you'll understand why AK players are always so noisy at saying, oh, I wish Enfield did this, I wish Enfield did that. Because that would have been the clear-cut examples for the things that he's asking for. So, yeah, I'm okay with the video. I mean, the end message was good. So, nothing to be against it. But the ways he comes up towards the end message, here and there. Alright. He mentioned it due to the fact that most of his view come from those games that they know about. Check comments. Why check comments? Spending the time, I don't have a lot of free time. I'm over 40 now. Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of people who write in the comments are saying like again, I guess Brexophone is not saying that it's a bad thing that the game respects the time and whatnot. He's just saying, okay, it respects the time, but it needs to do other things. But like, when he's saying that point, even I got a bit confused, because it's like, so do you like that or do you not like that? And you kind of end up realizing he didn't ever state that opinion of whether he likes it or not. It's just more so like, they're doing this, so what should they do? So as you see in the comments, then a lot of people are like, but I like the game because it respects my time. They went into typical tribalism later. I'm not going to check the newest comments. I can't be bothered. He kind of used the wrong examples to get to the conclusion. His buddy... Am I going to ever hit up Genazet? I don't know. I don't know Genazet as a person. I'm scared. I'm introvert. I'm very shy. I won't hit up content creators that I'm very unfamiliar with. Unless like Genazet wants that kind of interaction. Like he doesn't mind like people actually like spending time to talk to him and whatnot. But yeah, I'm extrovert. I am extrovert. Like he's playing right now.
I don't think I have enough operators that help with. Dude, I'm broke. I'm fucking broke, dude.
Oh, he's feeling the early game pain, which is basically exactly what I say to quite a lot of people. Oh, I can knock. Oh my god, what's this Twitch feature? Ask to join the stream. Oh my god. No, but I won't scare him. He's playing a lot of AK. I think he's growing into AK. I recall that when I was watching him just another day ago, someone asked if you're addicted, and he's like, no, I'm not addicted, I'm just having fun. But I think he's also starting to get into it. And realizing that there is quite a bit of funsies that you can enjoy. Unfortunately, yeah, AK players need to know that it's pain at the start. But you're saying that it's because Gen Z and Brexophone are buddy-buddy, so there's a chance that Brex might want to convince... Sorry, Gen Z is maybe knocking on Brexophone and saying, hey, you should play AK or something? I mean, I said this as well, like, I don't know how Mr. Genuinely, I don't know how Mr. Poke is surviving as a HSR streamer. And he does well, lots of people love to watch him, but like, he could play AK as well. He'll probably like it, but he doesn't want to. I don't know why. He's one of the creators that I'll say, go play AK. I think you'll have a good time. It's likely his audience. Yeah, he probably won't. Yeah, I also don't think he will. He'll probably need me to pay him money or something, and he will. Not enough views? I feel this is... Okay, funnily speaking, a lot of content creators are very dissuade from playing AK because they are afraid that it drops on their views. But in truth, like, it probably wouldn't. And if like everybody do it at the same time, it will help the game to take off. Like, the way I sort of see is, if you think Uma Musume, like, if everybody gets into it, then like, boom, you know, it'll just go up. Poke is insanely into the grind. Oh, he's that type of player. Oh, I'm not that type of player. I don't like grind. Remove grind from my life. I'm already grinding in my own life. Why must I grind when I play a game? I mean, other than that, I would do that for certain game titles. If you throw me back into Maple Story or RuneScape, I'll grind for my life. I will never want to grind in any of the other gacha titles. There's infinite content glitch in paid account reviews. Hey, sorry, I find this a bit crazy. People pay Poke money to review account? Do they? For real, sir? He gets hired to check on their account? It's a culture in the other games. Are you for reals? I'm poor as shit. Someone pay me money now. What the fuck? It's a culture since Genshin. What? Pay me money. I've done every account review for free. I've done every viewer pool for free. What the shit is this? I got no Oilers, bro. Who wants to be my Oiler? Yeah, I'll still do it for free. I'm not asking for money. It's just... What the fuck? No, and people call me greedy content creator. People call me like chasing for views. What the fuck are these other content creators doing then? Why people are angry at me when people are legit paying content creators to get in their accounts? Why am I under fire? I feel so wrongfully attacked. I'm definitely not greedy. I fucking pay money in people's account every freaking month. These content creators are taking money from their viewers. I'm giving money to my viewers. What does this mean? I'm so sad. I'm too nice. Yeah, I'm too nice already. I'm rich. I'm not fucking rich, bro. You think this fan is a sign of richness?
PLS review my Akaki XDD.
This fan has been with me for fucking 6 years! The chair I'm on looked expensive. I fucking spent on chair because I need to protect my goddamn back. Otherwise, I'm gonna get back problems. The rice cooker? The rice cooker that I always show on stream? 10 years? Am I gonna add the 7 TV remote? I'll add it soon. Actually, no, it's not 6 years old. It's probably 3 years old. Because the previous fan broke. The previous fan wasn't this color. It was grey or something. Can't remember. Wait, this fan wasn't even bought with my money. You know what this fan was bought with? My government's money. You know, like, okay, sorry, this is culture shock. Singapore government actually gives us money. So this is like, how do I describe this? We have like climate vouchers. So I just bought this with climate vouchers. The thing is, if I'm rich, I can't get climate vouchers. Because rich people don't take money from the government. Like the free money from the government is a rich people, like it's a poor people's thing. How much did I spend on AKE? Oh, flip me, man. Too much. And I don't like that. Am I gonna get $500 next month? Why? Why do I have $500 next month? I'm not keeping up with the vouchers. September government payout? Didn't they already do a payout on August? There's another one? Why is there another one? There's a second one? I'm getting more money again? Standing desk. I can finally stand up when I stream. And he says he's broke. Oh. Can any of you guys adopt me? No, adopt me. Uncle's rich, he wears new shiny clothes every stream. I bought this from the fucking budget store! I bought this from fucking YFS! Fucking 10 RM! 10 ringgit, bro! What do you mean I wear shiny clothes? My iconic black tank top. Well, how much did that cost? 15 USD? No, I've gotten this question several times where people ask me, do you not have an air conditioner? And I'm like, no. Why? Give me money. I just don't have an air conditioner. It costs me money. I've been streaming in this freaking Asian heat every day. Do I have air fryer? I do, but I don't use it. Now, no one in my family uses it. It's probably an old air fryer for several years, and we haven't used it for a long time. You want to do a short Discord call? Oh my god, what? I was going to end it soon or something. I was going to end the stream soon. But if you want me to call, yeah, we can. Why? What's up? Can I hear you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, there's gonna be a small date. It's okay.
Okay.
Engage and chat. How do you feel about the patch? I just wanted to
chill.
Like call about that.
Just chill. Just chill.
It really is chill, huh?
Go play AK.
I am downloading AK tonight. Okay, good. So here's the thing. 1.5 patch, making new account, going full in on ARKNIGHTS. I'm not touching IS until my account is fucking built to touch IS.
Oh, because you realize that you don't have enough
I have
toys
90
to play with?
No, I have 98 hours on Arknights. 72 hours was IS. But here's the problem with me and IS. I didn't give IS actually a chance.
What do you mean?
Right? Because I only went like a butthead. I only went through the wall in IS2. I just did IS2 with an account that can't do IS2. So I was just gambling every single run on if I'm gonna get good characters.
Yeah,
right. But and I never touched IS3. I never touched IS4, 5, or 6.
Yep. You should though.
Because I was fucking around. But I'm gonna make a new account, brother. I barely played that other account. I barely touched
No. The reason why I say you should is not because to play or to try it. It's just if you want to accelerate building your account, just play it. Like this,
new account.
Jenna Z is currently playing AK, and if I had advice to give him, I would just tell him to like play everything. Cause like everything gives you materials. Like I just hopped into Jenna Z's stream just 10 minutes ago, and he was talking about how he's freaking broke. He can't build any character. And if there's something I would advise him directly, like by just hopping in and calling him, I'll just be like, just play everything. Because everything gives you resources, materials, and whatnot, and you can literally speed on your account. Like, that's why a lot of people tell me things like, oh, a new player should not play RA, a new player should not play IS. No, they should. Get all the free shit.
That is true. Just to experience it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Enfield, we chill until next
but,
two months.
But chill. But I am looking forward to the story. I like the character. I'm glad that they did.
I'm looking forward to the. No, I think Typhon looks fucking amazing. That character just genuinely looks really fun to play.
Looks difficult to play actually. As in fun and difficult. As in I was mentioning to my stream that this is finally a striker that doesn't look very brain dead. Like Fang Yi feels very brain dead.
Oh, you mean get ultimate ultimate turn into a god for 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But like Typhon Tifius doesn't feel like that.
Yeah, she didn't get hit by the striker curse.
Yeah. So that was pretty good. I mean, it has the same problem as 1.4 lor. Like I think the content volume will be good, but there's just nothing replayable. Like this game.
Oh, you mean there is nothing? Yeah, there is nothing to use the combat and the team building and the fantastic.
I just watched
Rexophone's
video. Do you watch Rexophone's video?
Oh, I didn't. I'm probably gonna watch it tomorrow.
I watched it just now. I was okay and also not okay with certain parts, but I think when I watched Rexophone's video, I basically thought that he hit the right thing, which is I think one of the reasons why a lot of the other gacha games succeed is they kind of do a lot of FOMO, or like
oh yeah, 100%.
They do a lot of things to make you feel like you have to play, but Enfield doesn't really do that. Like Enfield, there isn't really a thing to grind. You're not RNG farming for anything. You're not like when the story ends, it just ends. There's like nothing to do. But that's the same to like apparently based on his video, because I don't play Genshin and WoA. He seems to imply that there's nothing to do after the story's done as well. So I just realized that like AK is a revolutionary game basically for these type of players, because like they probably don't understand what the meaning of a replayable content is. You know.
Oh, 100%. But I'm gonna say that I still think that even Genshin in its current state has more to do than Enfield.
No, but
in
Genshin
terms
is a
of
longer
endgame.
game.
Because no. But the thing is, Genshin has the tower. Okay, the tower, the abyss, or whatever the fuck. It's still. How do I say it, man? It's still something that promotes community interaction, and yeah, it promotes community interaction. It still promotes the tier list.
No, but are you saying that in terms of like 6 months into Genshin type of thing?
Okay, I don't know how Genshin it was at 6 months, but I don't think Genshin had any kind of endgame for like 5 years, right? It started getting like stuff.
No, that's why I say that your comparison becomes a bit because like you're looking at.
Listen, man. Tomorrow I can wake up and I die, and there is still no endgame in Enfield.
But that's tomorrow.
I'm joking.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's tomorrow, bro. How about you barge into Hypergrade's office?
Here is the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture with Hai Mao and I'm gonna post it on Twitter, and it's
Hai Mao's
gonna
in
be
Singapore right now. I have house in my country right now. I don't know how to. I don't know how to find him. Can someone drop me his location? I will enter his hotel.
Yeah, he's probably in cosplay. No endgame in Enfield. I mean, the endgame of Enfield currently is collect characters, and that's it. Here's the thing: I still think they should repurpose a little bit the Echoes of War, because the Echoes of War, how it currently
Echoes of War is just another Umbral Monument in a different form.
I think it's just a worse Umbral Monument.
Because of the timer?
No, I just think it's because
it's
the
funny.
stages is just AoE.
I didn't say this just now. Brexophone likes Echoes of War more than Umbral Monument. That confused me.
I like Echoes of War more than Umbral Monument because I put more time into it. I put more time. But it all depends. Like we go back to the discussion that you kind of said way back when 1.0 came out. Enfield combat depends on the enemies, which is true. Because the better enemies you have and boss fights, you can experience the satisfaction of Enfield's combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the only satisfying thing for me in Echoes of War is Skydrummer. As a boss fight. Right?
That's fair as a way to just say like
Edge of Axis is kinda, do this boss under 1 minute, but it doesn't push you to learn the teams, it just pushes you to have like a team that does a lot of damage when it comes to skills and combos. Right? It's like, do this in under 1 minute. It's really fucking boring. It's like an elite that just stands there and yeah. For example, really what if Echoes of War...
You go on?
What if imagine this. What if Echoes of War on a weekly basis is a reset game mode, but instead of that, you have Rodan as a character, boss fight stage, and then in the middle you have like, for example, the Ballista and Axe from Umbral Monument. Why don't they use Ballista and Axe? Yeah, but why don't they use Ballista and Axe from Umbral Monument and put it as a stage in Echoes of War with a little bit of a twist?
You want it to
have
be like
a way
sequential
better
fight thing, like sequence into sequence into sequence. You're talking Trials for Navigator. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's a game mode in AK where we have the bosses of the event, but we sequence the bosses of the event. So you play 3 bosses in a row.
Okay.
So
yeah, but that is.
I think the reason why they don't do it now is because there's not enough.
Nah, we are not gonna see anything until 2.0 because everything is in testing phases.
Pretty much, no. I said like so because I also watched Breck's phone. Like another point that he made that was quite okay was the fact that he said, when the game matures even more and they have added way more things, it kind of helps to like for them to diversify and make other stuff because there's more enemies, there's more rooms, there's more maps. Like Enfield cannot go ham on their game modes because, like when you think of AK and when AK had our first integrated strategies, we only had it because like I think nearly 20
of a trial event that people liked, right?
No, it's no. It's like we had 20-ish variations of enemies by then. It's not the character pool that is small. It's the enemy pool.
Enemy at
small.
the end of the day.
So that's why, like, if you think about Umbral Monument as well, it's already amazing that they can keep releasing a new Umbral Monument every single time. When it's like, will you not run out of enemies? Now Enfield is playing a game of chasing the number of enemies that they're making into the Umbral Monument. Because if you know that the next Umbral Monument is like entirely Blightshade.
But the next patch has a variety of completely different enemies again. And a mini-boss again. So,
yeah.
Right.
So they I think they're trying to work on that law to fill in. And I feel like it's like you kind of just have to give the confidence and the patience that I feel the sadness.
I have patience. I know. People always think, bro, Doom poster, man.
The sadness I sort of have is the fact that the reason why I want to shield a lot about Enfield coming from the franchise of AK is I wish that they figured it out from the very start of the game.
From the start,
it would have made it so much easier. But looking at the way that they have launched the game, the way I kind of see it is, okay, screw it. This is the current game state now. And it seems like they didn't really figure it out as to how to make the start of the game really try to follow what they have done in the original game. And now it's like they're taking yet another year to refine all these things by taking in community feedback, by taking in what people feel and what people say. So, like, when I look at it this way, I don't see that as a bad thing, because after all, them as a company, they are pretty receptive to the community. It's just that changes don't happen immediately. Like, at least if you see the way that they do, like, every single live stream, they're always like, oh, we're now fixing this. We know that you said this. Let's now do this. I don't watch or play too much of the other games, like the other titles, but having memories of the games that I played, or sometimes even just dropping by to see what other games are doing, I don't really get that sort of vibe of like the dev saying, oh, okay, we're doing this because we heard you, you know, and not like, oh, we have a new shiny thing that we want to put to you, that kind of thing. So you have to just give them time, lor. Too bad.
That's why I trust this company, because I see more changes every single patch in terms of absolutely everything, and constantly like let's be honest, we started talking about gear loadouts like 2 months ago. Today they said, oh, gear loadouts. We heard a lot about that.
It's just that it's
1.6
not
is
added to
coming
this
out.
patch, but yeah, it's good that they say,
Yeah. But that is the thing. Like, there is more quality of life changes and completely like things added every single patch and trying to fix it more than you would get in any other gacha game in like a year at all. And it's like the basic stuff.
Yeah.
In other, like in Hawkeye Star, even the basic stuff wasn't added like 2 years into the game. It is insane, right?
Yeah. But I think
Devs listen.
Yeah, they are very, very, very listening devs. Just
Here's the thing, like even at the end of the first half anniversary, they said, yeah, it is our first action RPG gacha game, right? So
Yeah.
like this game is gonna go through the same kind of stages like ARKNIGHTS did until they figure out how to. They have contingency contract, good. Okay, what do you feel? I want to ask, how do you feel about contingency contract already coming out in 1. It's gonna be in 1.6, right?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, they say it's 1.6.
Because of the coloring and everything. Okay. Yeah, but 1.6 is gonna be huge. Here's the thing. Do you think the Sui sibling is gonna come out in 1.6, or are they gonna edge that
AK
shit
Sui siblings?
until? No. The C, the Sui.
As in, do I think she will be a pullable character on that banner? Yeah, I think she will. I'm just surprised that it's almost like they've actually formed a pattern, because they did triple banner, double banner, single banner, double banner, double banner, single banner. So I don't know if that's the trend, double single, double single, but the next banner will be a double. It's gonna be the guy and Si. And
Sweet.
According to what they said, it's the last Wuling map.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's the last Wuling.
Which is good, because it means we will have a Christmas present. Because the new map.
What if they do like intermediate patch between Wuling and the next region? They can easily drop it like a side story or something that connects.
Yeah, if they choose to build a connector map to the next map, I could see that happening. But I don't see that as a bad thing, because it's like
that would be a perfect thing.
Yeah, it does make it cool that there's a passageway that actually links up the two worlds. And that means that if they ever do storytelling, the only way for that to feel really impactful is if they connect the storylines of both worlds together somehow, because of that fact that, you know, they're in contact with each other. That's a way for them to do it. But I've suggested that. I did my 1.4 review just earlier today, and I'll post that in the weekend.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good stuff.
But,
I mean, yeah, this match is gonna be just a chill.
I mean, just hopefully it's just a decent story. It's just some decent game modes to play. I played patch 1.4 very chill as well. I didn't log in as regularly as I used to. Like I was legit missing out on some dailies, but I felt it was okay. I didn't really feel pressured to do dailies. It's like I'm not disinterested in the game or quitting. It's just the game literally allows me to be chill, which is both the good and the bad thing about the game. Like,
it's good and bad depending on who you are.
It's good if you're a busy guy, but it's also bad in terms of like, I want to be more immersed in the game. I want to be more with the world, but like the game doesn't really let me do that.
It all depends. Oh yeah, did you see the big puzzle area zone? It feels like Delver of the Cryptic, but
I said that. I said it was Delver. I looked at it again, and then I said it was basically Edge Space Salvage 2.0. except it's not combat.
Delver
but it's
Cryptic
puzzle.
Edge Space Salvage
Correct.
as a big ass puzzle zone. Yeah.
And
Like,
no
completely
fighting,
something
or
completely
hopefully
different.
no fighting, which is, I thought it was good. As in, that is one of the strong points of the game. I think they could make some really cool world interaction environments that is enjoyable. So I just hope they do it well. And even if they don't do it well, I would love if they just do it more, because I think that makes it fun. Realizing
Oh
that
yeah, 100%.
not everyone's
Like
into
more
combat.
open stuff.
Yeah.
Edge Space 1 Salvage.
Yeah, I think just take it slow in a sense, and wait till the anniversary lor. I really think that the changes can only really start hitting when they start going into a different world. Oh, but the
New
one
region
thing to
one.
just share with you in the call, the banner confused the shit out. I say it didn't confuse me. I understood it fully, but it's just like I'm not gonna make a video about it.
What, the
because-
rerun banner?
Yeah.
I
It's
have a
good.
feeling that the rerun banner is just better, but
It's better.
you don't get the. It's better, but you don't get the chance to lose to limiteds, to other limiteds.
Yeah. But it's just better because you just get the character. It's just Enfield doesn't seem to ever want to solve the problem that losing on banners feels like shit.
Yeah.
And that makes me a
Here's
bit
the
sad.
thing, but
oh well.
in 120 pools, you get 150 pools because you get 30 extra pools. Every 30, you get on 10 plus,
yeah.
right?
You can pull 150 times now on a banner because of this.
Yeah. And it kind of transfers the pity from this banner. So wait, with the introduction of this rerun banner, I have a feeling that from now on, every single patch is going to have a permanent rerun banner.
Yeah, there will.
You think so,
there will definitely
right?
be.
So,
I think,
so 1.6
think
would be two
they-
limiteds and then a rerun banner
They
again.
are probably locking the patch dates as well. I think the patch dates are getting locked into 42 days. So banners are
Yeah.
always going to be 21, 24, 28, but like rerun banners will always be 21.
I mean, every single patch right now is 21, right?
No, someone recently was 24. Who was it? Someone had
Oh,
a
yeah, you
no,
kinda-
the current one. I think Lino and Arcane are 24 for some reason. Like it's a 48-day patch that we're in. But I think they're gonna try to lock it down soon. So yeah. Oh well.
Okay,
But
anything
enjoy
else?
lor.
Do you have anything else to say? Maybe, like, I want to hear a little bit of your opinion.
I mean, I shared my opinion before you asked me to call. So now
Okay,
I'm
okay.
gonna-
The 5-star character, Welfare.
Good.
What do you think?
Good.
It looks like a Monster Hunter big cat. Like,
Yeah, I'm glad that Enfield is going very Monster Hunter-esque all throughout. I think that's good because you don't really feel that in a lot of the other gacha games. Like including AK. Like I don't think you feel that in any of the gachas.
I think that character looks funny as fuck. It genuinely looks like a Christmas character with the funniest weapon ever.
They called the
It's just
candy,
a Monster Hunter comedy.
They called the shield a cotton candy shield. So it's just a fluff ball.
It's a girl inside a costume. Yeah, man, we are getting a first furry, man. Yeah, it is, but
Yeah. I'm glad. I like the character. I'm glad that it's. I'm also glad that they. Okay, the best part about that is that they did follow an AK philosophy, which is they decided to do what we call welfare, meaning they gave a 5-star for free. Yeah.
it's finally a 5-star since the game released, which is crazy. They need to do more of that.
Yeah.
Not even a welfare, just add more 5-stars in the pool. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess. But why is half your chat on YouTube so toxic towards me, man? Chill, uncle, chill. Go play Factory, brother. I don't need to play Factory. I already copied pasted Kyoston V
No.
Factory day one,
Why
and
are
I
you
never
reading my
touched it
chat?
again.
I'm not even reading my chat.
God
while I'm
damn,
talking to
man!
you.
What the fuck, bro?
don't
Everyone is
debate
like, chill, Unc. Go do Factory. No, I won't. I already copy pasted Kyoston V, brother. Kyoston V probably got a new Mercedes from that video. Do you understand that video has 400k views and everyone probably rewatched it like 15 times on 0.2 speed? He probably bought 3 new fucking houses from
Wait,
that.
actually, 400k
Holy
views.
shit.
How much money would he have made? Let me think.
Yeah, but imagine 400k view 30-minute video and people watch it with pauses and 0.5
Oh, you're right. Wow.
speed.
That
Do you
would be a
know
lot
how
of
much
money.
watch time? Brother, that video has 1 hour watch time. Bro, he bought like a Mercedes and he's gonna buy like half of Europe.
Spark is stirring some brand new AK controversy I've never heard of before. Is Kyo secretly a landlord? Is he a millionaire in disguise?
Bro, Kyostin is probably a landlord and he's gonna be...
Kyostin was Mr.
With the money he's getting from that video, he's gonna be in Road to Empress 3. Main protagonist. Like, goddamn. Ni hao.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm still glad with Enfield nonetheless. Like, I stated this about 1.4, that once they did 1.4 pretty well with the story, that was enough for me to not feel so upset or anything towards them. Because, like, at least I needed to see them do one area well. Like, CC was already kind of there, so CC did that a bit for me, but I think it was when the story happened that it just made me go like, okay, well, you just showed that you can write, you know? Like, that's so harsh to say, but you can write. And therefore, like, as long as they do that enough, I wouldn't be unhappy, but I will keep asking for them to do something replayable so that, you know, people can be proud to play Enfield and feel good about playing the game. And in the case of like if they were to have a poorer patch of 1.5 or 1.6, to me it's just okay, whatever. Just get your grip, get your footing soon enough.
No, 100%. I don't know, man. I love the 1.4 story. I think it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, it was genuinely way better than what we had in the past.
Oh, by miles. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, how is the site going for ARKNIGHTS? Are you looking for Oilers? The site.
Are you looking to be my investor for Arcpedia? Arcpedia open for business people?
I'm waiting for the investor call. Are you gonna be on like the stock market?
I don't know. I don't know if I'll list Arcpedia for stocks. But no, it's going pretty well. I think people are enjoying. I can't really know the true sentiment of this unless people feedback to me, whether via the Google Forms or message me or whatnot. But it's good in the sense that I think the way I kind of see is as long as one person feels more attached to the game because they discovered something that is very helpful over here, if they feel like they can learn something, they can grow more with the game, that makes me very happy already. Of course, I'm hoping that it's beyond a single person. I'm sure that this website has already helped at least one guy, but I'd hope to extend it to an experience that a lot of people will be able to take. A lot of people ask me, will I ever make Arcpedia for Enfield as well? To which I find it interesting because Enfield has had certain QLs that are quite a bit better than AK. With they announced just now that they're going to do like build trackers, which is interesting because we don't have build trackers in AK. But they're doing that, which makes it such that, okay, then why would you need a tool for Enfield? Like, the reason why I'm making this site in the first place is because there's so much concepts in AK that I think is so overwhelming to teach, and that's why I felt the need to do this. But I'm not really sure if I need to do that for Enfield per se, which is the reason why I don't know why people.
For now, no. Enfield is way more easier to understand, and it's like a new age gacha compared to ARKNIGHTS. Right?
I wanted to mention just now
old
as
squad.
Well, when you mentioned the Echoes of War and you said you didn't like the 1 minute guy. I get why we would say you don't like the 1 minute guy, but for me, I saw of it as it was a test of understanding how you want higher damage attacks to appear at ASAP. So the question is, how do you do it? A lot of people's common solution is you build harder, but in truth, I think the better way to go about it is to realize that in a minute, you can't really use outs more than once easily unless you feed ultimate energy to your characters, like most characters. So the whole goal of it is to see whether or not you could do double outs, because usually double outs on like a hard-hitting character is the way to kind of secure the win. So for me, I used the Levantine team, and then I literally did one singular gear swap of her to out, and I just win because I can use her out twice.
Yeah, but
I can see that
Echoes of War. But the thing is, here's the problem with Echoes of War, and it needs more stages. Or how do I say it?
I think it's not.
Echoes
about
of War was okay
more...
unless the last 2 weeks. When they started repeating the same stages now without nothing, it's like
you see this in the case of AK. This is the reason why I always had to say this constantly to people who praise AK in the early days, and I think they don't understand what they're saying. If you play AK in the very, very start of AK, we had no IS, and if like we look 6 months into AK, right, the only content that you can play up till was chapter 6, which I don't know how far
you guess you replayed hard stages of the chapter and probably just did events, and that's it, right?
No, we don't even replay. It's not even worth replaying.
Wait, did you have when you have to go 400 enemies at the start of the game at all?
We have, there were only 3. At the start of the game.
Okay.
There were only 3 at the start of the game, and then once you've cleared the 3rd, you just keep farming the same one. Yeah, no, first day of AK is chapter 4, but now I'm talking about like 6 months into AK. In 6 months into AK, we had certain events like Original Festival and whatnot, but we only had until chapter 6. So the thing is that when you say that it needs more stages, it's weird because if you were playing AK at the time, you also say we need more stages. Like what Enfield's Umbriel, Heat Rage, Echoes of War, the way I perceive it, it feels like I'm looking at new AK stages being launched every week, every 2 weeks for me to play, like a patch. It's not the same. The stages for Echoes and Monument don't feel quite the same as like the open world battles. They almost feel like you're playing an isolated stage by stage gameplay, which is exactly what happens in AK. So they're pumping quite a bit of this, which helps to fill some of the itch of like, oh, I need something to do. Okay, at least I have a stage, some new fun mechanics, some new fun ideas to play. But they will never be able to make people feel happy. Like, here's the thing, even if you were to add 30 Echoes of War stages, it's never going to be the answer. Because
100%. No. I think Echo of War 3 stages is also okay. The thing is, it all depends on what the enemies are, right? If it's more like if it was more boss oriented, for me personally, I think it would be more exciting for myself and maybe other people as well. Instead of, 2 AoE, a little bit of a gimmick, and then the 3rd boss fight is always
hopefully they switch it up to make it, because I think that's
so
what
it all depends
Monument.
If they start adding a little bit, exciting stages.
Yeah,
that's all
Monument is also. I've always stated this, that Monument has scaled up well in the sense that every Monument feels like better than the last one, because they do keep surprising with like new stage conditions that you didn't expect them to do, like slipping on bananas. What the frick do you mean? Or like permanent status that they just did, solidification, combustion, and whatnot. Those were all good. So the way I sort of see it is they can keep pumping on these stages, but it will never truly solve the problem until they figure out that. Of course,
until they fix the rest of the game, because it feels like they are fixing more of the rest of the game before they tackle new stuff. Because they are kind of okay. Let's be honest. 1.6 they announced also a revamp of the farming thing, so they are putting resources and development time into the new farming.
No, the way I think,
stuff, right?
This is the way I describe what I feel as a player, as someone who's looking at our patches of Enfield. I sort of think that the team of Enfield is very big. They have tons of staff, tons of level designers.
Bro, they have 1,000+ people just developing the game. It's crazy.
I think they have like the heads, like the bigger people who's handling like the bigger main content giant patches. They're the ones who are taking more time on the work of like the new bosses, the new music, the new maps in order to do then they have the smaller size teams. The smaller size teams do not really seem to get in contact with the main people.
No, they are just working on the overworld.
Yeah, the ones that's like writing the side quests, the mini game modes, they have an idea, they flesh it out, they put it out there. So I kind of think that how do I put this? I kind of think that unfortunately, they won't be able to man everybody at the same time. They're just looking at, oh, you've shipped this mode already. You're ready to release a cooking game mode. Okay, let's do it. Let's put it in this patch, and then they just push it. If they have a certain higher up reviewer say, okay, it looks good to go, then they'll just put it in. So I feel like on the quantity spectrum, they seem to be doing quite a lot of this, where the smaller size teams are able to deliver on these like mini stuff that people are playing. But on the bigger size stuff, that needs more time, which is the reason why like you're gonna feel that, oh, this patch might be a bit more slowed down. I mean, we feel that of 1.1 and 1.2 as well.
Just be real with me. Tell me, Ankh, shut the fuck up. Go play full-time ARKNIGHTS. Everything is okay. Experience peak.
Me? You want me to say that?
Yeah. You just be real, man. Guys in the chat, you guys are real, right? You just need to tell me, Ankh, shut the fuck up. Go play ARKNIGHTS. PC client is out. You promised us.
I went to the gym today.
Real shit. Wait, what?
I went to the gym today.
Are you getting bigger?
No, I'm saying you could do that too.
Shit. I'm going to the gym, but I'm only going 3 to 4 times a week now.
Yeah,
I didn't go for the last 2 months.
I go 4 times a week as well.
Gym rats talk gayage. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, I mean like, no, you don't have to play AK.
Okay. No, I'm gonna play AK because AK, the PC client was out. The thing is, I didn't have time to do it because I was waiting for the live stream and all that shit. Also, next week, I'm on Gamescom for 5 days.
Oh, enjoy. Gamescom has a AK Enfield booth.
Yeah, I'm sponsored by Enfield. I'm gonna be there. They're also gonna have a panel with talking 2 days in a row, Friday and Saturday. Yeah.
Oh,
brother, my badge has hypergraph on it, man.
Hey yo, I want that too. I hope they do that. I
people are
can't
gonna
ask for it.
see me there, guys. If you're on Gamescom, say hi.
No, for real, sir, you're gonna get a hypergraph badge on that day.
Yeah, they're gonna have on Friday and Saturday. They're gonna have developer talk.
Oh, and your
developers are
no, but you're a
be
participant
there.
or you're what's your role?
No, I'm just participating as a content creator.
Oh, is your name list dropped out anywhere already on the Gamescom site or Enfield site?
No, because because I'm just there on as a.
You're just you're an invited content creator to be part of the viewing.
Yeah. I'm not a part of like. I think they got Brand Online to do the talk stages.
Is it Brand Online or Brex? Brand Online, is it?
No, it's Brand Online.
I mean, I hope
they got a few other people for the. Yeah, I'm like media pretty much.
I want to be media when they come to Singapore. I truly hope they do.
Bro is gonna go there and beg for a roguelike mode. Brother, I'm gonna go to Lidl and Aldi. I'm gonna get it on my knees. I'm gonna start crying like
you're gonna
ugly,
meet Lowlight.
Loud for 45 minutes.
You're actually gonna meet Lowlight, bro.
I'm gonna be Rua, please, man. Rua, please. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna cry on his feet. I'm gonna grab everything around me. People are gonna be, who the fuck is this guy? Throw him to jail. Yeah, I'm gonna be Rua. Where's my roguelike mode? Anyways,
no, but I would say that like I think they will come to Singapore at the end of the year, and if they do, I hope they hit me up. I want to be part of media too, or I would love to host if they let me host, but I need to send my portfolio. I don't think they'll make me host, but we'll see. I genuinely would love to do that.
You need the experience. You need experience.
I have the experience. It's just don't know if they ever call me.
No, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, enjoy yourself at Gamescom.
No, it's gonna be my first time like on a gaming convention. I never was, like ever in my life.
I was when I was younger, when I had people that I want to meet. Nowadays is more so to go and support artists because I buy a lot of fan merch. Yeah.
That's one primary thing. I'm gonna go merchandise as well. I'm gonna be on Enfield. I'm probably gonna go to the Zenless Zone Zero booth for obvious reasons.
Yeah, wait, you guys are right. If they did an event in Singapore and they're looking for a host, they'll ask Poke before me. Watch it. I know it's gonna happen.
I think Poke is gonna be on Gamescom as well. That motherfucker is invited to everything. Like, it's crazy. He's Mr. Singapore himself. It's great. It's insane.
Poke's going to... Bro, I just got told something I didn't ever expect to hear from my chat. People pay Poke money to get into his account, their accounts.
Yep.
I've done my job for 7 years. I've never once asked for money from my viewers. I've only given money to my viewers.
Guys, if I get 5 Twitch Primes on the Cookie Kaze channel, he is gonna tell you that he loves you. And that you are his favorite friend.
Friend?
Then
No.
he's also gonna do a count review of ARKNIGHTS.
No.
And then he's gonna start playing Enfield more seriously and start farming gear.
No.
Even though Enfield is a really casual game. Like,
Hey, but you
don't
guys
need
can
to do
subscribe.
shit.
You guys can actually subscribe. You're still
Guys,
get
for a mere
heartfelt
5
thank you.
Twitch Primes right now, you too can be part of the Cookie Kaze clan.
Damn. Well, that's a proposal. But yeah. I mean, overall, that's how I feel towards Enfield. I'm kind of chilling. I'm more so... The way I see my YouTube and Twitch matters now is I'm more focused on trying to change a bit of the direction of the content, in the sense that for some reason a lot of people feel that I'm negative, and I find that very strange. Like, why do you think I'm a negative guy? Thank you, Lord Riven, for subscribing.
Brother,
yeah.
I raise my voice a little bit, people think I'm mad. Because it's like, it's crazy. Because what the fuck, man, I'm from the Balkans.
Oh my goodness. Waffle, you know that you know that I like you enough. We will meet in Singapore soon. I'll give you a hug. We've never met.
He's gonna give you a hug for free. If this was Mr. Pokey, he would ask for 125 subs right now.
You're right.
What the fuck?
No. I would have given
Bro.
him a hug without the sub. If I were to meet him.
Yo, Wafu, thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs to the Cookie Kaze clan. Let's get it.
Yes, but now it becomes more necessary.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he needs it because we are not paid like Mr. Singapore Pokey there.
But oh else.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just like, I can't even banter anymore. Do you understand that I sometimes open your stream and I banter and I'm like, last time you pulled on Lino, I was like, this motherfucker is gonna get Lino. And then you pressed 110 pull, you got a Lino, and then you got a Camila. I was like, oh my god, here he goes again. And then I got the messages, damn, you hate Cookie. What the fuck? You're just jealous of his luck and so I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
it doesn't work, man.
people genuinely think some people genuinely think I hate you or some shit. It is. I permabanned him on the spot.
I don't.
It's insane, man.
I generally don't have bad blood with much content creators. I just never really connected with much content creators per se. Like,
how about we start fighting and then we start making videos about that? But we never talk. But we make you make a video, then I make a respawn video on that.
I am
then I make a respawn video to that, and then yeah.
I just watched Brexophone's video and I thought maybe I'll upload my reaction, but I'm so fucking scared that my reaction is gonna get people going, oh, you're just stirring shit with Brexophone now. But like, no, I'm just telling you what I think based on what Brexophone says.
Well, what do you mean, man? You react and people that are gonna watch your content want to know your opinion. Brother, if every single human on planet Earth had the same neutral opinion, bro, just stop existing. Nothing would be like exciting. Every single person, I watch people that genuinely have their own opinions for themselves. If I can just sit here and say what other people want to hear, what is the point of that?
Yeah.
Like, brother, come. That's the big thing when it comes to gacha content creators. They are afraid. Every single one of them is genuinely afraid to say how things are, and they just say what people want to hear. And that is the easiest way to farm reputation.
No, that's not true.
Most of them. Let's
some of them are like that. Other people aren't like that. Other people are, I believe in a certain way. I think this is what my experience is. I'm going to make my experience feel like a fact.
Oh, that's completely different. Yeah. It's different. It's like, it's because some people are like, okay, this is not for me. I don't like this video game. I'm not gonna play it. But most of the discussion today is, if you don't like something, oh, this game is trash, EOS, dog shit, burn it to the ground, it's crap. Right, it's like, there is no discussions.
No, but
it's
this
either
is
white or
what
black.
I mean by, I do feel that I will change a little bit of the way that I approach the content that I make, because somehow, like, every little bit of negativity, it gets painted in the bit of oh, you're just, shit talking the game and whatnot, when it's like, I'm just criticizing the parts that I think they can do better. But I think now my sort of thought is, well, let me just change the whole whole direction of the channel. Let me do things that are, I think, good in terms of entertainment value that people can laugh or enjoy as they watch, or if not, things that are good for the community. Because my whole goal is just I want to grow the AK community. I want to grow the Enfield community, and allow
You
them to-
want to find other people to find the enjoyment of what you like as well, because
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing. Brother,
I
if you
mean-
like something, you want more people to play that certain something and enjoy the same way you want to enjoy it. That's me with Enfield,
I'm
but
not
I kind of burnt
sure
out for it.
what kind of streamers people generally like to watch, but the way I stream is emulated to the things that I enjoy. That is, I like a cozier space. I like a space that makes me feel like the. I think if my stream was a food, which now I sound like Max Klemenko, the guy who does career ladder, because he always asks everybody if your type of food, if your job was a type of food, what would it be? But if my stream was a type of food, I would probably say like just a nice cup of coffee. No, or more like a nice cup of milk with cookies on the side. Let's just be chill, not heated. Like
Bro, I can't chill, man. This fucking summer is killing me. I can't chill. It's 42 degrees Celsius here.
Flaring up on people on my stream, and I hate participating in arguments that I feel are senseless. But I am willing to give people the time of their day to have the.
Yeah, you're giving people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
Here's
I
the
give people
problem sometimes with that. Sometimes you give the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes you need to realize that some person behind those messages is genuinely 13 years old or 11 years old. And that's it. And they just want to type shit to get you triggered so they can use the clip and be like, I'm gonna send this to my other content creator.
Yeah,
that's the thing, right?
I
But who
banned
cares about
someone.
that?
I banned someone. He went into Singtunta's video and said Cookie banned me on his channel because I said Nikkei was better than Enfield.
Of course, that's the thing, man. It's those people. It's like, guys, I'm
like, what
2
the
years
fuck?
old. Don't say that, man. Guys,
Bill.
don't say that, brother. You're gonna get banned on Twitch. If you say on Twitch that you're like 13 or 11 or something like that, they have like a automod shit.
Yeah, but I don't really want to have that negative vibe, and I just hope that I allow more people to be discovered, more people to be enjoyed together with, and help people to like the game, like the art and stuff, you know, because life is simple. Life doesn't need to be complicated. I remember I shared what we shared on call.
Life is already way too difficult that the online life doesn't need to be difficult
Yeah.
as well. That's
I shared it
That's
in private
too
call, but I
fucking-
also said it in public that like I would love to do the pivot of my content into other stuff, but yet at the same time, the other thing I kind of realized is I'm just a single person. I don't have the brain to do everything. So the way I kind of see it is like, for how long I've been in the AK and the Enfield side of, no, not Enfield because it's still fairly new, but for how long that I've been doing this, I would love to just keep working on that to allow people to feel good as an AK player. And
Yeah, man. Just become
Once-
John ARKNIGHTS. That's it.
but once I reach the state
I mean-
that I feel, you know, it's very healthy monetarily, and like I will have enough time to afford to making whatever here, I would move into other stuff as well, because I'm old. I can play other games, but I will not like, I can play other games as a stream, but I will never like make videos out of other games because it's not really what I want to talk about as a video. If anything, I would love
Because
to
it's
just-
comfortable, man. That's the thing. Every single person, player, even not content creators, but also players have their comfort games, right? It's better to
Yeah.
sometimes just have a comfort game that you can log in, play it, and feel comfortable with.
No, I
That's the
think
thing.
I think more so as no, I think when I say that, I mean it more as I want to experience life more rather than to be
Oh,
in games all the
100%.
time. So eventually, once
But
I
the time
reach-
is gonna arrive for that. The time is gonna arrive when it
Yeah.
comes.
And eventually, when I reach the point where I feel pretty good as an AK content creator, and I feel like I don't really have stress in terms of earning my own money or even feeding my editors, the people who help me, then I will start to think, what if I did something completely not AK? Not to say that I'll quit at that point. It's just more so I will keep doing AK, but to switch to something else, because I think, like I've mentioned this to you in call, every second that I don't do that makes me feel like, am I wasting it? Because maybe I would do something great there. But I'm okay. I'm not pressured because I enjoy what I do. I enjoy being able to stream these 2 games and being part of this franchise because it's a cozy, fun franchise to be in.
Now I'm gonna tell Hi Mao, yo Hi Mao, we need a 3rd game. ARKNIGHTS Starfield.
No.
Turn-based auto battle game.
No.
Yes, 100%.
I'm not even looking forward to Honkai Nexus
Get
anymore.
on that shit right now. It's gonna
doesn't
be
feel nice.
first collab is gonna be Tifa from Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah. But yeah, I think
The gacha is gonna be like Uma Musume.
Are we sort
It's
of
gonna be peak.
done so with the things that we want to say? It's 11:11 now. Please make a wish. Stocks left.
Okay. I'm not gonna. Yeah, thank you for. Anyway, one last question. How do you feel about the return of contingency contract so fast already? And like, because 1.6 seems like it's gonna be fucking stacked. If it's like 2 limited characters, contingency contract, and all that shit.
No,
it's
I
big.
expected
It's
it
huge.
to happen because I think contingency contract is faster to make. Like, if you think of contingency contract, all that it takes is you create a stage. You create modifiers, you let it scale, you test against certain teams, make sure that it's clearable at R20. Like the procedure of making contingency contract is a lot easier than to make something like IS.
Oh, 100%. Let's not even talk about IS. IS is still not ready for Enfield.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
not
but they did say that this contingency contract is not official yet, by the way. They said that it's still a test.
It's still beta, yeah. So nice. But I'm happy because let's be honest, the 1.6 feels like 2 limited banners that are really huge, contingency contract, then you put in Echoes of War, Umbral Monument in that patch and all that shit. It's really, it's gonna be good. And also main story quest.
Yeah.
Also, brother, Dijang on Talos too. What the fuck?
Maybe. Yeah. They showed that, which I'm
overall,
curious what it is.
Okay. Listen, I'm gonna then start playing ARKNIGHTS because I want to, and it's time. PC client. Okay, PC client, really good, right? It supports 144 FPS.
You haven't tried?
Like hertz. No, I haven't even installed it yet.
It supports 120. If you VSync, supposedly it can match your monitor's frame
My
rate.
monitor. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that then.
Yeah.
Sick.
It's way too smooth. You'll get addicted.
Look at this guy. I want more combat, but he's afraid of CC. Brother, what the fuck?
Really? Someone said that?
People.
Too bad.
What do you mean I'm afraid of CC? No.
Oh, you?
I'm not afraid.
That's
I've just... Brother, I finished with Ember. I played contingency contract with Ember.
Rage baits you more than my chat would.
No, it's not even my chat. I'm looking at your chat. It's always the YouTube chatters, man. YouTube chatters, you guys are third. Holy shit, you guys don't even deserve to be read anymore.
It's just
Bro,
one
I'm
guy.
looking at your chat on screen and I see that shit from the YouTube chatter. Yeah. I always knew classic YouTube chatters.
Okay.
I always knew you guys say shit just for the sake of saying shit. Yeah, look at that. All your YouTube or your Twitch chat now is like, oh, go to war, fight them. No, it was not me. It's okay. Anyways, I'm not gonna keep you anymore. I had my fun. I'm just guys. Everything that I say and interact with Cookie, it's just fucking banter. Okay. I'm just a Balkan guy, European, and that's it. Don't take it too personally.
Someone clipped something said today out of context.
Yeah, clip me out of context. Smug hates Cookie. Yeah, I hate him so much.
I can't wait for the drama.
Crazy. Anyways, I'm not gonna keep you anymore when it comes to.
I'll probably end soon also, so yeah.
What did you say?
No, I'll probably end soon. I was probably
I'm ending right now.
Before you called, so yeah.
No, I'm gonna end as well. There is nothing to do. I entered Enfield. I farmed essences for Typhon, and I'm gonna go offline and how do I say it? Download ARKNIGHTS.
Good. You're not gonna play ARKNIGHTS on stream. You're just gonna play it on your own first.
No, I'm gonna play it on stream. A full new account.
Sure.
It's gonna be Backseaters Shadow Realm instantly.
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm gonna tell chat backseat me please, and they're gonna type 300 messages a second, but I'm not gonna read a single one.
That's good. You'll appease them.
Yeah, that's the real shit. Now I'm gonna go enjoy the day and all that stuff.
Okay,
Anyways, thank you for talking with me. Yeah, sure, man. Have a good one. Anyways.
Sorry, all of a sudden, I just suddenly thought of doing this. Coming here, clicking this, clicking this, going to the back, get here. Where is it?
Afu gifted a tier 1 sub to Oshisu94.
Oh, all my announcements came in so late. I think my announcements came in very late. Sorry. Wait. Get in here. Look at this. No, wrong place. Stare. Be mesmerized. Very good. Add 7TV emote. Can you give it to me again? The link. Am I streaming in dual format? No, I'm not. Wait. How do I add? How do I do this? Actually, the reason why I'm even mesmerized by his back is I wish my back was like this. I'd be so proud. Is my back like that yet? No. Close. Pretty damn close. Why does it not work? Do I have to sign in? It fights. Remove. Do it. Chat, I replaced it. Oh, it didn't show up. It's not replaced. Is it replaced for you? I think it's not yet. I think it needs to take some time. But I replaced it already. Need to give it a while. I have to restart the chat. Okay. I mean it's okay. You'll see the next stream then. Yeah. I mean I get both. You need to know Flamebringer is my literal personal goals. But this guy looks really close to Flamebringer. It might be 1 for 1. Like the physique that they have. So therefore, they are now both my body goals. I was gonna look for something. I can't remember. What was I gonna look for? Fuck, I cannot remember. Oh, yeah, I just want to see how he's doing.
5 and I'm level
Oh, he's in where winds meet now. Okay, enjoy yourself. Genazet. Hope he's having a good time. Lakari, right, used to be... Like, he's a League of Legends guy. He used to play AK, but then he didn't like playing it on the emulator and whatnot. So he basically... He basically came back because of the PC client. I remember when I first streamed AK, Lakari was around, and then eventually he stopped being around. But yeah. I think it's good to see that people are getting happy to play the PC client for stuff. So, yeah. It's been a while since I did this. Maybe I should just do this more often. Should I just rate? Chat, do you believe if I say we rate? Yeah, rate someone. It's been a while since I did it. Glitter? Glitter streaming? I don't see Glitter on my screen. Glitter's not streaming. I want to rate someone who has been raiding me a lot. Is it Latia or Artemis? They both raid me. I'll rate Artemis. You're streaming Enfield. Ah. No, go watch some AK. I'm not sending you to Enfield. What's there to do in Enfield now, huh? Okay. I'll send you guys there. Enfield category, no matter. Go to AK. YouTube, I'm gonna end the stream as well. I'll be back tomorrow to take some new player questions. I will do a giant AK new player Q&A where you can ask anything that you want, and then when the Q&A is done, I'll play some Stronghold Protocol tomorrow, and then I'll take a break on Sunday. Okay, sounds good. See you. Boy. Let's do a raid. It's been years since I raided anyone. Years. Enjoy it, Twitch. Surprise people with views. Stay there. Stay in the stream. Don't backseat them. Just enjoy their presence. Stay in the stream for a while. Let them feel good that their views are higher. I'm reading Artemis Angelique. Alright, goodbye, YouTube. See you back tomorrow. See y'all. Boy. Is that Lucari cancelled? Is he? Oh, I didn't even know he was cancelled. Unaware.